This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 801. After Zhou piloted the Wavebreaker mech into the vast space, he activated his mental power to search for any living creatures within. Soon, his mental power detected a massive black, shell-like object, immense in size, and resembling a snail shell. Boom! Before Zhou could get closer to investigate, the seawater in the entire space suddenly vibrated, and within Zhou's mental range, the black, shell-like object began to rise rapidly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a rush of water surged from below, followed by a massive, pitch-black claw, surging with seawater towards Zhou's Wavebreaker mech. The pitch-black claw, covered in needle-sharp bristles, opened like a mouth filled with fangs. It rushed to the Wavebreaker mech at an incredible speed, its massive claws enveloping it. Just as the pitch-black claws were about to close, a flash of lightning flashed, and the Wavebreaker mecha rushed out of the pitch-black claws' range at top speed. Bang! The pitch-black claws snapped together with a dull sound. The seawater, squeezed by the immense force, slammed into the Wavebreaker mecha's surface like a water jet. Of course, these jets of seawater couldn't damage the Wavebreaker mecha. After leaving the attack range, Zhou immediately piloted the Wavebreaker mecha towards the pitch-black claws, then swung his fist, imbued with lightning energy, and struck it hard. Bang! The lightning energy in the Wavebreaker mecha's fist exploded instantly, sending a burst of electric current scattering. However, it didn't cause significant damage to the black carapace of the pitch-black claws, only appearing a few cracks. It's somewhat similar to the black shell on the brain of that unique giant leviathan creature from before, Zhou thought to himself. The fact that the pitch-black claw's shell could block lightning energy attacks didn't surprise Zhou. The various dead blood leviathan creatures in this maze trial simply grew stronger as they progressed. Furthermore, this dead blood leviathan creature, which could only withstand large leviathan-level energy, didn't seem much different from the unique giant leviathan creature from before, in Zhou's opinion. After determining the energy level, Zhou charged directly towards the main body of the pitch-black claw, the pitch-black snail shell he had just seen. As he approached, Zhou could roughly discern the giant creature's appearance. Its overall appearance resembled a hermit crab, but its two slender claws resembled those of a king crab. At this moment, the hermit crab-like giant leviathan creature was tucked into the snail shell on its back, then extended two claws from the snail's mouth to attack Zhou. Having located the main body of the giant, crab-like leviathan, Zhou immediately sheathed his Wavebreaker mecha, then drew his dark gold broadsword, coated with a layer of overlord energy, and swiftly charged toward the snail's mouth. Buzz! Just as Zhou entered within 1,000 meters of the snail's mouth, a black-red energy beam with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly shot out from the mouth. Zhou didn't dodge. This black-red energy beam was similar to the black energy beam released by the giant flesh ball in the red crystal space, and its energy intensity was likely not high. As before, he condensed a layer of brilliant gold patterns on his body, and coated his armor with a layer of overlord energy, directly blocking the black-red energy beam. The black-red energy was indeed weak. After striking Zhou, it couldn't even destroy the overlord energy on his surface. Its strength was likely only at the level of a large leviathan, posing no threat to Zhou. Swish! Zhou swung his dark gold broadsword, imbued with overlord energy, severing the black-red energy beam and continuing his charge toward the shell's opening. Buzz! Another black-red energy beam shot towards him. This time, Zhou didn't take it head-on. Having already tested the energy's strength, there was no need to waste overlord energy on defense. Thump, thump, thump! However, just as Zhou was about to reach the shell's opening, a large number of pitch-black tentacles suddenly extended from it. These tentacles were slender, resembling long whiskers compared to the massive hermit crab-like leviathan. The tentacles were soft throughout, but at their ends were 10-meter-long, crescent-shaped, pitch-black bone blades, like scimitars. The tentacles wriggled continuously, and thousands of pitch-black bone blades swung frantically, attacking Zhou. Zhou dodged quickly between the slashing blades, dodging them, while swinging his dark golden broadsword, shattering each one as he continued to advance toward the snail's mouth. But the sheer density of the tentacles was too great, slowing Zhou's progress. The two enormous pitch-black claws gradually retracted and began to attack him. What a hassle! Zhou gave up on entering through the snail's mouth. When a pitch-black claw attacked him from above, he slashed through the shell on its surface with his blade. Zhou prepared to slip through the opening into the shell, then follow the claws from the inside to reach the body of the giant, hermit crab-like leviathan. Unexpectedly, a large number of tentacles burst out from the gaps in the pitch-black claws, the pitch-black bone blades at the ends of the tentacles rapidly attacking Zhou. The filamentous fibers within the pitch-black claws are actually tentacles? Zhou asked with some surprise. When he used the Wavebreaker mecha earlier, he had already used his mental power to detect the interior of the pitch-black claws. At that time, he had thought it was all filamentous crab meat. Oh, forget it. I won't save my Liyang energy. Zhou once again approached the snail's mouth, then formed a sword-shaped finger, activated the Liyang ability to mobilize the Liyang energy within his body, and swiftly swung forward. A 10-meter-long pitch-black energy blade instantly rushed forward. He didn't use the Liyang blade to amplify the Liyang energy, because it now contained Xianyang energy. If he used it here, the loss would be great. Faced with the abyssal-level Liyang energy, the bone blades, which were only at the strength of a large leviathan, were no match. In an instant, the energy ninja severed the dense tentacles in front of him, and Zhou followed the energy blades, rushing towards the snail's mouth. Using the energy blades, Zhou successfully entered the snail's shell. Inside, a head encased in a black shell crouched, its massive eyes emitting a dark red glow, standing out against the darkness. Buzz! Suddenly, the eyes of the giant hermit crab-like leviathan creature blazed brightly, and a beam of dark red energy shot towards Zhou. Zhou had already entered the shell, his feet planted on the shell, allowing him to move at an extremely fast speed. He easily dodged the attack of the dark red energy beam, and successfully rushed to the head of the giant hermit crab-like leviathan creature. Swish, swish, swish. The two dark golden swords danced quickly, and instantly broke through the surface shell. But at this time, Zhou found something wrong, because the inside of the shell was also full of tentacles. Chapter 802. What the hell is this creature? Zhou was genuinely confused. It didn't seem like a giant hermit crab-like leviathan. Discovering that this dead-blood leviathan seemed to be composed entirely of slender tentacles, Zhou no longer conserved his overlord energy, imbuing it with it. Then, braving the tentacles' attack, he plunged into the shell and began moving at high speed. The moment Zhou entered the shell, the muscle-like tentacles within it all began to twitch, creating a strange appearance, as if some creature had inhabited the shell of a giant hermit crab-like leviathan. However, Zhou didn't bother to care what the creature was. His entire body radiated a dark red light, and he danced with the two dark gold broadswords in his hands, slicing through any tentacles he encountered. He occasionally used his Wavebreaker mecha to search for the strange creature's brain or heart. After a while, and after expending nearly 100 overlord energy points, Zhou emerged from the crab-like carapace and entered the depths of the snail shell, successfully finding the core of the strange creature. The core was protected by a layer of black carapace, but Zhou saw no purpose, so he simply cut it open with his knife. Ding! Obtained Black Blood Core X1. The moment Zhou took the Black Blood Core, the tentacles suddenly seemed to lose their power and ceased all movement. Zhou then summoned the Wavebreaker mech, intending to search for the brain and ultimately slay the strange creature. However, after searching for a long time, he found nothing. Instead, he found a black supply box. Judging by the motionless state of the tentacles, the strange creature appeared to be dead. After confirming the strange creature was truly dead, Zhou exited the Wavebreaker mecha and touched one of its tentacle. Immediately, an update notification appeared in the creature encyclopedia. Crab parasite length, 100 meters. Weight, 440 tons. Food type, blood. Description, a parasite that specifically parasitizes crabs. Its tentacles spread throughout the body of the crab, draining it of all blood before replacing it. Is that correct? Zhou read the encyclopedia information for the crab parasite, and found that the size described in the encyclopedia was completely disproportionate to the one he encountered. The one he encountered was at least 20,000 meters long. It seems it's mutated again due to the influence of the dead bloodworm, Zhou speculated. After all, this kind of mutated parasite wasn't the first time he encountered it. Afterward, Zhou piloted the mecha out of the crab parasite's corpse. He gestured for Phantom Scale, who was waiting outside, to come in with Lev and the others. He then began to let the immortal sponge absorb the energy from the corpse while he opened the black supply box. Ding! Obtain Strength Crystal X10. Ding! Obtain Parasite Source X1. Ding! Obtain Black Blood Crystal X1. Ding! Obtain Crab Parasite Armor X1. Ding! Obtain Land Base X1000. Parasitic Source? What's that? Zhou discovered several new items, and took out the parasitic source to examine. Ding! Parasitic Source. After use, the parasitic source will parasitize the body, and accumulate energy by sucking blood. When the host's physical fitness reaches 1,000 points, the basic attributes of strength and speed will each increase by 5%. Side effect: physical fitness limit reduced by 100 points. Isn't this similar to my Golden Lightning Arc ability? It seems quite useful. I wonder if the two amplification effects can be combined. The side effect of reducing physical fitness by 100 points was nothing for Zhou, who had a physical fitness of 1,100 points. Ding! Black blood crystal, material for the Transfiguration Leviathan. Used on a Transfiguration Leviathan, it yields black blood energy. The strength of black blood energy isn't even at the level of a large Leviathan, but it can be used to exchange for items. Zhou wasn't particularly interested in this low-level transfiguration material. After a quick glance, he put it away. Ding! Crab parasite armor, only usable when possessing a parasitic source within the body. By absorbing the blood of other Leviathans, it condenses defensive energy on the armor surface, reaching a maximum energy intensity of intermediate. Intermediate? That should be the level of a medium Leviathan, equivalent to the strength of dark gold armor. Not bad. Zhou examined the crab parasite armor and discovered that it was different from ordinary armor. Except for the joints, most armor was protected entirely by hard armor. But this crab parasite armor looked like leather armor woven from muscle fibers, completely black, with 2 tentacles attached to each shoulder. Can this tentacle be controlled by the wearer? Zhou speculated. After storing all the items in the deep blue treasure chest, the mutant crab's parasitic corpse was also completely absorbed. The structure remained the same as the upper level, with a large hole in the center of the vast space. However, the diameter of the hole had not increased further, remaining only 1,000 meters. Zhou and his group entered the cavern and began to descend towards the bottom. As they descended, they encountered numerous highly mutated dead blood energy Leviathan creatures, which Lek and his companions continued to clear out. After diving approximately 100,000 meters through this vertical passage, Zhou and his group finally reached the bottom. The special dead blood worms on this level had completely replaced the ordinary dead blood worms, leaving only a black-red hue as if the sea were glowing. Zhou assumed this level would be similar to the 2 above, requiring him to navigate a maze. However, after exploring for a while, he discovered that this level lacked a maze, and was instead filled with giant Leviathan creatures. Zhou frantically attacked with his wave-breaker mech, causing the lightning cube within its engine to shrink dramatically. After killing nearly 2,000, the lightning cube was completely depleted, rendering the wave-breaker mech inoperable. With no other options, Zhou could only use his overlord energy to slay the remaining giant Leviathan creatures. Finally, he killed another 1,000, finally clearing all the giant Leviathans on this level, bringing his total to 3,000. The over 1,000 strands of overlord energy he had accumulated over so many geniuses were also completely depleted, leaving him with only ocean-level energy. However, Zhou didn't need to rush to use his ocean-level energy, as the immortal sponge had already accumulated a large amount of black gold-level immortal energy, and had transferred over 1,000 of it to him, so he didn't have to worry about running out of energy. At this moment, Zhou and his group entered a passage with a diameter of 10,000 meters, the only passage on this level. After advancing for a while, a massive entrance appeared before them, but there were still no other survivors. What strange creatures could be in there? Zhou wondered. He had already decided to rush forward with his black gold immortal energy, no matter what strange creatures he encountered. Chapter 803. When Zhou, piloting the wavebreaker powered by the free cube, located the creature within the vast space, he was stunned. The creature within his mental detection range was the same twisted creature that had previously battled the adult golden sea dragon Leviathan. This twisted creature resembled a mass of flesh and blood, its surface covered in numerous tentacles. Giant eyeballs bulged from the surface, emitting a crimson glow. Although smaller in size, perhaps only 10,000 meters across, its entire body radiated blood-red energy. Buzz buzz buzz. Zhou discovered the twisted creature, and the creature also discovered him, emitting a flood of blood-red energy from its crimson eyeballs. Faced with a blood-red energy beam that looked like king-level energy, Zhou dared not withstand it head-on. Instead, he activated his 3 characteristics, increasing all 3 of his attributes 5-fold. Instantly, Zhou's strength reached 6,600 points, his constitution reached 7,260 points, and his speed reached 6,223 points. Swish! Zhou's figure suddenly vanished. The moment he dodged the blood-red energy beam, he touched it with his dark gold broadsword, imbued with black gold-level immortal energy. Almost instantly, the dark gold broadsword was destroyed, the immortal energy having no effect at all. Could it really be king-level energy? Zhou felt it was too absurd. Encountering king-level energy here, how on earth could he possibly fight it? Why isn't the mini-white Leviathan reacting at all? While dodging the attack, Zhou used his mental power to glance at the mini-white Leviathan in his heart. It was still huddled within the cocoon woven by the white Leviathan seed roots, showing no sign of giving him any white Leviathan energy. Is Huanlin the only one left? Zhou hesitated. He only had 2 bottles of Transfiguration Leviathan Daylight Energy Fluid left, and using them in the trial seemed a waste. After some thought, he decided to test it again. So, Zhou activated his Golden Thunder ability, and mobilized the Red Gold Lightning energy within him. Instantly, Red Gold Lightning surged throughout Zhou's body. After quickly gathering in his palms, he shot it directly at the twisted creature's body. Boom! A deafening roar of thunder echoed throughout the vast space. The Red Gold Lightning, like a thunder dragon, instantly struck the blood-red energy on the twisted creature's surface. The blood-red energy was directly pierced by the Red Gold Lightning, and the spreading red gold current left a large charred patch on the twisted creature's surface. Fortunately, the energy hasn't reached the king level. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the Red Gold Lightning easily pierce the blood-red energy on the twisted creature's surface. To further determine the level of the blood-red energy, Zhou released another Golden Thunder energy. This energy was also capable of piercing the blood-red energy, but it couldn't cause significant damage to the twisted creature's body. It seems the blood-red energy is only a stronger abyssal-level energy. Indeed, the blood-red energy was comparable in strength to the Golden Thunder energy, and Zhou felt reassured. His brilliant golden veins could defend against energy of this intensity. Afterward, Zhou condensed a layer of brilliant golden veins on his body. With a thought, the flame-splitting blade appeared in his hand, and he charged directly at the twisted creature's body. With a clean stroke, he used the flame-splitting blade to slice through the blood-red energy and the body, quickly piercing the creature's body. At a speed of 6,223 points, Zhou explored the entire body of the twisted creature in just over 10 seconds, successfully finding a brain protected by blood-red energy. The blood-red energy was useless against the flame-splitting blade. It took only a few seconds to destroy the brain, successfully killing the weakened twisted creature and obtaining a black supply box. After emerging from the twisted creature's corpse, Zhou used his Wavebreaker mech to survey the vast space and discovered another entrance ahead. He immediately gestured to Huanlin, waiting for Lev and the others to enter, and had them use the immortal sponge to absorb the energy from the twisted creature's corpse. He then rushed to the next entrance. 3 characteristics. The amplification time was limited, so he had to clear all creatures on the path to the next level before the characteristics expired. In the next vast space, there was another twisted creature. Fortunately, the energy intensity had not increased, only its size had increased to 30,000 meters. Zhou killed it using the same method, and continued on his way. After defeating the third twisted creature, Zhou's 3 characteristics amplification period expired. Because the third twisted creature lacked a brain, he could only rely on his extreme speed to shred the 10,000-meter-long creature into pieces with his flame-splitting blade, consuming a considerable amount of time. At this point, Zhou, dragging his weakened body, piloted the Wavebreaker mecha into the 4th dimension. He had expected another twisted creature, but to his surprise, the 4th dimension contained no twisted creatures, not even the dead bloodworms or special dead bloodworms. The water was crystal clear. At the center of the space, a black-red sphere with a diameter of 100,000 meters was constantly expanding and contracting. With each contraction, a large number of special dead bloodworms would be ejected from the petal-shaped holes at the top of the sphere. The top of the space was densely packed with tiny holes, and the ejected special dead bloodworms simply entered these tiny holes and disappeared. A nest of special dead bloodworms? Zhou carefully piloted the Wavebreaker mecha around the black-red sphere, discovering that it did not appear to be aggressive. Soon after, Huanlin and Lev and his men entered this space. They had already absorbed the energy from the twisted corpses in the 3 vast spaces above. Zhou arrived at Huanlin's body, ready to absorb the energy from the other immortal sponges. However, just as Lev and his men removed 132 immortal sponges from the supply box, all of them suddenly erupted with light and coalesced. The 133 immortal sponges devoured and absorbed each other, their volume growing ever larger, reaching a total of 10 meters. The black gold stripes on their surfaces also increased. Just when Zhou thought the immortal sponge's energy level was about to reach the king level, suddenly, with a bang, the 10-meter diameter immortal sponge exploded, disintegrating into fist-sized pieces. What is going on? Zhou was bewildered. The immortal sponges suddenly merged without warning, then exploded without warning. He simply couldn't understand what the immortal sponges were doing. Then, Zhou resumed absorbing the energy from the other immortal sponges. After absorbing all the energy, his own immortal sponge was now covered in black gold stripes. Still needing some energy, Zhou said, his gaze fixed on the black-red sphere in the center of the space. It looked like it contained a considerable amount of energy. If he could kill it and absorb it, perhaps he could elevate his immortal sponge to the king level. When Zhou checked the black and red sphere just now, he had already explored the entire space and found no more passages, which meant that this black and red sphere was the ultimate goal of this trial. Chapter 804. After putting away the immortal sponge, Zhou once again piloted the wave-breaker mech to the vicinity of the black-red sphere, or rather, the nest of the special dead blood worms. When they were less than a kilometer from the nest, Zhou folded the wave-breaker mech, activated the Golden Thunder ability, and unleashed a Golden Thunderbolt at the nest. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, and the Golden Thunderbolt, gleaming with golden light, instantly struck the nest's surface, piercing through the black-red energy. However, while the Golden Thunderbolt penetrated the black-red energy, it was unable to cause the slightest damage to the nest's pitch-black exterior, clearly demonstrating the nest's immense strength. The good news, however, was that even after Zhou attacked the nest, it showed no signs of attacking. Zhou suspected the nest itself lacked the means to attack. After all, the space he was in was guarded by 3 twisted creatures, making it virtually impossible for ordinary survivors to enter. Furthermore, given the hardness of the black rock platform, if it weren't for the world system's trials, no survivor besides Zhou could have broken through it and entered the interior. After launching 3 more Golden Thunder attacks, confirming the insect nest lacked any means of attack, Zhou unsheathed the Liang blade and had the wave-breaker mech handle it. The Xianyang energy on the Liang blade's blade, previously untested, was now a perfect opportunity to test the strength of the insect nest. The wave-breaker mech held the 3-meter-long Liang blade between 2 fingers, twisting it like a black toothpick. Approaching the insect nest within 100 meters, Zhou swung his arm, wielding the Liang blade in a slashing motion, expecting the Xianyang energy on the blade to transform into a flying energy blade, but nothing happened. Can't the Liang blade amplify Xianyang energy into an energy blade? Or do I need to use it myself? Zhou thought to himself, then left the wave-breaker mech's cockpit, took the Liang blade in hand, and swung it at the insect nest, but the Xianyang energy still didn't transform into an energy blade. Zhou pondered for a moment, then activated his Liang ability, channeling a stream of Liang energy from within his body into the Liang blade, and swung it at the insect nest again. Swish! This time, the Liang blade successfully unleashed a 30-meter-long energy blade. However, unlike a typical Liang energy blade, this one's edge was a mixture of black and gold Xianyang energy. The Liang energy blade, with its Xianyang energy as its blade, directly pierced the black and red energy on the insect nest's surface, leaving a 30-meter-long scar on its pitch-black surface. However, it quickly repaired, even faster than the giant flesh ball had before. That's what it means to use the best steel for the blade, Zhou said with a smile, then channeled the last of his Xianyang energy into the Liang blade. Next, Zhou entered the wave-breaker mech, and had it hold the Liang blade directly against the surface of the insect nest, slashing it with it. The Xianyang energy, reaching king-level energy, successfully sliced through the insect nest's surface, leaving a long scar. However, it felt like scratching wood with an ordinary knife. Furthermore, due to the insect nest's repairability, the scar disappeared almost instantly, causing no substantial damage to the nest. The surface energy hasn't yet reached the abyss level, but the hardness of the body is almost king level. Zhou concluded after completing the test with 2 Xianyang energies. The flame-splitting blade should be able to easily expand the hive's body, but its recovery speed is a bit of a problem. Without using the flame ion energy crystal, Zhou's flame-splitting blade's potential damage was limited. Against a creature with such strong recovery abilities, even with Emperor energy hindering wound repair, it would be difficult to instantly shred a 100,000-meter diameter creature. However, Zhou decided to give it a try. He hadn't used the Liang ability since acquiring its 6-fold speed boost, and this was a good time to give it a try. But before he began, Zhou ordered Lev and his companions at the entrance to leave the space and had Huanling guard the entrance. It was best not to let outsiders know about the ultimate trump card, the flame-splitting blade. After Lev and his companions left, Zhou put away his wave-breaker mech and immediately activated his tungsten gold ability, increasing his physical strength tenfold to a terrifying 12,100 points. The weakness he had just felt from using the 3 abilities instantly dissipated. Next, Zhou activated the Black Flame attribute, increasing his strength stat fivefold to 6,600 points. Suddenly, a vast amount of black energy erupted from his body, transforming into a blazing black flame that instantly vaporized the surrounding seawater. Li Yang attribute, activate. Zhou finally activated the Li Yang attribute, but this time, instead of releasing the internal Li Yang energy, he used it directly within his body. Boom! Instantly, a jet of black energy laced with golden threads erupted from Zhou body, dispersing the surrounding black flames. At this moment, the Li Yang energy surrounding Zhou was like the flames ejected from a rocket engine, carrying immense kinetic energy, as if it could instantly dash 10,000 meters. His speed statistic even increased to 7,621 points. Swish! Zhou suddenly moved, his figure vanishing with a thin, long shriek. The next second, a scar thousands of meters long appeared on the hive's surface. Zhou figure was like a flash of black lightning, moving at an unpredictable speed. The flame-splitting blade in his hand plunged into the hive's body, leaving long, fiery scars wherever it passed. In just a few seconds, spirals of fiery red scars appeared on the hive's 100,000-meter diameter. Zhou figure disappeared again. After condensing a layer of brilliant golden patterns on his body, he plunged directly into the hive's interior. Swish, swish, swish. Inside the hive, Zhou figure was like a flickering point of light, darting back and forth, leaving behind a trail of fiery red lines, slicing the hive's body into square chunks of flesh, each 100 meters in size. Puff! Outside, a web-like pattern of lines appeared on the hive's surface. Suddenly, the part of the hive where these lines appeared shattered with a bang, like collapsing building blocks. 100-meter-long chunks of flesh scattered in all directions, and tumbled to the ground, shattering 1/5 of the hive's body. However, just as Zhou was about to continue cutting the rest of the hive's body, it suddenly began to tremble violently. A large amount of black and red energy was channeled into the wound, and the flesh and blood began to wriggle frantically. The 1/5 of flesh that had just been cut off actually grew back. Chapter 805. Zhou brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't stop, continuing his slicing. After about a minute, he had shattered another portion of the hive's body, only to be repaired by the hive's terrifying regenerative energy. This won't work. The damage I can inflict is still too limited. Zhou rushed out of the hive. Looking at the hive, which looked identical to the previous one, he knew that this method of slashing wouldn't be enough to destroy the hive's body. When he had previously slashed inside the hive, he had searched for possible weaknesses like the brain or core, but found none. He only saw a sac a kilometer in diameter in the center of the hive. It was filled with a black-red energy liquid, and those special dead blood worms were born from this sac. Zhou had also destroyed the sac before, but it would regenerate shortly after destruction, making it completely pointless. Looks like Huanlin has no choice but to do it. Zhou decided to use Illusionary Leviathan Daylight Energy Fluid on Huanlin, using a large-scale king-level energy attack to instantly destroy the insect nest. Swoosh! Zhou flashed and appeared in front of Huanlin. He quickly entered the space between his stomach walls, took out the Illusionary Leviathan Daylight Energy Fluid, and poured it directly into the digestive tract. Boom! In an instant, a large amount of orange-yellow light emanated from Huanlin's body. Huanlin's black body turned pure white, with golden stripes all over it. He quickly entered the form of Daylight Leviathan. At this moment, the daylight energy released from Huanlin's body reached a diameter of 10,000 meters, illuminating the entire vast space like a small sun. Whoosh! The sea surged violently. Phantom Scale, carrying daylight energy, slammed into the hive at breakneck speed. The previously indestructible hive was instantly blasted with a crater 10,000 meters in diameter, resembling a peeled egg with a piece bitten off. Zhou wasn't idle either, taking advantage of the remaining time to pierce the hive's interior and begin destroying the rest. In this way, Zhou and Phantom Scale worked together, continuously inflicting immense damage on the hive's bulk. Finally, within the 3 minutes provided by the Transfiguration Leviathan Daylight Energy Fluid, they completely destroyed the hive. However, due to Phantom Scale's attack, most of the hive's bulk was destroyed by the daylight energy. All that remained were the hundreds of meter-long chunks of flesh cut by Zhou with his flame-splitting blade. No reward notification. Zhou looked at the chunks of flesh on the ground, waited a moment, and realized no world system notification sounded. Isn't destroying the hive the ultimate goal? Zhou frowned. He had already used almost all of his powerful abilities. If there were other goals, he might just have to hide in his wave-breaker mech and wait for the other survivors to finish. At that moment, a dark red light shone from the hive's flesh, and a black supply box appeared within. Zhou saw it and immediately stepped forward, picked up the black supply box, and opened it. Ding! Obtained Power Crystals X30. Ding! Obtained Emperor Positioning Card Fragment X1. Ding! Obtained Third Stage Intelligence Attribute Breakthrough Formula X1. Ding! Obtained Third Stage Strength Attribute Breakthrough Formula X1. Ding! Obtained Area Positioning Card X1. Ding! Obtained Mecha Deathclaw X1. Zhou didn't examine the items in the box carefully. His Black Flame ability had already expired, his Tungsten Gold ability still had 5 minutes of amplification time left, and his Liyang ability was maintained by the Liyang energy within his body. Each ray of Liyang energy lasted approximately 10 seconds. He originally had 30, but now only 4 remained. Zhou found Lek and his companions, and led them to the hive's fleshy mass. He then placed his 133 immortal sponges on it to absorb the energy. While absorbing the energy, Zhou examined the items in his supply box. He briefly glanced at 2 recipes. Aside from the consciousness crystal core he had recently acquired, he had never seen the other ingredients in those recipes before. Mecha Deathclaw? It's actually a mecha weapon. Zhou exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the pitch-black claw about 3 meters in front of him. The Mecha Deathclaw was pitch black, with 5 blade-like claws. Its material felt like the same material as the Black Rock platform. Zhou summoned the Wavebreaker Mecha and attached the Mecha Deathclaw to its right hand, then tested its strength. He discovered that the Mecha Deathclaw's hardness reached the king level, and only the flame blade could damage it. However, due to its lack of energy, it was invulnerable to defensive energy, not even the dead blood energy. What does this mean? You want me to use it as a shield? Zhou asked in surprise. Does it require a certain amount of energy to unleash its true form? Zhou thought of the flame blade, but he currently lacked the energy required for the Mecha Deathclaw. Next, Zhou took out the 3 black supply crates he had obtained from killing the 3 twisted creatures. After opening them all, he found a total of 30 power crystals and 3 fixed gene chimera frames. The remaining items were some land-based. I currently have 72 power crystal sources, and only need 28 more to fuse into a power crystal lattice. Zhou felt that fusing the power crystal lattice shouldn't be difficult, as Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, Lun Liang, and the others should all have some power crystal sources. Even if they didn't have 28 in total, the difference wouldn't be too great. A few minutes later, the amplification effect of the tungsten gold properties was about to end. Zhou placed a stamina recovery capsule in his mouth and entered the Wavebreaker mech. From then on, he could only pilot the Wavebreaker mech. About half an hour later, the 133 immortal sponges had finally absorbed all the energy from the hive meat. The surface of Zhou's immortal sponge had completely turned black gold, and Lek and his companions' immortal sponges had also reached black gold level. The remaining immortal sponges were all purple gold. Zhou manipulated the mech to squeeze the other immortal sponges, transferring the energy from within into his own. Shortly after, as the last wisp of purple gold energy entered Zhou's immortal sponge, the originally black gold surface of the immortal sponge rapidly faded, then suddenly erupted with a dazzling platinum light. The next second, the platinum-colored immortal sponge detached from the Wavebreaker mecha's grip and floated in the center of this space, emitting an extremely dazzling radiance. Followed by this, the immortal sponges in the hands of Lek and his companions also flew over, followed by the remaining 126 immortal sponges. At the same time, the immortal sponges of the survivors who were still defeating the Leviathan creatures that radiated blood energy throughout the trial maze all detached from their hands and flew deeper into the maze. Chapter 806. Outside the entrance to the insect nest, a vast number of immortal sponges poured in, all converging towards the platinum immortal sponge. Through continuous fusion, the platinum immortal sponge grew larger and larger, eventually reaching a diameter of 10,000 meters. Boom! The 10,000-meter platinum immortal sponge fell from the sky, slamming heavily onto the black rock floor. Bang! The instant it touched the ground, the 10,000-meter platinum immortal sponge exploded again, this time splitting into a vast number of platinum-grade immortal sponges, all of which adhered to the black rock walls. Then, a scene astonished Zhou. These platinum-grade immortal sponges were actually absorbing the black and red energy from the rock walls. Once they had accumulated enough energy within their bodies, they would split into a single platinum-grade immortal sponge. Soon, the entire insect nest was filled with platinum-grade immortal sponges, making the previously dim space appear incredibly bright. After completely occupying the walls of the insect nest, the platinum-grade immortal sponges continued to spread outward, seemingly intent on taking over the entire Black Rock maze. The trial should be over now. Watching the ever-expanding platinum-level immortal sponge, Zhou Wen was certain this was the ultimate goal of the trial. A few hours later, the entire Black Rock maze was completely overrun by the platinum-level immortal sponge. The dead blood energy creatures were directly killed by the king-level energy released by the immortal sponge, and then their energy was drained away. The survivors watched in bewilderment, unsure of what was happening. Crack! Suddenly, cracks appeared on the hard surface of the Black Rock maze. Gradually, numerous cracks began to appear on the walls of the entire maze, and these cracks continued to spread, covering the entire Black Rock maze. Boom! Boom! Soon, the rock wall began to crumble and fall away, and a protective blue shield enveloped the survivors and their transformed leviathans. Inside the hive, Zhou Wen looked at the falling rock with a somewhat subtle expression. If all the Black Rock platforms were destroyed, his energy rainbow tree would no longer be fed by the energy-type leviathans that came to its doorstep. Well, it's destroyed, so be it. The Black Rock platforms that produced the special dead blood worms posed a significant threat to the survivors. Destroying them was a good thing. Perhaps there would be no more dead blood worms in the seawater. Ding! The Deathly Silence Labyrinth trial will end in 10 minutes. It's finally over, Zhou Wen exclaimed with relief. He was now extremely weak and needed to rest quickly. The moment the world system notification sounded in his mind, all the immortal sponges within the Deathly Silence Labyrinth began frantically releasing platinum-colored energy. This energy eventually converged in the hive, gradually condensing into a platinum-colored sphere 1 meter in diameter. Zhou Wen's heart raced upon seeing the platinum sphere. He immediately maneuvered his Wavebreaker mech forward, then detached, letting it carry him as he placed his hand on the platinum sphere. Ding! Obtained Immortal Core X1. Ding! Immortal Core, used to gain the immortal trait. When activated, a protective layer of immortal energy coats the body. This layer remains indestructible until the body's immortal energy is completely depleted. The immortal energy can also be used against oneself, increasing one's constitution tenfold. Activating this trait automatically unleashes king-level pressure. This core is incredible. According to the description, the immortal layer remains indestructible until the body's immortal energy is depleted. This means that with sufficient immortal energy, it could potentially withstand even Emperor-level energies. However, Zhou Wen couldn't use this immortal core because it was one of the ingredients in the ultimate formula for the Metamorphosis Leviathan. By chance, I've already collected 2 king-level cores required for the Metamorphosis. Once my panel reaches the level of a medium-sized Leviathan, and I integrate the king-level genes and king-level cores, I should be able to begin hunting king-level Leviathans. Zhou Wen felt that it wouldn't be long before Phantom Scale entered the Metamorphosis. At this moment, platinum-colored immortal energy continued to flow in from outside the hive. After Zhou Wen collected the immortal core, it seemed to be drawn into his body. But what infuriated Zhou Wen was that as each immortal energy entered his body, the mini-white Leviathan in his heart absorbed it. Thousands of immortal energy were reduced to just 100. 10 minutes later, the trial concluded completely. All the survivors vanished in a flash of blue light, reappearing at the same point where they had been at the start of the trial. Near the end of the trial, Zhou Wen, with the help of his mecha, retrieved 6 black blood cores from the deep blue treasure chest and handed them to Lev and his 6 companions. With their black blood aspects, they should be able to reach higher-ups in various districts, potentially allowing them to easily obtain intelligence from those districts. A flash of blue light appeared, and Huanling returned to the Abyssal Sea. Zhou Wen collapsed within the stomach wall. He opened the system interface, confirmed his men were safe, and inquired about the number of power crystal sources they possessed. Only Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Lang Liang had obtained power crystal sources, but they only had 22 in total. You didn't enter the insect nest? Zhou Wen's expression paused. What's the insect nest space? Chen Xian was a bit confused. It's the space behind the 3 twisted creatures. Zhou Wen asked. Is that the creature with eyeballs all over its body? We didn't even go in there because we couldn't defeat it. Chen Xian said. Me too. Lang Liang said. So you all didn't complete the trial mission? Zhou Wen asked doubtfully. I think so. In the end, everyone's immortal sponges flew into the twisted creature space you mentioned, Boss Zhou, and then the special dead bloodworms in the seawater disappeared. Chen Xian asked. Huh? What's the goal of the trial? Zhou Wen suddenly realized if he had done something unnecessary. The purpose of the trial should be to use the immortal sponge to seal the insect nest you mentioned, Brother One. Jiang Haitao speculated. Towards the end of the trial, I used the remaining tidal energy in my body to pass through the space containing the three twisted creatures and enter the innermost space. Then I saw something engulfed by the platinum-colored immortal sponge. Jiang Haitao recounted what he had witnessed. So they're using the immortal sponge to seal the hive. No wonder it's so difficult to destroy, Zhou Wen said, speechless. Through their explanations, Zhou Wen understood the basic process of this trial. It was simple. The survivors killed the Leviathan creatures that gushed out blood, allowing the immortal sponge to gain energy. Finally, they gathered at the entrance to the distorted biosphere. As long as most of the survivors could reach it with the immortal sponge, it would automatically fly into the innermost space and seal the hive. But fortunately, my efforts weren't in vain this time. The immortal core is the best reward. Chapter 807. After a brief chat with Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Leng Liang, Zhou Wen closed the system interface and went straight to sleep. When Zhou Wen awoke, it was already the morning of the 182nd day. However, his body was still too weak to get up, so he used a companion voucher to bring Jiang Haitao along, asking him to help feed the seaweed to Huanlin. At the same time, Jiang Haitao also gave Zhou Wen the 15 power crystal sources sent by Galen. However, Galen didn't give these 15 alone. Some also belonged to the King of Area 5 and the King of Area 3. In the afternoon, Zhou Wen was barely able to move, so he immediately took out the 72 power crystal sources he had obtained from the Deathly Silence Labyrinth trial. Adding the 22 sent by Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Leng Liang yesterday, and the 15 from Galen, there were a total of 109, enough to fuse into a power crystal lattice. Zhou Wen impatiently piled 100 power crystals together. The next second, a blindingly intense blood-red light emanated. Each fist-sized power crystal transformed into liquid and merged, eventually forming a blood-red liquid ball with a diameter of 1 meter. Then, the blood-red liquid ball began to shrink rapidly, gradually condensing into a cube approximately 20 centimeters in diameter. This cube was completely black, seemingly composed of small blocks, resembling a Rubik's Cube. Ding! Obtained Power Crystal X1. Ding! Power Crystal, used to increase the strength attribute limit by an additional 200 points. It's not an item that directly breaks through the third stage strength attribute limit? Zhou Wen felt a tinge of disappointment as he read the description in his mind. However, increasing the strength attribute cap by an additional 200 points is a kind of breakthrough in disguise. Zhou Wen sighed. Raising the strength attribute cap wasn't a breakthrough, after all. After all, merging a king-level gene required a medium Leviathan-level panel. Next, Zhou Wen used the strength crystal. As a surge of rich, blood-colored energy surged through his body, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Use strength crystal, increase strength attribute cap by 200. On second thought, this isn't bad. As long as I haven't broken through to stage 4, I can continue using strength crystals to increase my strength attribute. Zhou Wen had over 1,000 strength crystals in hand, so he immediately took out 200 and used them on himself. Ding! Use strength crystal, increase strength by 64. Huh? Why only 64 strength points? Zhou Wen asked, puzzled, as he looked at the remaining 136 strength crystals in his hand, but he soon understood. Is there a usage limit? It seems the power crystal can only be used 100 times. Zhou Wen had already used 36 of them in the Dead Silence Labyrinth, so now he could only use 64 more. That's fine. 64 isn't a small amount. An item that could increase an attribute by 100 points at once was already extremely rare. Zhou Wen then put away the remaining power crystal and took out the parasitic source. Using the parasitic source boosts both base strength and speed by 5%. It might not seem like much, but considering the increased stats, this extra 5% boost in strength is still quite significant. For example, Zhou Wen's strength attribute is 1,000 points. A 5% increase in base strength equates to an additional 50 points. With the Black Flame ability, this equates to an additional 250 points of strength, which is already quite strong for an average survivor. Ding! Should I fuse the parasite source? Fuse, Zhou Wen muttered silently. Then, the parasitic source in his palm, resembling a ball of white yarn, gradually came to life, wiggling its hair-thin tentacles. Then, the tentacles rapidly extended, reaching directly towards Zhou Wen's chest. The tentacles easily pierced through Zhou Wen's clothing, and then stabbed towards his skin, seemingly attempting to penetrate him. But just as Zhou Wen felt a little disgusted by these tentacles, they failed to penetrate his skin, and a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Fusing the parasite source failed. Why did it fail? Is my skin too tough for the parasite source to penetrate? Thinking of this, Joe slashed his chest with his weapon, golden blood flowing out. Before the wound healed, he merged with the parasitic source once again. This time, the parasitic source's tentacles followed the wound and successfully penetrated Joe's body, but after a moment, they retracted. Ding! Parasitic source fusion failed. Why did it fail again? Could it be because of the golden body? Joe suddenly thought. His current body was no ordinary flesh and blood, but a golden body constructed of gold. Parasitic objects like the parasitic source might not be able to parasitize him. What a shame, Joe said, looking at the crab parasite armor beside him. He had originally thought of trying out the crab parasite armor after fusing it with the parasite source. He felt the two tentacles on the crab parasite armor shoulders could be used as arms, like having 2 extra arms, which would be very useful in battle. Finally, Joe took out the 3 fixed gene chimera frames he had obtained from killing 3 twisted creatures. He still had a bottle of Nightfall Leviathan gene potion unused, and these 3 fixed gene chimera frames were just the right size to fuse the Nightfall Leviathan gene. Ding! Failed to use. It doesn't work again? Can you only use 1 fixed gene chimera frame? Joe felt like this trial had been a waste of time. What he had obtained either didn't meet his expectations or was unusable. Alas, it's a good thing I destroyed the hive in the end, otherwise, I wouldn't have gained anything substantial from this trial. Joe took out the immortal core and touched it. This was his greatest reward from this trial. Oh, by the way, I still have 100 strands of immortal energy in my body. I wonder if I can use the energy compression ability to compress it into Emperor-level energy. Joe suddenly had an idea. However, after trying it, Joe discovered that the energy compression ability simply couldn't be used on King-level energy. But that made sense. How could the inherent ability of the Abyssal-level gene compress King-level energy? Afterwards, Joe had a simple dinner. During his meal, he checked the regional communication channel and discovered that not all survivors had completed the goal of sealing the hive with the immortal sponge. At least half of them hadn't even reached the final level. Chapter 808. I wonder if the black rock platform beneath the energy rainbow tree has been sealed, Joe thought to himself, teleporting directly into the colorful bubble space through the system interface. Leaving the colorful bubble and venturing outside, Joe discovered that many energy-type Leviathan creatures were still swimming in the waters near the energy rainbow tree. He then swam to within 100 meters of the black rock platform below. The black rock platform was still releasing special dead bloodworms, clearly indicating that the survivors who had entered it hadn't completed the sealing mission. Joe was still weak, so he didn't stay outside any longer. After confirming that the black rock platform was still functioning normally, he returned to the colorful bubble space. The next step was to replenish the 3-color energy, while simultaneously condensing the brilliant gold energy and golden thunder energy. At this time, on the regional communication channel, the survivors were each sharing their gains. Survivor from Area 1, haha, this trial is the only one in all these trials where I've had a good harvest. I used all the strength crystal fragments I obtained, which directly increased my strength to 300 points, reaching the upper limit. Area 3 Survivor. Yeah, except for the first underwater maze trial, the items obtained in the subsequent trials are relevant to ordinary people like us. This time, I used the power crystal fragment as soon as I got it. Even if I get robbed, the most they can take is the immortal energy. Area 2 Survivor. If you ask me, that immortal sponge is the real treasure. It's a pity that we can't bring it with us, otherwise everyone can use energy attacks. Area 8 Survivor. Oh, let alone the immortal sponge, I'm a little uncomfortable with it now. In the 5th trial, because the immortal sponge provided energy, I could kill those dead blood energy leviathans with ease. But yesterday, when I was out exploring, I encountered a dead blood energy leviathan and almost died. Area 1 Survivor. Well, who says it's not true? The feeling of possessing powerful energy is really something to yearn for. Area 9 Survivor. Has anyone reached the last level of the Dead Silence Labyrinth? I heard the last level is filled with giant leviathans. Is that true? Area 10 Survivor. It's true. My companions and I used up almost all of our purple gold immortal energy before we managed to kill a giant leviathan and obtained a power crystal. But then some jerk from Area 3 stole it. Area 2 Survivor. My friend from Area 10, since you were able to kill giant leviathans, you must have also killed a lot of highly mutated dead blood energy leviathans. Do you have a dead blood core? I trade it with you. Area 4 Survivor. So what's the goal of this trial? Area 5 Survivor. That shadowy creature outside our water ball is still there. Do you have any in other areas? Area 3 Survivor. It should be to increase the energy level of the immortal sponge. Area 1 Survivor. Anyway, I don't know. I was slaying bloodthirsty creatures right up until the end of the trial. I haven't even reached the last level you mentioned. Area 7 Survivor. The goal is to destroy the Deathly Silence Maze, right? Area 5 Survivor. Bullshit. Destroying the Deathly Silence Maze? Have you ever attacked the walls of the Deathly Silence Maze? Purple gold level immortal energy attacks can't even leave a trace on them. How can you destroy them? That's sheer brainlessness. Area 7 Survivor. Who's brainless? The Deathly Silence Maze I was in eventually collapsed. You guys didn't complete the mission, and you're blaming me for being brainless? Area 8 Survivor. Indeed, the Deathly Silence Maze I was in eventually collapsed, but it wasn't us who caused it. It was the immortal sponges that sucked the energy out of the Deathly Silence Maze's walls. I observed that at the time. Area 2 Survivor. That's right. The sight of the platinum gold immortal sponges covering the Deathly Silence Maze's walls still shocks me. Area 9 Survivor. What are you talking about? Gradually, the survivors discovered a problem. The platinum level immortal sponge had indeed grown over the entire Deathly Silence Maze and destroyed it, but few survivors witnessed it. Most survivors were aimlessly killing deadly creatures and waiting for the trial time to end. Later, based on the stories of the survivors who had experienced the collapse of the Deathly Silence Maze, the other survivors roughly deduced that these survivors who had witnessed the collapse were likely undergoing trials in the same Deathly Silence Maze. Area 1 Survivor. Oh my god, is there a Survivor King in your Deathly Silence Maze? Area 5 Survivor. Not the Survivor King, but the mysterious and powerful being who appeared in the last trial. I met him shortly after the trial began. Area 10 Survivor. Holy crap. Is this mysterious and powerful being so strong? Which zone is he from? Afterwards, in the regional communication channel, survivors from various zones began discussing the mysterious and powerful being's origin. Zhou, seeing no useful information in the regional communication channel, logged out and checked the loot emails sent by the system. Of these emails, the most valuable was naturally Liu's Xianhuang Steel Seal. After all, the Xianhuang energy's strength rivaled that of the overlords. Zhou thought about it and decided to give the Xianhuang Steel Seal to Leng Liang. Xianhuang energy can be used for both defense and offense, giving Leng Liang an additional defensive energy source. As for the corresponding genetic potion, he would later have Jiang Haidao trade a Xianhuang bone marrow from the king of Area 8. Then, combined with the gene chimera and alien brain factor, the necessary genetic potion could be crafted. In addition to the Xianhuang Steel Seal, the email also included 2 purple gold steel seals and 1 emerald green steel seal. Both seals possessed energy levels comparable to a medium-sized leviathan and could be used by guild members. The corresponding genes were also crafted using the same materials. The evening passed quickly, and by the morning of the 183rd day, Zhou body had almost recovered, and his tricolor energy had been fully replenished. After returning to Huanlin's stomach wall, Zhou fed Huanlin, and then left to fold up the resting platform, allowing Huanlin to continue his journey towards Area 5. Just now, when Zhou went out to fold up the rest platform, he noticed that the previously tranquil surface of the deep sea was now churning with waves. This wasn't just the area Zhou was in. The waters outside Area 10 and the other areas were also experiencing this. The deep sea seemed to be undergoing some changes. Inside his stomach wall, Zhou was preparing to condense the brilliant gold and golden thunder energies, when he suddenly noticed that several fruit trees in the plant area seemed to be emitting a faint orange-yellow glow. Because of the daylight core illumination within the stomach wall, it wouldn't be noticeable without careful observation. The carbonized flesh powder from the brilliant sun fruit really has an effect on the fruit trees. Zhou exclaimed in surprise. He then went to the plant area and observed the glowing fruit trees up close. Chapter 809. However, although the fruit tree was emitting an orange glow, most of the fruit on it remained unchanged, with only a few still glowing. I wonder if these glowing fruits will have any effect, Zhou thought to himself, reaching out and plucked a glowing peach from the tree. The peach looked much the same as ordinary peaches, except that the fuzz on the surface had turned from white to orange-yellow. Crack! Zhou directly put the glowing peach into his mouth and took a big bite. The flesh was crisp and sweet, and the rich fruity aroma could be tasted as he chewed. Quickly, Zhou had devoured the fist-sized glowing peach, even the pit, which he chewed and swallowed. Just as he was eating the glowing peach, Zhou could feel his energy recovering. While the effect wasn't strong, it was better than nothing. Most importantly, there were still some glowing fruits on the tree. If each one could restore some of his energy, it would be very helpful. While they couldn't be eaten during battle, they could be consumed afterward when his body was weakened. Furthermore, Zhou Wen's previous use of his energy compression ability had consumed a significant amount of energy, and these glowing fruits could be used to quickly restore the energy consumed during that compression. These non-glowing fruits must have grown a long time ago, so they weren't affected by the carbonized sun fruit pulp powder, Zhou Wen speculated. Thinking of this, Zhou Wen picked all the non-glowing fruits from the tree. He then spread some carbonized sun fruit pulp powder and golden fertilizer in the large planting box. He then waited for new fruits to grow to verify his hypothesis. It seems the carbonized powdered flesh of the brilliant sun fruit does contain some energy, but why haven't the sunflower seeds sprouted yet? Zhou Wen said, looking at the large planter box containing the sunflower seeds and scanning it with his mental power. Zhou Wen then distributed some of the various fruits he had picked to his subordinates before devouring the flesh and blood of the sea current Leviathan. This trial had depleted all of his overlord energy, and his Liang energy was running low, requiring a quick replenishment. Who killed Liu? Send a message on the World Communication Channel, asking all survivors in Area 8 to investigate. Anyone who finds relevant information will be rewarded with a black blood core and promoted to knight. Alexander instructed his subordinates in the Water Ball King's Court in Area 8. In reality, Liu's death was of little concern to Alexander. What mattered most was the Xianhuang Steel Seal. After giving Liu the Xianhuang core, he had tested the strength of the Xianhuang energy and found it was only slightly weaker than his severe cold energy. Such a crucial seal must be recovered. 2 days ago, upon learning of Liu's death, Alexander immediately assumed the king of survivors from another zone was responsible. He questioned them one by one, but no one admitted to the crime. He then sent his men to investigate, hoping to uncover some clues and confirm that the king of survivors was responsible. He would then negotiate with the king to return the black and yellow seal, as it would be useless without the corresponding genetic medicine. But 2 days passed, and still no relevant information was found. With no other options, he mobilized all survivors in all 8 zones, offering them a hefty reward to gather information. Shortly after his men left, Alexander received a private message from Jiang Haitao, seeking a trade for a Xianhuang bone marrow. Jiang Haitao, did you kill my knight commander? Alexander demanded bluntly. What are you talking about? Trying to raise the price of Xianhuang bone marrow by slandering me. Jiang Haitao felt baffled. Then why are you trying to trade Xianhuang bone marrow with me? Last time, you extorted 6 materials needed to break through the 2nd stage physical attribute cap from me and the king of Area 2. Isn't that enough? Alexander had already determined that Jiang Haitao was the survivor king who had killed Liu. Why do you care if I want to trade Xianhuang bone marrow? Just tell me whether you're willing to trade or not. Jiang Haitao didn't bother to waste time with Alexander. Okay, as long as you return the Xianhuang steel seal to me, I trade you a Xianhuang bone marrow. Alexander knew that getting the Xianhuang steel seal back from the other party would come at a price. I don't have the Xianhuang steel seal, but I can trade you a Xianhuang bone marrow for a king-level energy. Jiang Haitao looked at the 10 barrels of floating seawater in front of him, and sent a message to Alexander. King-level energy? Haha, I have it myself, I don't need it. Alexander's first thought was the king-level Leviathan gene potion crafted by the alien brain. He already possessed frigid energy, and he wasn't confident in the gene potions given by others. I want to give you real king-level energy, not fake king-level energy, Jiang Haitao said. Haha, you're so kind? Alexander was already somewhat interested, but he didn't show it. The tidal energy of the tidal Leviathan is genuine king-level energy. If you believe me, I trade. If not, forget it. The floating sea seawater is practically inexhaustible. Rather than trading with Alexander for other things, it's better to use the floating sea seawater. It's valuable and plentiful, and it's just a stream of tidal energy, so it won't pose any threat to Area 10. Do you have a way to obtain tidal energy? Alexander asked in astonishment. If this is true, then Jiang Haitao's strength is truly terrifying. Of course, will you trade? Yes, but you have to tell me how to obtain it, or I won't believe you. Alexander said. If you want to trade, just send me the Xianhuang bone marrow. If not, forget it. I don't have time for this nonsense. Jiang Haitao said. Alexander cursed inwardly, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally compromised and sent the Xianhuang bone marrow. Then he saw Jiang Haitao send 10 buckets of seawater. The moment Alexander saw the 10 buckets of seawater in the private message, he was completely furious. The rare Xianhuang bone marrow was only exchanged for 10 buckets of seawater. Fuck. Shit. Don't eat the sour radish. What the hell? Alexander cursed. Don't get excited. Take these 10 buckets of seawater, and pour them out before the tidal Leviathan. you naturally gain a tidal energy. Jiang Haidao said. 10 buckets of seawater, trading tidal energy with a tidal leviathan? Are you taking me for a fool? Alexander was furious. You know if you try it yourself, Jiang Haidao said. Finally, Alexander arrived before the tidal leviathan in Area 8 and extracted a bucket of seawater. The moment he poured it out, he discovered its magical power. Chapter 810. What poured out of the barrel wasn't ordinary seawater, but a small ball of water that was incompatible with the surrounding seawater. As it poured out, it slowly floated upward like a bubble. What kind of water is this? Alexander swam alongside the rising ball of water, scanning it with his mental power, but found no difference between it and the surrounding seawater. While this seawater is indeed somewhat different, can I really exchange it for tidal energy with a tidal leviathan? Alexander felt like Jiang Haidao was deceiving him. Tidal energy is a king-level energy, after all. How could it be obtained with this somewhat special seawater? Whoa! Just as Alexander was questioning the impossibility, a sudden surge of seawater washed over him. Caught off guard, he was swept hundreds of meters away. When Alexander regained his composure, he looked up and was surprised to find that the tidal leviathan, which had been dormant, had opened its eyes, and even begun to move its head. Its huge, multicolored pupils were fixed on the slowly rising ball of water. The next second, the small water ball felt a pull and flew directly into the tidal leviathan's mouth. Seeing this, Alexander froze in disbelief, his eyes widening in disbelief until they practically popped out of their sockets. But then, a wave of excitement washed over him. I want your energy, tidal energy! Alexander shouted as he swam toward the tidal leviathan, his hands making movements that looked comical, but there was no other way. This was a chance to obtain king-level energy, and he didn't want any accidents. Alexander quickly swam to the tidal leviathan and, excitedly, poured out the remaining 9 buckets of seawater from the male, bucket by bucket. He had previously viewed the seawater as trash, but now he saw it as buckets of precious treasure. Therefore, he dared not extract it all from the male at once, fearing the loss of even a single molecule of water. After emptying all 10 buckets, Alexander looked at the tidal leviathan expectantly, repeatedly pointing at himself to ensure it understood his intentions. After swallowing all 10 buckets of floating seawater, the tidal leviathan still felt a little unsatisfied. Its massive head leaned slightly closer to Alexander, its colorful pupils constricting as it scanned Alexander's surroundings. Seeing no more, it slowly retracted its head. Then, a fine wisp of colored energy emanated from the tidal leviathan's surface and slowly flew towards Alexander. Alexander was overjoyed at the sight of this tidal energy, but he remained cautious and didn't rush into it. Tidal energy, after all, was king-level energy, and who knew what Jiang Haidao's purpose was? If the water had angered the tidal leviathan, then this tidal energy could be aimed at him. However, judging by the tidal leviathan's behavior just now, and the slowly approaching tidal energy, this possibility was slim. Still, caution was warranted. Kings couldn't fight directly against each other. Perhaps Jiang Haidao was trying to eliminate him in this way. So, Alexander coated his body with a layer of frigid energy, leaving only his left hand exposed to the tidal energy. Even if the tidal energy was destructive, the most he would lose was his left hand, which would quickly recover with the help of the alien brain's repair potion. As soon as his left hand made contact with the tidal energy, it flowed directly into Alexander's body, completely neutral and unaffected. It felt like his own energy. Ha ha ha. True king-level energy. I actually possess true king-level energy. Alexander laughed excitedly, feeling the tidal energy flowing freely within him. In fact, this 5th trial had made Alexander realize firsthand that the king-level energy he gained through the alien brain gene potion wasn't truly king-level energy at all. After battling the monstrous creatures in the vast space of the final level of the Deathly Silence Labyrinth trial, his frigid energy had done absolutely no harm to them. He had even specifically tested the frigid energy with black gold immortal energy. While it could destroy black gold immortal energy, the effect it displayed wasn't overwhelming. This proved that what he considered his king-level energy was, in fact, merely a stronger form of abyssal energy. Realizing that the survivor before him no longer had the seawater it needed, the tidal leviathan returned to its dormant state. Where did Jiang Haidao get that strange seawater? After his joy faded, a deep worry crossed Alexander's face. If Jiang Haidao dared to give him this strange seawater, allowing him to gain a wisp of tidal energy, it meant that Jiang Haidao must possess even more tidal energy himself. Therefore, there was no need to worry about him posing a threat to Area 10. In that case, Alexander made a decision in his mind. I'm truly sorry. I sincerely apologize to you, the King of Area 10, for my previous misstep. Alexander sent a message to Jiang Haitao. Did you exchange tidal energy from the tidal Leviathan? Jiang Haitao asked. Yes, I wonder how much of that strange seawater the King of Area 10 still has. Could you sell me some? The price is negotiable, Alexander said. No more. Do you think it's just the dead bloodworms in the seawater? They're everywhere? Jiang Haitao wouldn't allow Alexander to obtain more tidal energy. Alexander would use only one strand of tidal energy as a trump card, not a swatter. Therefore, there's no need to worry about him posing a threat to Area 10. But if he had two strands, it could become a manipulation space and must be stopped. That's a shame. If the King of Area 10 can obtain some more strange seawater in the future, I hope he can trade some for me, Alexander said, while sending Jiang Haitao 3 power crystal sources. We talk about it later. Jiang Haitao didn't agree directly. If Alexander used a strand of tidal energy later, he could trade him some more floating sea water. Zhou Wen, upon receiving the Xianwang bone marrow from Jiang Haitao, immediately opened the gene potion blueprint, crafted the Xianwang Leviathan gene potion, and sent it to Leng Liang. Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Leng Liang had almost exhausted their tidal energy during the 5th trial, so they exchanged some for the tidal Leviathan after the trial. Their strength attributes also reached their upper limit by using the strength crystal source, successfully entering the 3rd stage. Combining the 100 points gained from the tidal and the 100 points added from using the strength crystal, their strength attributes now reached the 3rd stage upper limit. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian's strength attributes were both 900 points, and Leng Liang's was 800 points. Chapter 811. Afterward, Zhou Wen had Jiang Haitao send some floating ocean seawater to Garlan, a total of 50 barrels, enough to exchange for 5 tidal energies with the tidal Leviathan. After all, Garlan had voluntarily handed over some power crystal source, and this tidal energy was his reward. Originally, Zhou Wen had intended to send some floating ocean seawater to Shivam in Area 5 and Li Jinjian in Area 3, especially Shivam. Shivam had the King of Area 6 indiscriminately slaughtering the survivors from Area 5. Zhou Wen had intended to have him obtain tidal energy, so he could test the King of Area 6's current strength. However, neither of them had yet reached the 3rd stage of physical fitness, and could not withstand the King-level energy, so he had to give up. Bang! Just as Zhou Wen finished sending the message, the space in his stomach wall vibrated violently, as if the phantom scales were striking something. Zhou Wen immediately went outside and discovered a swarm of dead blood energy Leviathan creatures nearby. The phantom scales were using the ocean current scales on their bodies to ram these dead blood energy Leviathan creatures. It's a bit difficult to kill energy creatures by ramming them, Zhou Wen said, summoning his Wavebreaker mech. He then took out his dark gold broadsword and worked with the mech to clear out the group of dead blood energy Leviathans. The group of dead blood Leviathans wasn't large, only a little over 100. Zhou Wen and the Wavebreaker mech quickly cleared them out. Returning, he saw that Phantom Scale was still ramming the same dead blood energy Leviathan it had just encountered. It would be great if I could get a blueprint for an energy-type ramming technique. With its C-current armor, Phantom Scale could defend itself against attacks from ordinary dead blood creatures, but without offensive means, ordinary dead blood creatures were difficult to kill. Swish! Zhou Wen charged directly into the brain of the dead blood energy Leviathan, destroying it and killing it. At the same time, Wan Lin's praise echoed in his mind. Just as Zhou Wen was about to pack up his Wavebreaker mech and return to the stomach wall, he noticed that the death claw in the Wavebreaker mech's hand was emitting a red glow, resembling dead blood energy. How did the death claw have energy? Zhou Wen wondered. When he first obtained it in the Dead Silence maze, the death claw had no energy on its surface. However, the noise caused by the fusion of the immortal sponge distracted his attention, so he didn't study the death claw much. Could it be that the death claw, like the immortal sponge, also draws energy from corpses? Just now, the Wavebreaker mech had done nothing but destroy the dead blood energy Leviathan. But after Zhou Wen piloted the Wavebreaker mech and stabbed the death claw into a corpse, he saw no energy entering the death claw. If it's not energy gained from corpses, then where does the dead blood energy on the surface come from? Zhou Wen frowned, pondering for a moment before a sudden realization dawned on his face. It can't be. Zhou Wen controlled the Wavebreaker mecha, then transferred the free energy from the engine to the palm of the mecha equipped with the death claw. He could then feel the free energy being absorbed from the palm of the mecha. So the method for releasing energy from the death claw is so simple. Zhou Wen, influenced by the flame blade's need for flame ion energy, had assumed that the Death Claw also required a corresponding energy source to activate. It's just, I'm transferring free energy into the Death Claw, but the Death Claw releases dead blood energy instead, and its energy level has actually decreased. Isn't this a bit useless? Joe said speechlessly. But Joe felt the Death Claw obtained from the Hive supply box couldn't be so useless, so he continued to pump energy into it. The free cube in the Waybreaker mecha's engine was already low, and with this constant supply of energy, it was quickly depleted. However, to Joe's delight, the energy on the Death Claw's surface had also undergone some changes. After absorbing a large amount of free energy, the dead blood energy on the Death Claw's surface became increasingly dense. After inserting a new free cube into the engine, Joe tested the dead blood energy on the Death Claw with free energy and found that the energy intensity had increased, reaching a level comparable to free energy. Sure enough, this Death Claw is not simple. It seems that as long as enough energy is pumped in, the dead blood energy on its surface will increase in intensity. I wonder how high it can reach. Joe didn't have high expectations. As long as it could reach the king level, it would be enough. However, Joe stopped feeding energy into the Death Claw. The newly added free cube to the Waybreaker mech was already the last energy cube, so he had to conserve it until the next free cube was created. Understanding the function of the Death Claw, Joe put away the Waybreaker mech and returned to the space within the Phantom Scale's stomach wall. He then began to consume the flesh and blood of the Sea Flow Leviathan, continuing to condense brilliant gold energy and golden thunder energy. Meanwhile, at the edge of the water sphere in Area 5, there were massive islands one after another, crowded with the Leviathans of ordinary survivors. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed in from outside the water sphere, darting back and forth across one of the islands at a speed too fast to be seen with the naked eye. Puff, puff, puff. The shadow instantly pierced the heads of each Leviathan, leaving a trail of corpses in its wake. In just a minute, hundreds of Leviathans were slain. Boom! Just as the shadow had killed all the Leviathans on one island and was about to move on to the next, a powerful current struck. The tidal Leviathan in Area 5 opened its eyes, raised its head, and stared intently at the shadow. As soon as the tidal Leviathan opened its mouth to gather energy, the shadow immediately rushed out of the water ball and disappeared into the inky black sea outside. The shadow was naturally Qianlin Qianmu, but such a risky move was clearly not his typical character. In fact, Qianlin Qianmu's original plan was to wait for the survivors in Area 5 to leave the water ball on their own, and then kill them one by one. After all, the resources within the water ball were limited, and the survivors in Area 5 couldn't stay inside forever. But just after the fifth trial ended, Qianlin Qianmu received divine instructions to immediately eliminate the metamorphic Leviathan, or else the power bestowed upon him would be withdrawn. The immense power bestowed by the gods was now everything to Qianlin Qianmu. He couldn't afford to lose it, or he would die miserably. Without a choice, he had no choice but to venture into the water sphere, seeking out the metamorphic Leviathan and killing it. Thankfully, the hierarchy among the survivors in Area 5 was very strict. Those at the bottom of the water sphere were confined to the edge of the water sphere, away from the tidal Leviathan. This allowed him to escape before the tidal Leviathan unleashed its energy beam. I wonder if I have the strength to kill the tidal Leviathan now, Qianlin Qianmu thought, standing on the sea's surface tens of thousands of meters away from the Area 5 water sphere, feeling the divine energy steadily increasing within him. Back in Area 6, when his divine energy was still low, he planned to kill the tidal Leviathan, but nearly died from its energy beam. Chapter 812. But now the amount of divine energy within him was far greater than before, and he felt he could contend with the tidal Leviathan. At this moment, Qianlin Qianmu received a private message from a survivor in Area 5, who was being controlled by a different brain. The message stated that the king of Area 5 had begun moving the ordinary survivors living on the edge of the water sphere toward the center. This meant that if he wanted to continue killing the Metamorphosis Leviathan, he would need to penetrate deeper into the Area 5 water sphere and confront the tidal Leviathan directly. Powerful and noble God, please bless your devout servant. Qianlin Qianmu knelt on the sea, shouting to the sky while repeatedly praying. Then, Qianlin Qianmu stood up and rushed directly toward the Area 5 water sphere. Meanwhile, inside the water sphere of the District 5 King's Court, Shivam, through checking the messages sent by the survivors on the District 5 World Communication Channel, had learned that the District 6 King seemed extremely afraid of the tidal Leviathan. He immediately ordered the ordinary survivors at the edge of the water sphere to get as close to the tidal Leviathan as possible. What exactly does this District 6 King mean? Why is he so determined to slaughter the survivors? Shivam truly couldn't understand the District 6 King's motives. He had already sent him private messages numerous times, asking him to state any demands he had, and he would do his best to meet them. Of course, Shivam's words were merely a stall for time, as Galen had previously informed him that Galen's backers were coming to District 5. This was why he hadn't directly agreed to serve under the District 6 king. It's been 3 days since the trial ended, and why hasn't that powerful person arrived yet? Shivam asked, his brow furrowed. Whoosh! Suddenly, the water inside the Area 5 water sphere surged violently. The tidal Leviathan moved again. At the edge of the Area 5 water sphere, Qianlin Qianmu re-entered the sphere and rushed toward the area containing the Phantom Leviathan. But just as he had rushed 10,000 meters, an invisible gravitational force suddenly locked onto him, pinning him to the spot. The next second, a bright beam of multicolored energy suddenly shot out. But just as the beam was about to strike Qianlin Qianmu, he violently released the black energy within his body, dispersing the invisible gravitational force that was holding him captive, and immediately escaped the beam's range. Ha ha ha! I truly have the strength to fight the tidal Leviathan. Qianlin Qianmu laughed heartily. Buzz! Soon, another beam of multicolored energy shot out. This time, Qianlin Qianmu didn't even try to dodge, taking the tidal energy head-on. However, the next second, the disdain on his face turned to panic. Although the colored energy beams couldn't harm him, the black energy in his body was rapidly depleting, so he immediately dodged and rushed out. Buzz! 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 A stream of colored energy beams shot out from the tidal Leviathan's mouth. But Qianlin Qianmu's deliberate avoidance kept them from hitting him. In a flash, the ethereal Leviathans on the periphery were decimated by Qianlin Qianmu. Even the tidal Leviathan couldn't handle the king of Area 6. Can the powerful being that Garen mentioned really handle it? Shivam's expression changed drastically, and he immediately informed Garen of his situation. In fact, the tidal Leviathan could also release its energy into the entire water sphere, forming an extremely destructive energy water tornado. However, if this method was used, Area 5 would likely be destroyed. In the Water Sphere King's Court in Area 1, after receiving Shivam's message, Garen immediately forwarded it to Jiang Haitao, who then forwarded it to Zhou. Since the King of Area 6 can evade the tidal Leviathan's energy attack, it means his black energy hasn't reached the Imperial level, Zhou analyzed after reading the message. Give Garen another 50 barrels of floating seawater, and have him go to Area 5 to test the strength of the King of Area 6. Zhou messaged Jiang Haitao. Soon after, Shivam, through a fellow Area 1 survivor, who then went with Garen, brought Garen to the Water Sphere King's Court in Area 5. Using this method, the survivor king can travel to other areas, but they must ensure they can trust the other party, otherwise they might be trapped and besieged. After all, if you can travel to other areas this way, other survivor kings can also, so generally, the survivor king won't travel to other areas. What are you doing here? Isn't it the powerful person behind you who's coming? Shivam asked, stunned. When Galen had asked him to bring the survivors from Area 1, he thought it was the powerful person coming, but it turned out to be Galen. And what good would Galen do? Take me to the direction of the King of Area 6, Galen ordered without further ado. If you want to die, go ahead, Shivam said, leading Galen to the direction of the King of Area 6. Shivam didn't know where Galen got the confidence to actually fight the King of Area 6, who could rival the tidal Leviathan, but Galen was determined, and there was nothing he could do. At this moment, 3 rays of light emanated from Garen's body. He activated his 3 powerful attributes, increasing his strength by 4-fold, his constitution by 7-fold, and his speed by 3-fold. Then, a wave of colorful energy filled his body. Shivam, standing nearby, widened his eyes upon seeing it. Is this the energy of the tidal Leviathan? Shivam exclaimed in shock. Swish. But Garen didn't answer Shivam. He vanished in a flash, charging towards the King of Area 6. At this moment, Qianlin Qianmu was dodging the tidal Leviathan's attacks, while simultaneously killing the transformed Leviathans when suddenly, a dark yellow axe slashed towards him. Qianlin Qianmu was momentarily stunned, then backhandedly punched the axe, expecting it to shatter with one blow. To his surprise, the axe remained intact, though the colorful energy on its surface had dimmed slightly. The one attacking Qianlin Qianmu was naturally Garlon. He had acquired this Xianhuang great axe in a trade from the King of Area 8, but now, a hint of shock lingered within him. Although he had learned from Shivam that the other party could rival the tidal Leviathan, he couldn't help but be surprised to see him nearly dissipate the tidal energy of the Xianhuang great axe with his bare hands. Who are you? Qianlin Qianmu looked at Garland's body with confusion. The intelligence about Area 5 sent to him by the survivors controlled by the alien brain didn't mention anyone in Area 5 being able to wield king-level energy. Swish. The only response from Qianlin Qianmu was the great axe in Garland's hand. But just as the Xianwang great axe was about to strike Qianlin Qianmu's figure suddenly vanished, then suddenly reappeared beside Garland. Since you won't answer, then die. Qianlin Qianmu's right arm surged with black energy, and his fist, coated in black energy, struck Garland's head fiercely. Chapter 813. Just as Qianlin Qianmu's fist, imbued with black energy, was about to strike Garen's head, a blue light flashed in Garen's eyes, slowing everything in his field of vision. Then, with a thought, a shield appeared in his hand, instantly imbued with tidal energy. Bang! A tremendous roar of energy echoed. The moment the two energies collided, the terrifying energy suddenly spreading outward, causing the sea to surge violently. A temporary cavity formed at the point where the two men clashed. Swoosh! The next second, a figure suddenly flew backwards from the cavity, leaving a long trail in the water. It was Garen, who had hastily responded to the attack. The shield in his hand had already dented, and the tidal energy on its surface had dimmed considerably, almost dissipating. At this moment, Garen's face was filled with shock. He had assumed that possessing king-level energy meant that even if he couldn't defeat the king of District 6, he should be able to hold his own for a few rounds. But now it seemed he had severely underestimated the king's strength. Whoosh! At this moment, a rush of seawater rushed over, and Qianlin Qianmu instantly appeared in front of Garen, fists imbued with black energy, striking Garen's head again. Bang! Another burst of energy erupted, and Garen's figure was sent flying backwards, gliding hundreds of meters through the water. But before Garen could steady himself, the king of District 6 reappeared before him, and struck again. In the space of a second, Garen was struck by the king's punch 7 or 8 times, each one carrying terrifying force. He could only rely on the tidal energy within his body to barely withstand the attacks. However, Garen only had 10 tidal energies left, and to defend against Qianlin Qianmu's attack, he had already used up only the last. The king of Area 6 is so formidable. Prince Jiang must be careful, Garen thought to himself, and prepared to end his teleportation and leave. He only had 1 tidal energy left, and staying any longer would surely lead to his death. Swish! A surge of water rushed over, and Qianlin Qianmu reappeared before Garen, his face thick with disdain, and he punched Garen again. At this moment, Garen also used up the last tidal energy in his body, while simultaneously resisting Qianlin Qianmu's blow and beginning to disengage from his companionship. But just as Garen was about to disengage from his companionship, Qianlin Qianmu's ghostly, swift form suddenly froze, as if immobilized. Followed by this, streams of colorful energy flew into Garen's body, and almost instantly, his tidal energy level returned to 10. What is this? Garen glanced in surprise at the tidal leviathan at the center of Area 5's water sphere. The tidal leviathan in Area 5 had actually transmitted tidal energy directly to him. Boom! Qianlin Qianmu once again unleashed the black energy within his body, dispelling the invisible gravity that held him captive, and then attacked Garen again. Realizing the tidal leviathan's support, Garen didn't bother to leave his companions. He immediately swung his Xianwang great axe, and chopped at Qianlin Qianmu. Humph! You're too slow. You can't possibly hit me. Qianlin Qianmu said with disdain in his eyes, and a tone of disdain. Qianlin Qianmu's form blurred, vanishing from view again, only to appear behind him in an instant. But just as his fist was about to strike Galen's back, the invisible gravitational force once again sealed his body. Swish! Qianlin Qianmu was about to unleash the black energy within him to break the gravitational blockade, but Galen's Xianwang axe had already swung in a semicircle, fiercely striking him. Bang! Another roar of energy erupted, but this time it was Qianlin Qianmu who was sent careening backward. For the rest of the battle, Galen, with the tidal leviathan constantly blocking Qianlin Qianmu's movements, practically dominated him, leaving him no chance to counterattack. Furthermore, every time Galen's tidal energy depleted, the tidal leviathan would replenish it. Now, Galen possessed essentially unlimited tidal energy. However, despite being struck repeatedly by Galen's Xianwang axe, Qianlin Qianmu sustained no damage, thanks to the black energy shielding his body. At this point, the battle between the two was no longer a contest of strength, but rather a contest of energy. Speaking of energy, how could Qianlin Qianmu possibly outmatch Garen, who had the support of the tidal leviathan? After nearly 3 minutes of fighting, Qianlin Qianmu reluctantly rushed out of the Area 5 water sphere and disappeared into the abyss. Garen didn't chase after the water sphere. He had activated his special ability from the beginning, and its amplification time was almost up. Furthermore, He was far away from the water sphere, and he didn't know if the tidal Leviathan would still be able to provide him with assistance. For safety's sake, he decided to give up. After all, he come here solely to test the opponent's strength. Now that his mission was complete, there was no need to risk it again. Afterwards, under Shivam's gaze, eager for tidal energy, Garen ended his journey and returned to his own palace. He immediately reported to Jiang Haitao on the king of Area 6. Even tidal energy can't harm him. Where did this king of Area 6 obtain that black energy? Zhou asked solemnly after reading Garen's message. From Garen's description, the black energy used by this king of Area 6 should also be at the king level. This was good news for Zhou. As long as it wasn't emperor level, he could still kill the opponent. After all, the tidal Leviathan in Area 5 would likely provide him with tidal energy. With tidal energy protecting him, and the flame-splitting blade in his hand, killing the king of Area 6 shouldn't be a problem. Later, Zhou continued to gather energy. Meanwhile, within the water sphere of Area 5, the survivors found a brief moment of peace thanks to Garland's expulsion of Qianlin Qinmu. Many survivors in Area 5 shared this news on the regional communication channel. Area 5 survivor, something terrible has happened. That black shadow has rushed into the water sphere and killed many of us. Even tidal Leviathan attacked, but it still hasn't been eliminated. Survivor kings from other areas, can you help us? Area 1 survivor, why do you people in Area 5 always say such ridiculous things? Tidal Leviathan couldn't even eliminate the black shadow? Who would believe that? Tidal Leviathan is a king-level Leviathan, so could the black shadow also be a king-level Leviathan? Area 2 survivor, what exactly is that black shadow outside your Area 5 water sphere? 5 survivor, I don't know. It was moving too fast. I could only barely see a black shadow. I couldn't make out what it was. Chapter 814. Area 5 survivor, however, just now, a colorful light and shadow flew out from our royal court, and then fought with that black shadow, and finally drove it away. Although I can't see the colorful light and shadow clearly, it must be our great king of Area 5. Area 1 survivor, haha, tidal Leviathan couldn't do anything to the black shadow, and was finally driven away by your king of Area 5, right? You want to praise your king of Area 5. Can you make up a decent story? Area 8 survivor, was your Area 5 tidal Leviathan awakened from its slumber because of that black shadow? Area 5 survivor, yes, tidal Leviathan almost always becomes active every time the black shadow appears. Area 8 survivor, our Area 8 tidal Leviathan moved today. Could it be that a shadow appeared in Area 8 as well? Area 1 survivor, no way. Tidal Leviathan activity shouldn't necessarily be related to the shadow. Our Area 1 tidal Leviathan moved today, but we didn't see the shadow, and the survivors who went out weren't attacked either. Area 8 survivor, your Area 1 tidal Leviathan moved too? What's going on? What about the tidal Leviathans in other areas? Area 10 survivor, our Area 10 tidal Leviathan moved before, but it was a long time ago. We didn't encounter the shadow, and everything was normal. Area 8 survivor, no. It's very unusual. Since the end of the 5th trial, the abyss has been noticeably different. Not only is the water surging violently, but even the thick fog above has swirled. Now the tidal Leviathan is moving more frequently again. This is clearly a sign that something big is about to happen. After seeing this Area 8 survivors analysis, a cloud of gloom fell over all the survivors in the regional communication channel. Even if the survivor from Area 8 hadn't mentioned it, survivors from all other areas had noticed something unusual about the abyssal sea, and everyone felt a sense of impending danger. On the morning of day 184, Zhou, having gathered his energy all night, fed Huanlin seaweed, and Huanlin continued his journey towards Area 5. Meanwhile, 2 events occurred within the water sphere of Area 10. The first was that the Jiangge Guild was holding its second round of the Ordinary Survivor Arena. The first prize was a blood power fruit that broke through the first stage strength attribute cap. The prizes for 2nd to 10th place were determined based on the 1st to 9th place prizes from the first round. Many of the ordinary survivors in Area 10 had already obtained the dead blood core in the 5th trial, and had also used the strength crystal fragment to increase their strength attribute to the maximum. Therefore, the blood power fruit that broke through the first stage strength attribute cap was extremely valuable to them. This time, the Brother Jiang Guild raised the requirements for participating in the 2nd General Survivor Arena competition. Only survivors with strength and constitution reaching the upper limit of 300 points, and speed reaching 250 points, are eligible. The 300-point strength requirement is attainable by almost all survivors in Area 10, but achieving 300 points in Constitution and 250 points in Speed is more challenging. The second major event is that the Survivor Guild has started renting out honeycomb seaweed bulbs. After more than 10 days of growth, the honeycomb seaweed Joe when had sent to Chen from the floating sea area has now successfully grown into a honeycomb bulb with a diameter of 300 meters. These honeycomb bulbs only need a few minor modifications to serve as resting rooms for the Transfiguration Leviathan. However, due to the gravity within the water sphere, the honeycomb bulbs that grow will tend to fall downward. Therefore, when Chen first started planting, he used land base to construct a grid-like structure within the water sphere, then hung the honeycomb seaweed on this grid. Now, honeycomb bulbs have sprouted from both ends of the honeycomb seaweed, and hanging from the grid, they look like gourds hanging from a gourd rack. Multiple honeycomb seaweed trunks will also grow around each honeycomb bulb. As these honeycomb seaweed continue to grow, the number of honeycomb bulbs will continue to increase, from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, from 100 to 1,000, and from 1,000 to 10,000. Of course, as the number of honeycomb bulbs increases, the weight the honeycomb seaweed on top will have to bear increases. Furthermore, the Transfiguration Leviathan also has weight, so a single honeycomb seaweed cannot be allowed to grow endlessly. The number of honeycomb bulbs must be properly arranged, otherwise, a single honeycomb seaweed will simply not be able to bear the weight. Chen arrangement was that one honeycomb seaweed plant would produce 100 honeycomb bulbs, 50 of which would be rented out, and the remaining 50 would be used by survivors to farm floating fish. The rent was very cheap, 200,000 tons of biomeat in 10 days, equivalent to 20,000 tons per day. Furthermore, the farmed floating fish could be used to offset a portion of the rent. The method for offsetting the rent was simple. Submitting 10,000 floating fish every 10 days would offset half of the rent. Over the past few days, Chen has grown approximately 200,000 honeycomb bulbs, which are now officially available for rental to survivors. Soon after the news of the rental of the honeycomb bulb was posted to the Zone 10 World Communication Channel, it immediately caught the attention of the survivors. The survivors had long noticed that the Survivors Guild was growing a new type of seaweed. At first, they thought it was a new food source for the transmogrified Leviathan. Now, seeing the rental notice from the Survivors Guild, they realized it was for living. 20,000 tons of biomeat per day, that's too expensive. 20,000 tons of biomeat isn't that expensive. Most survivors now have the dead blood ability, making it easy to kill ordinary dead blood creatures. 20,000 tons of biomeat, even a 200-meter dead blood energy Leviathan, is enough to rent it for 7 or 8 days. Don't you understand the purpose of living in a honeycomb bulb? What's the purpose? I'd rather live on an island than spend so much biomeat renting this honeycomb bulb. Are you stupid? If the transmogrified Leviathan has a place to rest, wouldn't the island be free to grow seaweed? I've already reached the place where the Survivors Guild rents out the honeycomb bulb. Damn. I'm still signing up for the Ordinary Survivor Arena competition, and I feel like I'm missing out. Soon, all 100,000 honeycomb bulbs were rented out by the survivors. They also received a honeycomb bulb for breeding floating fish. Survivors can choose whether to breed floating fish themselves. Those who do can do so themselves, while those who don't want to or don't have the time can hand it over to someone who does. Registration for the second Ordinary Survivor Arena competition closed around noon, and the competition officially began at around 2 p.m. To prevent the survivors from making further assumptions about his identity, Zhou Wen also participated in the competition, but it was just a quick formality. After all, most of the survivors participating in this competition possess the Death Health ability, and because of Zhou Wen's outstanding performance in the previous round, a group of people targeted him from the very beginning of this round's auditions, and Zhou Wen was easily defeated. We're almost at Area 5, so let's not waste time. After Zhou Wen finished the competition and returned to the stomach wall space, he continued to condense various energies. Chapter 8:15. Day 184. Zhou Wen spent the entire day gathering energy. At night, he built a resting platform for Huanlin and, through a companion's invitation, teleported to Jiang Haitao's island on the water ball in Area 10. After absorbing several rays of Golden Thunder energy from the trunk of the Golden Thunder Cloud Vine, Zhou Wen arrived before the tidal Leviathan. Tomorrow, he would arrive near the water ball in Area 5. The black energy possessed by the king of Area 6 was, after all, king-level energy. To be on the safe side, he wanted to try to exchange some tidal energy from the tidal Leviathan. Previously, because the mini-white Leviathan in his heart had absorbed the tidal energy released by the tidal Leviathan, the tidal Leviathan was unwilling to give him any more energy. However, during the fifth trial, The mini white leviathan absorbed a large amount of immortal energy, but not all of it, leaving only 100 rays remaining. This indicated that the energy the mini white leviathan's tiny body could absorb had reached its limit, so Zhou felt that he wouldn't be able to absorb any more tidal energy if he tried to exchange it for it now. After arriving before the tidal leviathan, Zhou immediately poured out the thousands of barrels of floating seawater from the male. Suddenly, a large number of small water spheres slowly rose from the water. However, after these small water spheres had only risen a few meters, a faint colored energy appeared in the surrounding seawater. The water then began to flow, pulling all the small water spheres towards the tidal leviathan's mouth. However, Zhou waited for a long time, but the tidal leviathan showed no sign of offering him any tidal energy. This time, your energy won't be absorbed by the white leviathan. Can you give me some tidal energy? Zhou asked, gesturing. But the tidal leviathan remained completely unresponsive. Seeing this, Zhou sent a message to Jiang Haitao, the core member of the Brother Jiang Guild, who had been supplying the tidal leviathan with floating sea water, to immediately cease dumping it. Ever since discovering that the tidal leviathan preferred floating sea water, Zhou had Jiang Haitao constantly supply it. Jiang Haitao and his team's use of floating sea water in exchange for tidal energy was merely incidental. This was because floating sea water did have benefits for the tidal leviathan. While Zhou didn't know the exact extent of these benefits, the size of the water sphere in Area 10 had indeed increased significantly over the past few days, indicating that the range covered by the tidal leviathan's energy had expanded. This expanded range also indirectly indicated that the tidal leviathan's power was increasing, which was undoubtedly beneficial for the survivors in Area 10. It was for this reason that Zhou had been asking Jiang Haitao to supply tidal leviathan with floating sea water. However, now that he, the person who discovered the floating sea water, couldn't even exchange a single tidal energy from the tidal leviathan, he had no choice but to halt the supply. The moment the core members of the Jianggu Guild stopped dumping the floating sea water, the tidal leviathan, which had been comfortably absorbing the small water balls with its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes. The tidal leviathan first glanced at the core members of the Jianggu Guild who were dumping the floating sea water. Its huge eyes were filled with confusion, then a hint of disappointment. Tidal leviathan assumed the floating sea water was gone. But just as this thought arose, it sensed the scent of the floating sea water again. Using its mental power, it discovered that it was the survivor who had previously possessed another king-level leviathan. This survivor had just poured out a bucket of floating sea water. Just as the tidal leviathan was about to mobilize the water to guide the small water ball into its mouth, the survivor unexpectedly retracted the ball and pointed a finger at itself. The meaning was obvious. The tidal leviathan immediately understood the survivor's intention. After a flicker of hesitation in its enormous eyes, it released some colored energy and floated towards the survivor. Wouldn't it have been better to transfer the energy to me sooner? Zhou said with a smile, then reached out and absorbed the tidal energy into his body. I wonder how much tidal energy I can absorb. Zhou thought as he absorbed the tidal energy. Of Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Lung Liang, only Jiang Haitao could store 20 tidal energies within his body. Since he was now almost fully equipped for the third stage, he should be able to store even more. Damn you! Zhou was counting the tidal energies entering his body, only to discover that they had all flowed into his heart, and were absorbed by the mini white horse leviathan. I don't believe you can keep absorbing them. Zhou's face darkened, as he continuously poured water from the floating sea into the tidal leviathan, exchanging it for large quantities of tidal energy. This time, after realizing that Zhou was controlling the supply of water from the floating sea, the tidal leviathan no longer cared about the king-level leviathan within Zhou's body, and continued to release tidal energy. After a while, Zhou's expression grew somewhat numb, and he stopped exchanging tidal energy. The mini white leviathan was like a bottomless pit, absorbing all the tidal energy that entered his body. Zhou could have continued exchanging tidal energy, but he was hesitant. After absorbing a large amount of tidal energy, the mini white leviathan actually began channeling its own energy into the white leviathan seed roots. The roots began to regrow, and were already showing signs of spreading throughout his body. Damn it! Infinite king-level energy is right here, and yet, I can't access it, Zhou said bitterly. White leviathan, you've absorbed so much of my energy. In the future, when I'm in danger, can you release some energy for me? Since the tidal leviathan could communicate, Zhou felt he could communicate with the mini white leviathan as well. But the mini white leviathan in his heart showed no reaction. After absorbing all the tidal energy, it retreated into the cocoon woven by its roots, ignoring Zhou completely. Alas! Zhou sighed helplessly. After asking Jiang Haitao to continue supplying the tidal Leviathan with floating seawater, he parted ways with him and left. Throughout the night, Zhou Wen continued to condense brilliant gold energy and golden thunder energy, while simultaneously consuming the flesh and blood of the sea current Leviathan, gathering overlord energy and Li Yang energy within his body. Meanwhile, in the waters near the Area 5 water sphere, Qianlin Qianmu knelt devoutly on the surging sea, repeatedly prostrating himself toward the sky. In his sight, a massive black shadow loomed above, its blood-red eyes, like stars gazing at him. Great God, please forgive your loyal servant. Qianlin Qianmu knelt tremblingly, as he recounted yesterday's encounter with the Area 5 water sphere. Chapter 816. Because of yesterday's encounter with Galen, powered by the tidal Leviathan, Qianlin Qianmu didn't dare approach the Area 5 water ball today. As long as the survivor emitting colored energy was around, he couldn't kill any of the transformed Leviathans, which would cause the divine energy within him to continuously deplete. The huge black shadow in the sky paused for a moment, then quickly dissipated into a thick, pitch-black mist. Thank you for your forgiveness. Thank you for your forgiveness. Qianlin Qianmu cowed out, sweat dripping from his body. He had been truly terrified that the gods would take his energy. But what should I do next? Qianlin Qianmu stood up, his red eyes fixed on the Area 5 water ball, his expression grim. Although the gods had forgiven him once, if he didn't quickly demonstrate his worth, the next time the gods descended, his divine power would surely be taken away. Just as Qianlin Qianmu decided to bravely charge towards the water ball in Area 5, he was suddenly enveloped by a sudden mental force. What is that? Qianlin Qianmu's expression changed drastically, and he immediately moved in the opposite direction of the mental force, but the force remained locked onto him. Boom! A massive water ball suddenly rose high above the already surging sea surface. Then, it exploded, and a massive, twisted creature, utterly pitch black, burst forth from the surface. If Zhou Wen were here, he would have recognized this enormous creature as the same twisted creature that had previously battled the adult golden sea dragon Leviathan. The twisted creature's body was immense, reaching a length of 100,000 meters. Its enormous eyes were fixed intently on the fleeing Qianlin Qianmu. Immediately, the blood-red energy from the twisted creature's body began to converge towards a single eyeball. As more and more energy entered the eyeball, the originally crimson eyeball gradually turned black, and the blood-red energy also continued to shrink, becoming black. The twisted creature's massive body, depleted of energy, began to melt like a heated candle. Bang! After pouring all its energy into a single eyeball, the twisted creature's body, like sludge, suddenly exploded. The black eyeball, condensing all its energy, flew directly towards Qianlin Qianmu, then slammed heavily into the direction of Qianlin Qianmu's escape, sending up a spray of water 10,000 meters high. Is this? Qianlin Qianmu stared at the giant eyeball in horror, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. My great Lord God, is that you? Qianlin Qianmu asked uncertainly. The giant black eyeball did not answer Qianlin Qianmu's question, but the black energy on its surface, resembling bloodshot veins, further contracted towards the pupil. The black energy within the enormous eyeball continued to shrink, its already pitch-black energy growing even darker, as if it could devour everything. Simultaneously, it slowly released an extremely terrifying aura, even more powerful than that released by king-level energy. Swish! When all the black energy on the giant eyeball's surface converged within the pupil, a strand of black energy, as slender as a hair, suddenly shot out from the pupil, instantly striking Qianlin Qianmu. Qianlin Qianmu's expression flickered with shock, but then he discovered that this strand of terrifying black energy had actually merged directly into his body, and he could even manipulate it at will with his thoughts. This wisp of deadly energy is bestowed upon you. Kill all the transformed Leviathans in Area 5 within 3 days, or you will die. Just as Qianlin Qianmu was thrilled by the powerful energy he had gained, the voice of the god echoed in his mind, and he quickly fell to his knees. Thank you, my god, for your gift. With your power, your loyal servant will slay all the transformed Leviathans. Qianlin Qianmu continued to express his gratitude, his heart filled with excitement, for he knew that the dark energy was truly divine power. Ha ha! Area 5 should be wiped out. Qianlin Qianmu laughed wildly, releasing terrifying dark energy from his entire body. At this moment, the sea was raging with a fierce wind, and huge waves, hundreds of meters high, rolled continuously on the surface. The thick fog in the sky surged like a turbulent river. The chaotic scene was like a natural disaster. On the morning of the 185th day, Zhou Wen looked solemnly at the system panel displaying the number of survivors in each zone. Zone 5 had previously held over 6 million people, but now the number had plummeted to over 5 million. Overnight, Zone 5 had lost over 1 million people. How did the king of Zone 6 suddenly become so powerful? Joe frowned. He had received messages from Zone 5 last night, but they were almost all from Shivam's distress message. Shivam's distress message revealed something that shocked Joe. The king of Zone 6 could actually harm Zone 5's tidal Leviathan. If the tidal Leviathan hadn't possessed the ability to manipulate gravity, forming a gravitational barrier around itself to keep the king of Zone 6 out, the tidal Leviathan of Zone 5 would likely be dead by now. Are we still going to Area 5? The king of Area 6 had suddenly surged in strength, possessing the ability to kill a king-level Leviathan. With Zhou current strength, he wasn't sure he could kill him. But this king of Area 6 seems to be targeting all transformed Leviathans. If left alone, his power might grow even stronger, and eventually even Area 10 would be vulnerable. Zhou felt it best to eliminate the king of Area 6 while there was still a chance. But where exactly did this king of Area 6's black energy come from? Could it be some other strange flesh and blood? Zhou couldn't understand the logic behind the king of Area 6's growing power. It was as if he had suddenly gained immense power, which was clearly not normal. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we leave together. Zhou decided to give the king of Area 6 a try. After all, Zhou still had the ultimate trump card, the Rainbow Cube. Even if the king of Area 6 truly possessed Emperor-level energy, after using it, he would still be able to fight. Later, as Zhou absorbed the immortal energy, night fell. Meanwhile, on the regional communication channel, survivors from all other zones were closely monitoring the situation in Zone 5. Previously, the survivors from other zones had paid little attention to the shadow in Zone 5. Firstly, because the shadow posed no threat to them in Zone 5, and secondly, because it had initially killed only a few tens of thousands of people, a level within the survivors' tolerance. But now, Zone 5 had suddenly lost nearly 2 million people. Such a horrific death toll was unbearable for any zone. Furthermore, the king of Zone 5 had already informed everyone on the regional communication channel that the Shadow was the king of Zone 6, and his goal was to kill all the transmogrified Leviathans and tidal Leviathans. Chapter 817. Now, the other districts couldn't ignore this. If District 5 was wiped out, any of the others could be next. Therefore, the survivors in the other districts all hoped that the king of District 6 would be defeated. However, none of the survivor kings from the other districts were willing to go to District 5. While ordinary survivors might be vague about the power displayed by the king of District 6, the survivor kings knew the gap between themselves and the tidal Leviathan. Even the tidal Leviathan of District 5 couldn't take down the king of District 6, so going there would only lead to their own deaths. Ding! Successfully arrived at District 5, positioning complete. The moment the system notification sounded in Zhou mind, he left the stomach wall space and piloted the wave breaker mecha to stand on Phantom Scale's head. According to Shivam's message, the king of District 6 seemed to possess the ability to sense the Phantom Leviathan from a very long distance. With the king's current strength, Phantom Scale couldn't withstand a single blow, so he had to prepare in advance. I've arrived at Area 5. Is the king of Area 6 still inside the Area 5 water sphere? Zhou asked Jiang Haitao to send a message to Garen. He's still inside the water sphere, constantly attacking the gravitational barrier of the tidal Leviathan in Area 5. Garen replied. That way, we should be safe until we reach the Area 5 water sphere, Zhou thought. As soon as the king of Area 6 leaves the Area 5 water sphere, send me a message. Zhou sent the message. Okay. If the king of Area 6 leaves the Area 5 water sphere at this moment, he's likely discovered Phantom Scale. Knowing when he act could allow him to force him to lead beforehand. At this point, the remaining 4 million or so ordinary survivors in Area 5's water sphere were all hiding within the gravitational barrier created by the tidal Leviathan's energy. Beyond that barrier, thousands of trees attacked like mad dogs. With the dark energy Qianlin Qianmu currently possessed, breaking the gravitational barrier was actually quite simple. However, he encountered the same problem Zhou had faced before. The area of destruction was limited, and his own damage couldn't keep up with the enemy's repairs. For this very reason, Qianlin Qianmu became anxious. The gods had given him a 3-day deadline. If he hadn't killed all the Leviathans in Area 5 by then, he would die. Asshole! Asshole! Qianlin Qianmu cursed with a twisted expression, his hands continuously pounding at the gravitational barrier. But as soon as he blasted a hole, a wave of colorful energy would unleash, propelling him 100 meters. By the time he returned, the hole had healed. Huh? Qianlin Qianmu, who had been pounding the gravitational barrier with all his might, suddenly stopped and turned to look behind him. Why are there still Leviathans outside the water ball? Qianlin Qianmu wondered. But Qianlin Qianmu didn't dwell on it. He turned and immediately rushed out of the water ball. He wouldn't let a single Leviathan go. Hiding within the gravitational barrier, Shivam saw the king of Area 6 suddenly leave and immediately realized something. He quickly sent a message to Garen. At this point, Zhou could already see the location of the Area 5 water ball, and had also received Garen's message. Run! Zhou gestured to Wanling to flee, then leaped directly from his head. As he retracted his Wavebreaker mecha, he activated 3 abilities, increasing his strength, physique, and speed 5-fold. Just as Wanling turned to flee, Zhou saw a blurry black shadow burst out from the distant Area 5 water ball. It was almost instantly in front of him. Die! Qianlin Qianmu, upon seeing Zhou, completely ignored him, treating him like just another survivor. He didn't even glance at him, simply throwing a casual punch. Zhou immediately noticed his opponent's casualness and feigned a moment of inaction, frozen in place. Just as the opponent's fist was about to strike his head, he suddenly swung his arm, the flame-splitting blade appearing in his hand, slashing directly towards the opponent's neck. Zhou's attack was so sudden that it startled Qianlin Qianmu. Then, he felt a pain in his neck, and a sense of imminent death washed over him. Swish! Qianlin Qianmu's sprinting figure suddenly retreated 100 meters, his bloodshot eyes widening as he stared in disbelief at the suddenly appearing survivor. So tough? Zhou's face was also filled with surprise. He had clearly felt resistance when the flame-splitting blade struck the opponent's neck. Otherwise, the opponent's head and body would have been separated by now. How could this be possible? I'm actually injured. Qianlin Qianmu clutched his neck, horrified. A thin, fiery red scar was clearly visible, slicing the entire length of his neck in half. Qianlin Qianmu immediately turned his gaze to the weapon in the other man's hand. It exuded a familiar aura, one that filled him with fear. Who are you? Where did you get this weapon? Qianlin Qianmu shouted. Then, a split second later, Zhou's figure faltered, and a fiery red blade flashed before him. But just as the flame-splitting blade was about to strike, Qianlin Qianmu dodged Zhou's attack again. Without the special ability activated, the speed displayed is surprisingly comparable to my 5-fold increase. Zhou felt that the king of Area 6's current state was very similar to his own when he activated his white horse Leviathan form. Asshole! Qianlin Qianmu roared. He had actually been thinking about escaping, but when he realized he only had 2 days left, he knew that choosing to run now would only lead to death. He might as well give it a try. At this point, Qianlin Qianmu's neck wound had healed. He gazed at the long sword in the other man's hand, which exuded the aura of the meteoric Leviathan, and a glimmer of hope suddenly flickered in his eyes. If I can get my hands on that sword, maybe I can completely destroy that damn tidal Leviathan barrier. At this thought, Qianlin Qianmu's fear instantly dissipated. Then, he violently compressed the dark energy in his body, condensing the death silence energy within him again, and then attached this death silence energy to the long sword. Swoosh! Zhou moved swiftly, attacking the king of Area 6 repeatedly. His 3 characteristics amplification time was limited, so he needed to fight quickly. But at this moment, the king of Area 6, who had been dodging, suddenly counterattacked. A long sword, imbued with a dangerous aura, slashed directly towards Zhou's face. Zhou immediately redirected his flame-splitting blade, colliding with the opponent's pitch-black long sword. Boom! Instantly, a deafening roar shook the heavens and earth. 2 terrifying energies, one black and one red, suddenly unleashed themselves in all directions. A semicircular cavity, hundreds of meters in diameter, appeared on the sea's surface, as if it had been bitten by something. The terrifying gusts of air created by the intertwining of these 2 energies formed a devastating energy storm around the 2 men. Chapter 818. At this moment, within the water sphere of Area 5, the tidal Leviathan temporarily removed its gravitational barrier. After all, maintaining a gravitational barrier protecting millions of people is extremely energy-intensive. Since entering the abyssal sea, the tidal Leviathan has been releasing its own energy to maintain the water sphere's operation, so its internal energy is actually quite limited. All along, the survivor's practice of exchanging creature flesh for king-level pressure was actually replenishing the tidal Leviathan's energy. Why did the tidal Leviathan remove the barrier? What if the king of Area 6 attacks again? Please, tidal Leviathan, open the barrier. As soon as the gravitational barrier was removed, fear crossed the already panicked faces of many survivors. There was no other way. The king of Area 6, unleashing black energy, had massacred nearly 2 million people from Area 5 in just one day. He was simply too terrifying a demon. Yes, please, Tidal Leviathan, open the barrier. Otherwise, we all die. More and more survivors from Area 5 pleaded with Tidal Leviathan, but it ignored them and fell back into its dormant state. In the royal court, Shivam was messaging Garen, asking if the powerful individuals behind him had arrived in Area 5. Garen, the king of Area 6, is incredibly powerful, far surpassing the strength he displayed when we battled the day before yesterday. Can the powerful individuals behind you truly defeat him? Shivam demanded. Shivam was also feeling a bit panicked. He noticed that after holding off the king of Area 6 for a while, the colorful light on the Tidal Leviathan surface had dimmed considerably. If the powerful individuals behind Garen couldn't kill the king of Area 6, he would consider escaping. Don't worry, that person is incredibly powerful. Weren't you curious earlier about how I obtained tidal energy? That person gave it to me. Galen didn't know if King Jiang could defeat the king of Area 6, but to prevent Shivam from harboring any ill intentions, he kept his true thoughts to himself. Instead, he reassured Shivam by describing King Jiang's strength. I wonder how I can obtain tidal energy. Shivam's panic eased after seeing how much Garland trusted the powerful figure behind him. He then inquired about how to obtain tidal energy. You're not yet qualified to obtain tidal energy. Just focus on your own affairs, Garland said calmly. Okay, I understand. Shivam's expression remained unchanged. Garland's answer was exactly what he expected. Afterwards, Shivam left the royal court and saw many survivors still praying for the Tidal Leviathan to open its barrier for them. He immediately dispatched his Golden Legion to drive them away. Then, in the Area 5 World Communication Channel, the survivors were instructed to collect the bodies of the deceased survivors and transmogrified Leviathans within the water sphere and bring them to the Tidal Leviathan to feed it and help it recover its energy. After seeing this message, many survivors in Area 5 immediately took action, realizing that if the Tidal Leviathan ran low on energy, it might no longer be able to protect them the next time the king of Area 6 returned. Boom! Just as the survivors in Area 5 were frantically searching for bodies, a dull roar suddenly erupted from outside the water sphere. Immediately afterwards, a surge of seawater slammed fiercely into the energy membrane on the surface of the water sphere, denting it. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura spread throughout the entire Area 5 water sphere, sending a chill through all the survivors. The Tidal Leviathan, sensing this aura, opened its eyes again, a hint of doubt flickering in its enormous pupils, but quickly closed them again and resumed its slumber. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, not far from the Area 5 water sphere, a series of deafening explosions echoed. Immediately afterwards, semicircular cavities spanning hundreds of meters suddenly appeared on the sea surface. Between these spaces, two phantoms moved at breakneck speed. Bang! The tricolored figure and the black figure collided again. Two weapons, one red and one black, imbued with terrifying energy, clashed heavily, unleashing a sudden, devastating energy wave. Ha ha ha! Judging by the energy radiating from you, you must have activated your special ability, right? I wonder how long you can hold out. Qianlin Qianmu laughed maniacally as they battled Zhou Wen. When he realized the opponent was using some powerful special ability to counter him, he knew he had won the battle. His own strength was endowed by divine energy, and as long as divine energy remained within him, he could remain at peak strength. The special ability was time-limited, and its duration was generally short. He only needed to hold his own until the special time expired, and he could easily kill him. Zhou Wen said nothing. The moment his flame-splitting blade collided with the opponent's pitch-black long sword, the Liang blade emerged from his other hand, and he slashed directly across the abdomen of the king of District 6. The attack was too sudden, and it happened the moment Qianlin Qianmu swung his sword. Even if he had reacted, he wouldn't have had time to dodge. Swish! The blade, imbued with Xianyang energy, sliced through the black energy covering Qianlin Qianmu's body, leaving a shallow wound on his skin. Qianlin Qianmu felt a flicker of pain and immediately distanced himself from Zhou Wen, wanting to check on his injuries. But Zhou Wen didn't give him time to check on his injuries. He continued charging forward, attacking him again and again, inflicting shallow wounds on him with his Liang blade. This forced Qianlin Qianmu to watch out for attacks from not only the flame-splitting blade, but also the Liang blade. After fighting like this for 10 minutes, Zhou Wen suddenly channeled a stream of Liang energy into the Liang blade. Then, at the moment of attack, he swung the Liang blade, unleashing an energy blade imbued with Xianyang energy. For the past 10 minutes, Qianlin Qianmu had been carefully dodging the Liang blade's attacks. Seeing the sudden oncoming pitch-black energy blade, he he instinctively tried to retreat and dodge. But just as Qianlin Qianmu was about to move, Zhou Wen suddenly appeared beside him, slashing down with a flame-splitting blade. Qianlin Qianmu's expression changed drastically, and he quickly swung his pitch-black sword to block the attack, only to be struck head-on by the Liyang energy blade. However, the Liyang energy blade, powered by Xianyang energy, didn't cause much damage to Qianlin Qianmu, merely knocking him off balance. But that was enough. Zhou Wen immediately seized the opportunity and slashed at Qianlin Qianmu with hundreds of blows. After blocking dozens of blows, Qianlin Qianmu, still unsteady, was finally exposed, and Zhou Wen severed him in half. Chapter 819. Qianlin Qianmu felt a sharp pain in his waist, and his expression was instantly replaced by terror. But before he could react, the flame-splitting blade was already slashing towards his neck again. In an instant, a sense of imminent death washed over him, and Qianlin Qianmu's face was filled with fear. But just as the flame-splitting blade was about to strike his neck, Qianlin Qianmu suddenly released the black energy within his body, moving his body a distance away, successfully avoiding the fatal blow. Previously, facing the tidal Leviathan's gravitational blockade, he had used the release of his black energy to break through the blockade. Between life and death, this was the only way he could think of to avoid decapitation. Qianlin Qianmu's severed waist was rapidly healing. He glanced at Zhou Wen with some fear, but the fear on his face quickly disappeared. Haha, so you can't withstand the divine energy I'm unleashing. Zhou Wen was now in a state of extreme distress. The armor on his right side had completely vanished, leaving his skin as if ripped away. The arm holding the flame-splitting blade had lost most of its flesh, and golden blood flowed across half his body. The black energy Qianlin Qianmu had just unleashed, while not as powerful as pitch-black energy, was still comparable to king-level energy. The brilliant golden patterns Zhou Wen had condensed on his body couldn't withstand it at all. If he hadn't immediately unleashed a burst of immortal energy, he might have lost half his body by now. Haha, I thought you were so powerful. Go to hell. Realizing that Zhou Wen's body couldn't withstand the energy, Qianlin Qianmu unleashed a massive burst of energy, covering an area of more than 10 meters around him, then charged forward. Qianlin Qianmu wore a sinister grin, knowing that if the opponent was enveloped by the energy he released, he would be annihilated by the divine energy in no time. Whoosh! Black energy instantly enveloped Zhou Wen, and Qianlin Qianmu arrived in front of Zhou Wen, slashing down with his pitch-black sword. Swish! The pitch-black sword instantly slashed through Zhou Wen's body, leaving a dark scar. The next second, Zhou Wen's body was split in two. Ha ha ha, you piece of shit. Your weapon is mine. Qianlin Qianmu was overjoyed at such an easy kill. He was about to grab the opponent's weapon, but suddenly realized that the body he had severed in two was just a shadow. Suddenly, a white gold light illuminated beside Qianlin Qianmu. He was about to look, but his neck stiffened, and he could still feel a faint tingling sensation. He also realized that his body seemed to have lost consciousness, making it impossible for him to control it. Qianlin Qianmu's horrified gaze slowly shifted downward, only to see dense, fiery red lines appearing on his body. Then, his vision began to plummet. As he fell, he watched his body shatter into countless pieces, like a collapsing building made of blocks. The figure, gleaming with platinum light, swung its weapon again. Qianlin Qianmu saw only a fiery red blade approaching him, and then his vision was plunged into eternal darkness. Ding! Kill a survivor who holds the Survivor King title, and gain the Survivor King title. Ding! If a survivor already holds the Survivor King title, they can give their newly acquired Survivor King title to another survivor, or merge it with their own. After merging, each attribute cap increases by 50 points. I thought I could kill him with just the flame-splitting blade. Activating 3 characteristics was all I needed. I didn't expect it would require Liyang energy to increase its speed. Zhou Wen, his entire body radiating black and gold Liyang energy, said calmly, as he watched the corpse of the king of Area 6 slowly sink into the depths of the sea. The moment Qianlin Qianmu released black energy and rushed towards him, Zhou Wen activated his Liyang characteristics, increasing his speed 6-fold. He then coated his body with a layer of immortal energy to resist the black energy, and then chopped the opponent into pieces at top speed. Sure enough, survivors are still easy to kill, Zhou Wen sighed. If it were a Leviathan creature, enveloped by the dark energy, he might not have been able to kill it. Then, Zhou Wen glanced at the system notification in his mind, and sent the newly acquired King of Survival title to Lung Liang. The fusion title only increases the upper limit of 3 attributes by an additional 50 points. Such a useless effect. It would be better to give Area 10 another King of Survivors, Zhou Wen said with a smile. The crisis in Area 5 had been resolved. Zhou Wen then prepared to recall Huanlin and enter the water sphere in Area 5, asking Shabam to lead him to the sea area where the energy creatures producing condensate were located. Just as Zhou Wen was about to teleport back to the stomach wall dimension, a sense of crisis suddenly arose within him. The next second, everything around him became silent. The turbulent sea surface suddenly calmed, and the thick fog in space ceased to flow. Zhou Wen frowned deeply. Although he didn't know what was happening, such an unusual scene was definitely not normal. So, he began to teleport without hesitation. However, to Zhou Wen's surprise, the teleportation failed. He then tried to ask Jiang Haitao to send a travel invitation, but still couldn't teleport out. What's going on? Someone blocked the space. Zhou Wen speculated. This inability to teleport seemed to indicate someone had used a block ticket. Who sealed off the space? The king of Area 6? Zhou Wen immediately shook his head in denial, as the system had already indicated he had received the other party's King of Survival title, meaning he must be dead. Could it be Shivam? Or Garen? Just as Zhou Wen was about to have Jiang Haitao message Garen, something underwater seemed to enter his mental detection range. Splash. A sudden, unsettling sound of water echoed behind Zhou Wen. It wasn't loud, but it was remarkably resonant in this eerie, silent space. For a moment, Zhou Wen's pupils constricted, as his mental power detected nothing behind him. Boom! Zhou Wen instantly activated his Black Flame ability, Tungsten Gold ability, and Liang ability, boosting his attributes to the limit. He then spun abruptly, swinging his flame-splitting blade at the same time, slashing back at breakneck speed. But when Zhou Wen looked behind him, he was stunned. The being standing behind him, invisible to his mental power, was the very king of District 6 whom he had previously chopped into pieces. However, the current king of District 6 was completely different. His body was completely black, with scarlet lines running across his skin. His blood-red eyes betrayed no emotion, only endless indifference and contempt. This isn't the king of District 6 at all. This was Zhou Wen's first thought as he saw the man's heart, and the flame-splitting blade in his hand was about to strike him. Chapter 820. Suddenly, the pitch-black king of Area 6 moved, his punches striking at an incredible speed. Even with his vision slowed down, Zhou Wen could only watch helplessly as his fist, shrouded in dark energy, struck his head. Zhou Wen knew he was no match for this creature, but with his space sealed off, he couldn't escape. So, he unleashed all his energy, forming layers of energy shields across his body. Bang! A burst of air echoed, and Zhou Wen's upper body suddenly vanished, transforming into a ball of scattered white light. Swoosh! Zhou Wen's remaining lower body used its foot to retrieve the fallen flame blade and reload it into its equipment slot. He then immediately distanced himself several thousand meters from the shadowy figure. As Zhou Wen moved, his destroyed upper body, condensed by the gathering of white light, reformed. At this moment, Zhou Wen's face was still shrouded in horror. For a moment, he truly thought he was going to die. Fortunately, the mini-white Leviathan in his heart released energy, allowing him to enter his full white Leviathan form. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Just as Zhou Wen's body had barely recovered, the king of Dark Area 6 suddenly vanished. In a flash, he had crossed thousands of meters, and appeared before Zhou Wen, then struck again. Now in white Leviathan form, Zhou Wen moved with incredible speed. The king of Dark Area 6's punch, which had previously been too fast for him to react, could now be easily dodged. The instant the punch struck, he swung his flame-splitting blade and slashed forward. Boom! The moment the punch and the blade collided, the sea beneath their feet suddenly vanished. A terrifying wave of energy swept across the ocean for 10,000 meters, creating massive waves that covered the sky and sun for tens of thousands of meters. The flame-splitting blade failed to cleave the opponent's fist. Furthermore, Zhou Wen found himself at a disadvantage. The force from the hilt nearly broke his arm, and the blade even emitted an unusual humming sound. No, I can't win, Zhou Wen concluded, turning and running. This time, the miniature white Leviathan within his body didn't withdraw its energy. In an instant, Zhou Wen had covered tens of thousands of meters. While the king of Dark Area 6 possessed immense power, he was still slower than him. As long as he could break free of the spatial blockade, he could teleport away immediately. But suddenly, Zhou Wen's swiftly moving white figure came to a sudden halt. A short distance ahead, a pitch-black energy wall appeared. This wall, deep within the thick fog, was impossible to determine its height. Zhou Wen frowned, quickly rushed forward, and slashed with the flame-splitting blade. To his surprise, the flame-splitting blade couldn't even leave a mark on the pitch-black energy wall. Looking at the pitch-black energy wall before him, Zhou Wen felt a bad premonition. He then moved quickly along it, hoping to find an exit. After a while, Zhou Wen explored the entire wall and discovered that it was actually a massive sphere with a diameter of 100,000 meters, with no exit at all. At this moment, there was movement behind him. The King of Dark Area 6 rushed towards him like a gust of black wind, then suddenly leaped up and punched Zhou Wen, who was flying in the air. Zhou Wen immediately dodged. The King of Dark Area 6's attack missed, and he quickly rushed towards the dark energy wall in front of him. Just as he was about to collide with the wall, he flipped his body, stomped his legs heavily on the dark energy wall, and then, with his legs, rushed towards Zhou Wen again. Zhou Wen dodged again, but this time, he rushed in front of the King of Dark Area 6, who was falling from the sky. He then swiftly swung his flame-splitting blade, slashing at his body, but still unable to cause any damage. Guess I have to fight. Seeing no escape, Zhou Wen decided not to flee and directly extracted a flame-ion energy crystal from the email. Boom! The next second, a massive sphere of flames appeared in the air, enveloping Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen quickly absorbed the flame-ion energy from the fireball. Once this energy entered his body, he immediately infused it into the flame-splitting blade. The blade itself began to blaze, quickly forming a 100-meter-long flame tornado. The 100-meter flame tornado spun rapidly, and as it spun, the flame-ion energy continuously compressed, eventually condensing into a crimson blade 2 fingers wide and 100 meters long. The crimson blade radiated scorching energy, distorting even the air. Swish! The second after the crimson blade condensed, Zhou Wen's figure instantly vanished from the air and reappeared behind the King of Pitch Black 6. He swiftly slashed with the crimson blade, imbued with true imperial energy. Whoosh! The crimson blade slashed through the air, creating a massive fan of flames before swiftly slashing across the neck of the King of Pitch Black 6. Crack! The crimson blade instantly penetrated the neck, sinking 1/3 of the way in. Zhou Wen tried to continue swinging the crimson blade, completely severing the king's neck, but the king's hand grasped the tip of the blade, preventing it from moving even slightly. At this moment, a pair of ferocious claws appeared on the King of Dark District 6's palms. Zhou Wen pulled out his crimson blade with all his might, but the blade, possessing imperial-level energy, failed to sever his palms. What puzzled Zhou Wen even more was that he had just slashed the crimson blade into the opponent's neck, yet no flames ignited the wound. Could it be that it's been suppressed? After fighting for so long, Zhou Wen couldn't help but understand that this resurrected King of District 6 had clearly gained true imperial-level energy. Where on earth did all this imperial-level energy come from? Is it so easy to acquire? Zhou Wen couldn't fathom it. Swish, swish, swish. Zhou Wen, leveraging his speed advantage, swiftly moved around the King of Dark District 6, constantly swinging the flame-splitting knife. The crimson blade carved lines through the air. A multitude of knife marks instantly appeared on the body of the King of Dark Area 6, but none of them cut very deep, as he would grab the blade with his claws as it penetrated his flesh. Therefore, slicing his body into pieces was nearly impossible. But Zhou Wen's current state was already at his peak strength, and even this couldn't kill the King of Dark Area 6. He had no better solution but to continuously attack with the crimson blade. Gradually, the 100-meter-long crimson blade was constantly consumed in the attack, and soon only 10 meters of its length remained. It wouldn't be long before the flame-ion energy in the blaze-splitting blade would be exhausted. The crimson energy blade should be able to cut through the dark energy wall, Zhou Wen said uncertainly. Seeing no chance of success, he decided to use his remaining energy to attack the nearby dark energy wall. If he could destroy it, he could successfully escape. Chapter 821. Zhou Wen instantly rushed to the pitch-black energy wall, swung the flame-splitting knife, and the crimson blade slashed out. Swish! The previously impenetrable pitch-black energy wall was now slashed by the crimson blade, leaving a long crimson scar. But the cutting process wasn't easy. It was like slicing a plastic bucket with a knife. It could only create a tiny crack, impossible to penetrate. Zhou Wen was about to make 2 more slashes, carving a triangular hole in the pitch-black energy wall, when a sudden gust of wind swept from behind him. Zhou Wen didn't need to look back to know that the King of Dark Area 6 was pursuing him. He immediately pulled the flame-splitting knife out of the pitch-black energy wall, transformed into a streak of white light, and flew towards the dome of the wall. Although the King of Dark Area 6 possessed terrifying power, he couldn't fly. Zhou Wen only needed to fly to the top of the pitch-black energy wall, and cut a hole with a flame-splitting knife to escape the blockade. But just as Zhou Wen was rapidly flying upward, the dark energy wall suddenly vibrated. Then, streams of dark energy emanated from it, and soon the entire space was filled with dark energy. When Zhou, in his energy state, White Horse Leviathan form, came into contact with this dark energy, his white light body vanished like annihilating foam, dissipating at a visible speed. Thankfully, the energy provided by the White Horse Leviathan within his body was abundant. As Zhou white light body dissipated, it was rapidly repaired by the White Horse Leviathan's energy, barely enough to counteract the damage caused by the dark energy. We have to escape quickly. The White Horse Leviathan's energy couldn't be infinite. At this rate of consumption, he didn't know how long he could hold out. Finally, Zhou reached the top of the pitch-black energy wall, though it now appeared somewhat ethereal, having released a vast amount of dark energy. This was good news for Zhou, so he flew to the dome at top speed, and instantly swung his flame-splitting blade 3 times. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, 3 crimson triangular scars appeared on the ethereal pitch-black energy wall. After several more slashes, completely consuming the dark energy within the crimson triangular scars, a breach appeared in the wall. The moment the breach appeared, Zhou, without hesitation, transformed into a streak of white light and rushed towards it. This King of Area 6 will definitely be an extremely formidable opponent in the future. I must find a way to quickly improve my strength. Zhou's expression was solemn, his mind frantically clicking on Jiang Haitao's invitation to his companions. If he could break out of the blockade, he would teleport away. Buzz! But just as Zhou was about to break through the blockade, a terrifying mental force suddenly enveloped him and invaded his brain. Instantly, Zhou felt a sharp pain in his head. Then, in his mind, a huge black figure appeared, with a pair of blood-red eyes, gazing coldly at him from above the sky. You can't escape. A cold voice exploded in Zhou's mind, echoing continuously like the sound of a bell. This mental force had little effect on Zhou, and he regained consciousness almost instantly, but his face was filled with horror. The immunity to mental attacks granted by the King of Survival title has lost its effect? However, Zhou no longer had time to ponder this question. In the brief moment he was affected by this mental force, a black figure covered in blood-red stripes suddenly appeared beside him. Bang! The black figure threw a punch, its terrifying force seemingly distorting even space. Hit by this punch, Zhou's body exploded into tiny specks of white light. These specks of light then quickly distanced themselves from the black shadow and flew away. He can fly? The white specks of light once again condensed into Zhou's image as they flew. His brow furrowed deeply, as he felt the King of Dark Area 6 seemed to have grown stronger. Zhou watched the rapidly flowing dark energy within the space. This dark energy flowed in the direction of the King of Dark Area 6. Clearly, the King of Dark Area 6 was absorbing this dark energy. Buzz! Zhou had just approached the other side of the dark energy wall, and was about to swing his sword to create a breach, when the mental force struck again. Zhou's expression was momentarily dazed, but he quickly recovered. However, just as he did so, he sensed a terrifying presence behind him. The King of Dark District 6 had already charged forward again, continuing to cut holes in the dark energy wall, only to be blasted into a speck of light. Reverting from a speck of light to a human form was extremely energy-consuming for the White Horse Leviathan. A few more hits, and it might be completely depleted. Immediately, Zhou spun abruptly, grasping the hilt of the flame-splitting blade with both hands. He swung with all his might, leaving only the 5-meter-long crimson blade, which instantly sliced through the King of Dark District 6's punching arm. Crack! With a sound like stone being cut, the King of Dark Area 6's arm was directly severed by the crimson blade. But before Zhou could rejoice, the King of Dark Area 6 swiftly swung his other arm, and 5 pitch-black energy blades burst forth from his claws, slicing Zhou's white body into 6 sections. Swish! Zhou's body, cut into 6 pieces, transformed into points of light before regrouping in the distance. The King of Dark Area 6 caught the arm Zhou had just severed, casually reattaching it to the broken arm. Then, it healed as before, the crimson energy on the wound unable to hinder its healing. Watching this, Zhou felt a surge of despair. He couldn't escape, and he couldn't kill. This was a complete dead end. The moment the King of Dark Area 6 appeared, the miniature white leviathan in his heart suddenly transformed into points of light, dispersing throughout his body and continuously releasing energy. But now, he could clearly feel the miniature white leviathan's energy release slowing down. Furthermore, all the remaining energy in his body had been absorbed by the White Horse Leviathan. When the White Horse Leviathan's energy was exhausted, he would be dead, because under normal circumstances, he couldn't withstand a single blow from the other party. We still have one rainbow cube. But given the current situation, Even using the rainbow cube wouldn't significantly change his situation. At most, it would only delay him for another hour. If the King of Area 6 also has a limited amount of Imperial energy, perhaps there's still a chance. But Zhou Wen had no idea what was happening with the current King of Area 6. He had suddenly been resurrected and possessed Imperial energy. With no information at all, he couldn't make a correct judgment. Sigh. Let's delay as long as possible, Zhou Wen said, and with a thought, a golden hunting ticket appeared in his hand. A meteoric Leviathan hunting ticket. Chapter 822. Zhou Wen immediately used the meteoric Leviathan hunting ticket, and the golden paper ticket immediately dissipated into golden light. Swish, swish, swish. The King of Dark Area 6 waved his palm, and jet black energy blades were released from his claws. Zhou Wen's figure flickered continuously, dodging the incoming energy blades, while simultaneously fending off the King of Dark Area 6's attacks. Boom, boom, boom. After Zhou Wen's body was shattered several times by the King of Dark Area 6, the energy released by the mini-white Leviathan within his body dwindled. It seemed that the mini-white Leviathan's energy would soon be exhausted. During this time, Zhou Wen also slashed the King of Dark Area 6 several times, but it was completely useless. Even a blow to the head would quickly repair itself, showing no weakness at all. No time to use the rainbow cube. Zhou Wen couldn't wait until the mini-white Leviathan's energy was depleted before using the rainbow cube. The moment he emerged from white Leviathan form, he would be instantly reduced to a bloody mist by the King of Dark Area 6. Roar! Zhou Wen had just retrieved the rainbow cube from the system interface, when a terrifying roar suddenly erupted from the dense fog above. Buzz! Immediately afterwards, a 30-meter thick fiery red energy beam descended upon the pitch-black energy wall overhead. After a few seconds of stalemate, the beam pierced through the wall. The meteoric Leviathan is here. For the first time, Zhou Wen felt joy at the sight of the meteoric Leviathan. Seeing the gaping hole pierced by the fiery red energy beam, his figure instantly vanished and rushed towards it. But just after moving over 1,000 meters, the terrifying spirit enveloped Zhou Wen again. The King of Dark Area 6 appeared directly behind him and punched him, turning him into a point of light. The King of Dark Area 6's bloodshot eyes looked up at the meteoric Leviathan, which was constantly attacking the black energy wall, greed in their eyes. Then, with a wave of his arm, the black energy wall blocking the meteoric Leviathan disappeared. After the meteoric Leviathan flew into the sealed space, the black energy wall quickly repaired the gap. At this time, Zhou Wen's body had recovered, and he also looked at the meteoric Leviathan. This meteoric Leviathan had undergone a significant change in appearance from the meteoric Leviathan Zhou Wen had seen before. Its spiky scales and defensive carapace had turned fiery red, and fiery red energy flowed throughout its body. As it flew, space distorted around it, and its body length reached 3,000 meters. As the meteoric Leviathan entered the sealed space, the temperature within it rose significantly, and the sea surface began to show signs of boiling. The meteoric Leviathan turned its gaze directly at Zhou Wen. The next second, Zhou Wen suddenly felt the space around him distort, and he found himself unable to move. Zhou Wen's expression changed drastically. He felt as if he were sealed in a solid glass box. Aside from his eyes, he couldn't move an inch. However, what made Zhou Wen even more desperate was that the meteoric Leviathan began to gather fiery red energy beams in his mouth. It seems I'm doomed today. Zhou Wen summoned the meteoric Leviathan, originally hoping to use its power to stall for time with the King of Dark Area 6. Who could have imagined that the meteoric Leviathan had already mastered gravity to this degree? However, just as the meteoric Leviathan was about to unleash the fiery red energy beam from its mouth, its gaze turned to the King of Pitch Black 6, and its fiery red pupil shrank slightly. Buzz! The flame energy beam instantly emanated, but it didn't shoot towards the imprisoned Zhou Wen, but instead towards the King of Pitch Black 6. The King of Pitch Black 6 seemed to have anticipated this, and began to move the moment the flame energy beam struck. However, before he could move far, the space around him distorted, locking him in place. Boom! But just as the blockade was completed, a large amount of pitch black energy was released from the King of Pitch Black 6's body, directly dispersing the invisible energy that distorted space. Then, the King of Pitch Black 6 suddenly flashed and appeared at the head of the meteoric Leviathan, striking out with a fist emitting a destructive aura. Bang! A violent explosion resounded, and half of the meteoric Leviathan's head, protected by the fiery red energy, was blasted into a bloody mist. Buzz! The star meteor Leviathan's pupils suddenly constricted, and instantly, fiery red energy erupted from its body. A shockwave of flaming energy spread out, attempting to push the King of Dark Area 6 away. But the King of Dark Area 6 simply withstood the incoming flaming energy, and swung another punch at the remaining half of the Star Meteor Leviathan's head. Hand over the core. The King of Dark Area 6 grinned greedily. If he could shatter the Star Meteor Leviathan's head, it would die instantly, and its core would be unable to be destroyed by self-destruction. But just as the King of Dark Area 6 was about to strike, the space around the Star Meteor Leviathan violently distorted, stretching its fiery red body. Immediately, a small, swirling, twisted space appeared around the King of Dark Area 6's impending fist. Then, the swirling space suddenly spun, and the King's arm vanished. Whoosh! The Star Meteor Leviathan's 3,000-meter-long body twisted rapidly, enveloping the King before he could react. Then, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from its body. Boom! A ball of white light emanating destructive energy instantly expanded. The blinding white light illuminated the entire dark, sealed space. The Star Meteor Leviathan exploded. The invisible energy that had been imprisoning Zhou Wen had also vanished. Seeing this, Zhou Wen was overjoyed and immediately rushed in the opposite direction of the Star Meteor Leviathan's explosion. Great! We've perished together. Zhou Wen prepared to escape the sealed space and returned to the stomach wall, waiting to return here again to see if he could find anything valuable. However, just as Zhou Wen was within 100 meters of the pitch-black energy wall, the rapidly expanding ball of white light suddenly contracted inward, forming a small black hole. Suddenly, a powerful suction force emerged. Zhou Wen was suddenly pulled back by this suction force. Even if he flew with all his might, he could not escape the pull of gravity. Instantly, everything within the sealed space was sucked into the small black hole. The thick fog in the sky, the water in the ocean, even the energy within the pitch-black energy wall. The pitch-black energy wall became increasingly ethereal at a visible speed, and it seemed that it would soon collapse. While resisting the gravitational pull of the small black hole, Zhou Wen attempted to teleport. As long as the pitch-black energy wall completely dissipated, he should be able to teleport away. Chapter 823. However, Zhou Wen had one question. The King of Dark Zone 6 had clearly been completely affected by the energy from the falling star Leviathan self-detonation, so why hadn't the dark energy wall dissipated? Could it be that guy isn't dead yet? Thinking of this, Zhou Wen fixed his gaze on the dark energy wall, which was about to be drained of energy. As soon as the blockade ended, he would teleport away. After a while, the energy sustaining the small black hole gradually dissipated, and its gravity rapidly weakened. Zhou Wen immediately broke free of its restraints, and rushed towards the now disappearing dark energy wall without looking back. Buzz! But before Zhou Wen could get far, the mental force that had been affecting him enveloped him once again. At this moment, the small black hole completely vanished, and a figure with only half its body gradually emerged. The dark energy drained by the small black hole was rapidly entering the figure's body, and the half of its body destroyed by the small black hole was recovering at a visible speed. You destroyed my energy columns and platforms, and you must die today. The huge black figure reappeared in Zhou Wen's mind, its once cold voice now tinged with anger. This time, the release of this mental power continued, pitting Zhou Wen directly to the surface of the sea, momentarily unable to move. Who the hell are you? Zhou Wen shouted, half kneeling on the surface, frantically unleashing his mental power to forcibly resist the pressure. Boom! Suddenly, the sea surface not far in front of Zhou Wen exploded, and the figure of the King of Dark Area 6 slowly emerged from the mist. I am the Emperor of Death, the King of Dark Area 6 said, his figure flashing in front of Zhou Wen, his newly recovered arm instantly striking out. Zhou Wen's white Leviathan energy was almost depleted. After this blow, he likely didn't have the energy to recover. However, his mind was suppressed, and he couldn't mentally retrieve the rainbow cube from the system interface. But just as the King of Dark Area 6's fist was about to strike, his head suddenly exploded, and the mental force suppressing Zhou Wen vanished. Zhou Wen immediately distanced himself from the King of Dark Area 6, simultaneously taking out the rainbow cube and using it immediately. The next second, the rainbow cube entered Zhou Wen's body, followed by a surge of energy. The once somewhat dim white light body suddenly radiated a dazzling light. The rainbow cube provided Zhou Wen with all the energy he needed, with white Leviathan energy and flame ion energy providing the most, and these were the two types of energy he was currently using. Whoosh! Scorching flame ion energy poured into the blade of blade-splitting blade. Tumbling flames instantly erupted from the blade, quickly condensing into a crimson energy blade. However, as the rainbow cube released its energy, Zhou Wen noticed that the white horse Leviathan was still frantically absorbing energy, essentially absorbing all but the flame ion energy. Seeing this, Zhou quickly activated the brilliant gold token he had previously obtained. Ding! Brilliant gold token activated successfully. The instant the prompt sounded in his mind, the brilliant gold token flew into Zhou's body and began absorbing the brilliant gold energy released from the rainbow cube. At this moment, the King of Dark Area 6, whose head had suddenly shattered, had fully recovered, but a hint of displeasure lingered in his eyes, as if he disdained this body. Then, Zhou felt another surge of mental power, but this time it didn't last long. Like before, it disappeared after a brief moment. Zhou's consciousness was briefly confused by this mental force, but when he recovered, the King of Dark District 6 had already arrived before him. Swish! Zhou immediately swung the flame-splitting blade in his hand. The crimson blade directly cut through the King of Dark District 6's body, but the King of Dark District 6's fist also struck him, shattering him into a point of light. Luckily, Zhou had sheathed the flame-splitting blade beforehand, and quickly condensed his body while gaining distance. With ample energy, his body condensed at a rapid pace. His physical strength seems to have weakened, Zhou thought to himself. The resistance his palm had felt when he had just severed the King of Dark District 6's body was noticeably less intense than before. It seems the Starfall Leviathan's self-destruction has had some impact on him. And it seems he can't release his mental pressure continuously. Is it affected by the body of the King of District 6? For so long, the King of District 6 had only released his mental power briefly, except for just now, when he needed to recover and suppress him on the sea surface. Can we win? Zhou felt that relying on the energy provided by the Rainbow Cube, he might be able to wear down the King of District 6. For the next few moments, Zhou began to constantly seek opportunities to attack the King of District 6, his body repeatedly being torn apart and then reunited. The King of District 6's physical strength weakened as the crimson blade slashed at him. Aside from the claws on his palms, his body was barely able to resist the crimson blade. But for some unknown reason, a large amount of dark energy continued to flow through the sealed space, continuously supplying the King of Dark Area 6 with energy. Zhou noticed that beneath the sea surface, a large number of dead bloodworms, including a significant number of specialized dead bloodworms, were transforming into strands of dead blood energy. This massive amount of dead blood energy condensed into black energy, converging towards the King of Dark Area 6. In the sky, a large number of mist lice were releasing dead blood energy. So he's also continuously replenishing his energy. Zhou realized this, and felt that continuing the stalemate might not be enough. Ding! Rainbow Cube has been used up. What? The sudden notification in his mind froze Zhou's face. He had only been using the Rainbow Cube for 10 minutes, even though the instructions stated it could be used for an hour. While Zhou was momentarily stunned, the King of Dark Area 6 attacked again. But just as the King of Pitch Black 6 was about to strike Zhou, a flash of white light burst forth from his heart. Then, the white light intensified, and a gigantic figure, 10,000 meters long, appeared in the sky. This white figure was none other than the White Leviathan. Suddenly, the 10,000-meter-long White Leviathan's body rapidly contracted, transforming back into a miniature White Leviathan, but the energy on its surface became even more dazzling. Buzz! A strange, invisible energy was released, and the next second, everything around them came to a standstill. The King of Pitch Black 6, swinging his fist, Zhou dodging backward, the bloodworm swimming in the water, the mist lice flying in the sky, everything came to a standstill. Then, the miniature White Leviathan's body transformed into countless slender white needles of light. Then, these needles suddenly vanished, reappearing around the King of Pitch Black 6. Buzz! The strange energy that stopped time suddenly contracted towards the King of Pitch Black 6, forming a 3-meter diameter static space around him. Chapter 824. A large number of white light needles intersected around the King of Pitch Black 6, forming a sphere of lines. A strange, shrinking energy enveloped these light needles like a thin membrane. Instantly, everything that had been frozen returned to normal, and Zhou successfully distanced himself from the King of Pitch Black 6. Looking at the King of Pitch Black 6, stilled by the white light needles, a look of surprise crossed Zhou's face. At this moment, the King of Pitch Black 6 was almost completely still, with only his eyes barely able to move, a hint of surprise in his blood-red pupils. However, the static space created by White Horse Leviathan's body did not seem to last long, as the slender light needles crisscrossing around the King of Pitch Black 6 gradually dissipated, as if on a countdown. Seeing this, Zhou immediately sensed the remaining White Horse Leviathan energy within his body. When the White Horse Leviathan burst out of his heart, it had taken away nearly all of his energy, leaving him with little more energy. Kill? Or escape? This was Zhou Wen's current thought. The king of Pitch Black District 6 seemed possessed by an emperor-level Leviathan, and he truly had no confidence in his ability to kill him. But with such a rare opportunity, if he simply fled, he felt he would be constantly pursued by the Deathly Silence Emperor. After all, his words had made it clear that the Deathly Silence Emperor was specifically out to kill him. Kill! Zhou Wen made his decision instantly, his figure flashing. The next second, over a dozen white figures appeared around the immobilized king of Pitch Black District 6. Then, a dozen figures swung their flame-splitting knives at breakneck speed. Crimson blade lights flashed around the king of Dark Area 6, and instantly, fine crimson lines appeared across his body. Swish, swish, swish. In 3 seconds, countless crimson blade lights intertwined, densely covering the king of Dark Area 6 like a web of gauze. His dark form practically turned crimson beneath the scars of crimson blades. Swish. 3 seconds later, Zhou Wen's figure instantly transformed into a shimmering white light, charging towards the nearly dissipated wall of black energy. But before he had gotten far, Zhou Wen's white horse Leviathan energy was exhausted, and he fell heavily onto the sea. After bouncing and tumbling on the surface for a while, he finally came to a complete stop. At this moment, he had lost all his energy, and was in a state of extreme weakness. Without any energy support from his surface, Zhou Wen quickly sank underwater. The next second, he summoned his wave breaker mech, and continued charging toward the dark energy wall. Buzz! Suddenly, a pulsating sound of energy echoed from behind him. Zhou Wen didn't look back, but instead, at the wave breaker mech's maximum speed, rushed toward the edge of the sealed space. No matter what happened behind him, he had to leave the sealed space first to be safe. That energy pulsation was the sound of the white horse Leviathan stasis energy dissipating. Although Zhou Wen had been attacking the king of Pitch Black Area 6, the white light needles scattered around him were inevitably slashed by the flame-splitting blade. As a result, the stasis energy was greatly consumed by the energy carried by the crimson blade, and most of the white light needles maintaining the stasis space were also severed, significantly reducing its duration. However, after the static energy dissipated, the king of Dark Area 6 remained frozen in place. Vast swathes of crimson and black energy emanated from his body, seemingly in conflict with each other. Gradually, the crimson energy gained the upper hand, and the crimson scars on the king of Dark Area 6's body glowed brighter and brighter. Whoosh! Suddenly, a small flame erupted from the scars, and as if setting off a chain reaction, wisps of smaller flames erupted from the scars all over the king of Dark Area 6. Bang! Instantly, the king of Dark Area 6's entire body erupted in flames. Then his body suddenly expanded and exploded. In the instant of the explosion, the king of Dark Area 6's body disintegrated into fragments as thin as sand. As these fragments spread, the raging flames released from his body enveloped them, completely incinerating them. Around this ball of flame, tiny specks of white light shone. These quickly gathered and condensed into a miniature white Leviathan. However, the miniature white Leviathan was in poor condition, its surface glowed dim, clearly having consumed too much energy. Then, the miniature white Leviathan flashed, vanishing from its original position before instantly appearing in front of the fleeing Wavebreaker mech. Before Zhou Wen could react, it transformed into a thin streak of white light, piercing through the Wavebreaker mech and piercing Zhou Wen's heart. Why are you back again? Zhou Wen thought he had finally escaped the miniature white Leviathan's oppression. Has the body of the king of Dark Area 6 been completely destroyed? Zhou Wen knew his attack wouldn't kill the Deathly Silence Emperor, but if it could completely destroy the king of Dark Area 6's body, the Deathly Silence Emperor would have no vehicle to release his energy. But just as Zhou Wen was about to glance back, a terrifying mental force suddenly impacted his mind, instantly causing him to lose control of the Wavebreaker mecha. Die! An extremely angry voice exploded in Zhou Wen's mind. The terrifying mental force suddenly intensified, and a pain that ripped through his soul blurred his consciousness. At this moment, above the sealed space, a huge, blurry shadow composed of pitch-black energy continuously released its mental force towards Zhou Wen. However, as time passed, the dark energy rapidly depleted, and the blurry shadow shrank in size. During this process, Zhou Wen felt a splitting headache, but he also frantically released his mental force, doing his best to resist the pressure. Just as Zhou Wen's mental force was about to be exhausted, the terrifying mental pressure suddenly disappeared, and the illusory black shadow in the sky completely dissipated. You can't escape. Before the terrifying mental pressure dissipated, Zhou Wen echoed these words in his mind. They were uttered by the Deathly Silence Emperor's mental force. Huff, huff. Zhou Wen gasped for air, his forehead beaded with sweat. His eyes seemed hollow, his consciousness completely blank. After a while, Zhou barely recovered, but his mental state was extremely weak, and he was in a daze. It seems I've managed to survive. A faint smile crossed Zhou's exhausted face. Although the dead emperor was a major problem, at least he was still alive. Has the blockade not been lifted yet? Zhou tried to teleport, but found it still impossible. He prepared to continue driving the mech towards the now almost transparent black energy film. Chapter 825. But then, for some unknown reason, the Wavebreaker mecha became uncontrollable. What's going on? Does controlling the Wavebreaker mecha require mental energy? But Zhou had always controlled the Wavebreaker mecha with his mind, never using mental energy at all. At this moment, Zhou suddenly felt the mecha's intelligent brain tentacles attached to his head suddenly increase their strength. Immediately, he felt a stabbing pain like needles piercing his brain. Ah! Zhou couldn't help but scream out in pain, as if the pain was tearing at his soul. Suddenly, Zhou's eyes turned blue, and his expression began to show signs of struggle, as if something was fighting for control of his body. But eventually, Zhou's eyes returned to gold, and within the mecha's intelligent brain tentacles attached to his head, blue light emanated from Zhou's brain and quickly entered the mecha's intelligent brain. Slowly, the golden mecha's intelligent brain was engulfed by the blue light, gradually transforming into a bluish-gold hue. Bang! The instant the blue light finished transmitting, the armor on the Wavebreaker's chest opened, ejecting Zhou from the cockpit. As Zhou's body plummeted toward the sea, the Wavebreaker emanated free energy, which was then channeled into the death claws. The energy intensity on the claw's surfaces steadily increased, quickly intensifying into a dark red energy. Swish! Then, the Wavebreaker swung its arms violently, fiercely grasping Zhou's body with the death claws, imbued with dark red energy. At this point, Zhou was clad only in a suit of dark gold armor, which proved incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the dark gold energy. However, his body was now devoid of any remaining energy, and his immortal energy had completely vanished due to the side effects of using the rainbow cube. Weak and dejected, Zhou could only watch helplessly as the death claws drew ever closer. Swish! The sharp claws of the death claws sliced through the dark gold armor, instantly shattering it with black and red energy. The cold claws gripped his body tightly. However, just as the death claws touched Zhou's body, a bright golden streak spread across his body. Squeak! A series of piercing sounds echoed, and Zhou was sent flying by the death claws, but his body remained unharmed. Has the brilliant golden body been completed? Zhou wondered. The Wavebreaker mech froze for a moment. Although the Wavebreaker mech lacked eyes, its movement suggested that Zhou had been able to block the death claw's attack with his body, clearly exceeding its expectations. Then, seemingly enraged, the Wavebreaker mech rushed towards Zhou, snatched him up from the surface, and continuously attacked him with the death claws. After a while of attacking, Zhou's dark gold armor was tattered, but his body remained unscathed. The brilliant golden patterns on his body blocked all attacks. Bang! Seeing it couldn't kill Zhou, the Wavebreaker mech slammed him into the sea, sending a massive splash. Just as the Wavebreaker mech was about to continue pounding Zhou, it suddenly sensed something and flung him away. Bang! Suddenly, a massive ball of water rose from the sea. A 10,000-meter-long, black and red energy-filled leviathan creature burst forth from the water, opened its fang-filled maw, and bit Zhou. The dense fangs, like shoe brushes, chewed away at Zhou's body, their hard teeth creating sparks as they ground against him. The Wavebreaker mech, upon seeing this, had initially planned to wait and see if the giant leviathan could kill Zhou, but then, its mental power detected another giant leviathan. These giant leviathans were no match for the Wavebreaker mech. Realizing it couldn't remain in the blockade for long, the Wavebreaker mech immediately charged towards the pitch-black energy barrier. Soon, the Wavebreaker mech successfully reached the edge of the pitch-black energy barrier. It first attempted to destroy it with its death claws, but found it no longer had any blocking effect and could easily escape. Then, the Wavebreaker mech exited the pitch-black energy barrier and vanished into the darkness of the deep sea. Zhou, on his side, was being torn apart by 3 giant leviathans, but the black-red energy was powerless to break the brilliant golden patterns on his skin. However, Zhou's current physical condition meant he couldn't escape the maw of the 3 giant leviathans. He could only keep trying to teleport. He could actually send a message to Garen, asking Shivam to come pick him up, but he didn't trust Shivam. Success? Zhou's expression suddenly lit up with joy. Then, his figure transformed into a streak of blue light, vanishing from the interlocking fangs of the giant leviathans and reappearing within the rainbow bubble. Then, after another teleportation, Zhou Wen finally returned to the space within Huanling's stomach wall. Finally, I've escaped. Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell just happened? Why did the Wavebreaker mech lose control? And it seems something in my brain has entered the mech's intelligent computer? Zhou Wen asked, somewhat puzzled. Forget it, I'm done thinking about it. Let's rest first. Zhou Wen was in a state of both physical and mental weakness, completely exhausted. All he wanted was sleep. Before retiring, Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao to come with him and have him build a resting platform for Huanling. Only then did he fall asleep peacefully. When Zhou Wen woke up, it was already the night of the 186th day. His mental strength had recovered somewhat, but his body was still extremely weak. To help him recover quickly, Zhou Wen asked Shen Xian to come with him and feed Huanling. After feeding Huanling, he had her take out the glowing fruits from the locker and feed them all to him. Thanks to the restorative effects of these glowing fruits, Zhou Wen was able to move around on the morning of the 187th day. And today, the glowing fruit trees in the plant area had ripened a large number of fruits, all of which were glowing fruits. Zhou Wen picked all the ripe glowing fruits and, while crushing seaweed to feed Huanling, ate the glowing fruits to restore his strength. After a while, Zhou Wen finished feeding the phantom scales, and his weakened state eased considerably. He then began to consume the flesh and blood of the sea current leviathan, gathering Overlord and Liang energy within his body. After the previous battle, Zhou Wen's energy had been completely depleted and needed to be regathered. The miniature white leviathan within his heart also seemed weakened, curled up in a cocoon of white roots and dormant. While gathering energy, Zhou Wen opened the regional communication channel and checked the messages sent by the survivors 2 days ago. Survivor from Area 5. He's dead. The king of Area 6 is dead. Great. Ha ha ha. Chapter 826. Area 1 Survivor. How did the king of Area 6 die? Was he killed by your Area 5 title Leviathan? Area 5 Survivor. I don't know. The king of Area 6 suddenly rushed out of the water ball and died not long after. Area 5 Survivor. However, not long after the king of Area 6 left the water ball, the sea outside the water ball suddenly surged violently, with huge waves of thousands of meters hitting the water ball. Could it be that the king of Area 6 encountered some powerful creature? Area 5 Survivor. Haha, no matter what, the king of Area 6 is dead, and we are finally safe. Area 2 Survivor. That's strange. Didn't you say that even the title Leviathan was no match for the king of Area 6? How could he die so suddenly, and in such an unclear manner? Area 8 Survivor. Yeah, that's completely unreasonable. If he couldn't even defeat the king-level Leviathan, what could be more powerful? Area 10 Survivor. And there's also the Emperor-level Leviathan. Area 3 Survivor. Could it be the meteoric Leviathan? Area 5 Survivor. It seems so. I vaguely heard a roar earlier, and it seemed to be the meteoric Leviathan. Area 1 Survivor. Meteoric Leviathan? Your Area 5 is really in trouble. Can you handle this meteoric Leviathan? Area 5 Survivor. This meteoric Leviathan shouldn't attack the water ball, right? Area 1 Survivor. Haha, what do you think? Area 5 Survivor. It's over. Is our Area 5 really going to be wiped out? Why? Why not your area? Why? Zhou Wen then read through the rest of the messages. The survivors in Area 5 had remained inside the water ball for the past 2 days, fearing the meteoric Leviathan outside. Shivam was still waiting for his reply. Shivam knew of Zhou Wen's existence. The moment he saw the king of Area 6 dead, he subconsciously swallowed, thankful he hadn't directly joined him. The king of Area 6, who could rival the title Leviathan, was swiftly defeated by the powerful individuals behind Garland's back. He couldn't even begin to imagine the extent of their power. After reviewing the past 2 days' worth of information on the regional communication channel, Zhou Wen sent a private message to Jiang Haitao, asking Garland to inform Shivam not to allow the survivors from Area 5 to leave for the time being and to meet him outside the water globe tomorrow at noon. For the rest of the day, Zhou Wen continued to gather energy. During this time, he noticed that his absorption and gathering speed had increased again, seemingly due to his body's advancement from golden body to brilliant gold body. With this brilliant gold body, I feel like I won't need armor anymore, Zhou Wen thought to himself, observing his arm, which was constantly displaying brilliant golden patterns. At night, Zhou Wen teleported into the colorful bubble of the energy rainbow tree and began absorbing the 3-color energy. In the blink of an eye, it was already the morning of the 188th day. After a night of absorption, Zhou Wen's body's 3-colored energy was full, with 50 strands of brilliant gold energy and 20 strands of golden thunder energy condensed. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou fed Huanlin seaweed. Then, through the invitation of his companions, he returned to the water ball in Area 10. He then approached the tidal Leviathan and exchanged seawater from the floating sea for tidal energy. Just as before, the tidal energy was absorbed by the mini white Leviathan in his heart as soon as it entered his body. After witnessing the white Leviathan's time-stopping energy, Zhou knew it was a very powerful ability. The Deathly Silence Emperor might cause trouble for him again in the future. He wanted to let the mini white Leviathan store more energy, so that he would have the strength to resist the Deathly Silence Emperor if he encountered him again. Afterwards, Zhou used the floating ocean seawater to exchange for a large amount of tidal energy from the tidal Leviathan, continuing until the tidal Leviathan refused to release any more energy. At this moment, the tidal Leviathan stared at Zhou with its enormous, multicolored eyes, deeply dissatisfied with his unrestrained pursuit of energy. Alright, no more exchanges. I'm leaving. Zhou, watching the tidal Leviathan intently staring at him, realized he had gone too far. After pouring out the remaining floating ocean seawater from the email, he immediately dismissed his companions and returned to Huanlin's stomach wall. Upon his return, Zhou went out to fold up the resting platform, and then sent Huanlin to the area where they had fought the Deathly Emperor to see if they could find anything. Zhou had suffered a heavy loss in the battle with the Deathly Emperor. Not only had he played all his cards, but even his Wavebreaker mech had mysteriously lost control and disappeared. Therefore, he had to search for it. If he could find something valuable, it would be a form of compensation. Soon after, Huanlin arrived at the site of the previous battle and encountered 3 giant Leviathan creatures radiating black and red energy. Zhou coated his dark gold broadsword with a layer of Overlord energy and charged directly. After slaying the 3 giant Leviathan creatures that had previously used him as a teething stick, Huanlin began to explore the sea area. As noon approached, Huanlin still hadn't found anything, so Zhou gave up and sent Huanlin to the Area 5 water sphere. After arriving at the Area 5 water sphere, Huanlin swam around it and found Shivam, who had been waiting there. Hello. Hello, sir. Shivam greeted Zhou with extreme respect, almost kneeling down to kowtow. Yes. Zhou nodded gently. Sir, can the survivors in Area 5 go out and explore now? Shivam asked cautiously. The survivors in Area 5 had been stuck in the water ball for so many days, and many of the transmogrified Leviathans had already starved to death. If they didn't go out to find food, many more would likely starve to death. Take me to the sea area where ghost creatures are found. After we return, you can let the survivors in Area 5 go out and explore, Zhou said calmly. Oh, okay. Shivam nodded quickly. By the way, there seems to be a meteoric Leviathan outside our water ball. I wonder if it's left, Shivam said, as if he had just remembered the meteoric Leviathan. In fact, Shivam did this on purpose, just to confirm whether this powerful person had killed the meteoric Leviathan. If he had killed the meteoric Leviathan, his strength would definitely be extremely powerful. While the king of Area 6 was terrifying, in the eyes of all the survivors, he was no match for the falling star Leviathan. Previously, on the survival planet, the falling star Leviathan was synonymous with the god of death. Any survivor who encountered it was doomed. It was a completely invincible being. I've killed it, Zhou said casually. Gulp. Shivam swallowed subconsciously, shock in his eyes. Although he had suspected this, he was still horrified by the confirmation. Afterwards, Shivam personally led the way, and after several hours of travel, he successfully led Zhou to the sea area where the ghost creatures were infested. Chapter 827. After entering the sea area infested with ghostly energy creatures, Zhou had Shivam wait outside while he, using Huanlin's bioradar, ventured deeper into the waters. Not long after, Huanlin successfully located a fine, slowly moving bubble within the area. Zhou, hearing Huanlin's thoughts, immediately ventured outside. As he focused his gaze on the fine bubble, a dark figure resembling Zhou gradually emerged. Zhou didn't wait for the shadow to fully form. With a single thought, he summoned the Liang blade and swung it directly at the shadow. Swish! A black light streaked through the shadow's body, instantly splitting it in two before quickly reuniting. Swish, swish, swish. Then, Zhou swung his blade hundreds of times, slicing the shadow's body into pieces. Last time, when Zhou used the flame-splitting blade to kill these ghostly energy creatures, he also swung his blade many times. He wanted to confirm whether the flame-splitting blade was truly the only one capable of killing these ghostly energy creatures. After all, using the flame-splitting blade requires its special ability to be activated. If the Liang blade could also kill ghostly energy creatures, Zhou Wen could save some time recovering his energy. But after trying it for a while, he found that the Liang blade truly couldn't kill the ghostly energy creatures. No matter how small the fragments were, they would recondense. Alright, Zhou Wen sighed, and immediately activated the explosive ability, tripling his strength. A blue light flashed in his palm, and the flame-splitting blade appeared in his hand. To obtain as much condensation fluid as possible while the explosive ability lasted, Zhou Wen killed the ghostly energy creatures while having Huanlin search for the next one. At this moment, the ghost energy creature rushed towards Zhou Wen, leaving a long trail of icy marks behind it as it moved. It then slashed at Zhou Wen with its long ice blade, a replica of the Liang blade. Swish, swish, swish. As the ghost energy creature approached Zhou Wen swung his flame-splitting blade, striking hundreds of times in just over 10 seconds, instantly shattering the ghost energy creature into pieces. This time, because the fragments were coated with flame energy, the ghost energy creature couldn't quickly coalesce. Eventually, the fragments solidified into ice crystals. Bang, bang, bang. Then, the ice crystals exploded, and streams of transparent liquid coalesced into fist-sized balls. Zhou Wen reached out to touch them. Ding! Obtain condensation fluid X1. Finally, I got condensation fluid again. With condensation fluid, he could create another rainbow cube. With the 24 rainbow bubbles he had, he could create 2 rainbow cubes in total. I just wonder when the newly planted rainbow energy tree will start producing rainbow bubbles, Zhou Wen thought to himself. 2 rainbow cubes aren't actually that much. Now that he's back in the energy-producing sea of condensate, there's no doubt he have no shortage of condensate in the future. As long as the rainbow energy tree can produce a large amount of rainbow bubbles, he can easily produce 20 or 30 rainbow cubes in a row. As soon as he finished slaying this ghostly energy creature, Huanlin had already located the next one and swam towards it at top speed, carrying Zhou Wen. Swish! With a swish of his sword, the flame-splitting blade slashed the ghostly energy creatures one by one. By the time the explosive property amplification timer expired, Zhou Wen had collected 20 condensate. Then, under Zhou Wen's command, Huanlin swam toward the area with the highest concentration of ghost energy creatures in the sea. These ghost energy creatures existed in a very strange manner, seemingly not actually living organisms, but rather some strange energy aggregate. The last time he discovered the area where ghost energy creatures were present, Zhou Wen hadn't had time to properly explore the area due to being pursued by the strange flesh and blood, and his internal energy couldn't sustain him from diving deep into the sea for a long time. But now that his body had advanced to the brilliant gold body, even without using the brilliant gold energy, it could withstand the pressure of tens of thousands of meters of water. So this time, he wanted to see how these strange ghost energy creatures appeared. Soon after, Huanlin arrived at an area with a very high concentration of ghost energy creatures. To avoid provoking a large number of ghost energy creatures, Zhou Wen and Huanlin both closed their eyes. Although these ghost energy creatures were not difficult to deal with, there was no need to waste energy at the moment. Then, Huanlin, relying on the biological radar, began to dive deeper into the sea, heading for the area with the highest concentration of ghost energy creatures. Sometime later, as Huanlin dived to a depth of approximately 100,000 meters, Zhou Wen heard Huanlin's voice in his mind. Did you really find something? But the water pressure here is a bit too much. The water pressure at a depth of 100,000 meters was extremely terrifying, squeezing Zhou Wen's brilliant golden body, causing a layer of brilliant golden lines to automatically form on his skin. Although the brilliant golden body's hardness reached the level of abyssal hardness, encountering such intense water pressure would still consume the brilliant golden energy within it. However, it did not require the activation of the brilliant golden ability, and the brilliant golden energy consumed was relatively small. Before the brilliant golden body formed, a burst of brilliant golden energy could only maintain its golden patterns for a second. Now, under normal circumstances, the brilliant golden body doesn't consume brilliant golden energy. It only consumes it when it encounters something that could damage it. Furthermore, with the brilliant golden ability activated, the brilliant golden energy within the body can be freely mobilized. It's no longer limited to condensing brilliant golden patterns on the body, but can also be condensed into weapons for attack. Then, Huanlin submerged another 30,000 meters. Clinging to the ocean current scales on Huanlin's head, Zhou Wen suddenly felt the surrounding water fluctuate between hot and cold, a sensation that became increasingly pronounced as he descended. Using his mental power, Zhou Wen discovered that the previously pitch-black water around him seemed to be glowing, but this glow was a mixture of red and white. There aren't any dead bloodworms here? Zhou Wen asked with some surprise. Then, Wanlin submerged another 10,000 meters. The light in the water grew brighter, but the environment within became increasingly harsh, with both extreme cold and scorching heat coexisting almost simultaneously. The intensity of these two energies was nearly reaching the level of a medium-sized leviathan, making Wanlin unable to dive further. Zhou had no choice but to stop Wanlin and dive alone. However, without the Wavebreaker mech, Zhou's mental power could only cover a 300-meter radius, limiting his detection range. Furthermore, the surroundings were filled with ghostly energy creatures. Opening his eyes to investigate would undoubtedly attract numerous attacks from these creatures. After we finish exploring, we need to build another Wavebreaker mech. Among the various mech components Zhou had, besides the mech brain, which needed to be recultivated, he also needed a large quantity of energy-enhancing metal ingots. Chapter 828. Previously, due to insufficient condensation fluid, various energy cubes couldn't be produced, preventing the mass production of the Wavebreaker mecha. Now, with sufficient condensation fluid, he could build several more and use them to decompose corpses. As for the extra Wavebreaker mechas that couldn't be stored in the mecha slot, that wasn't a problem at all. Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Lang Liang would each receive one, and the rest would be stored in the system interface, ready for extraction when needed. Suddenly, the intensity of the two energies in the seawater increased dramatically, instantly freezing Zhou's body. Simultaneously, a scorching heat burned him. Crack! Zhou shook his body violently, shattering the ice layer attached to his skin. The two energies in the seawater should have reached the level of a large leviathan, but not enough to damage Zhou's golden body. However, his armor and clothing shattered along with the shattering ice. After diving about another 10,000 meters, Zhou's mental detection range revealed a massive ice crystal wall. Above the wall, red and white energy flowed slowly. After Zhou confirmed that there were no ghostly energy creatures within his field of vision, he opened his eyes. Then he discovered that the ice crystal wall ahead was actually a massive, flame-shaped iceberg. The interior was extremely transparent, allowing him to see everything within. At its center, a red and white energy crystal with irregular shapes emanated from it. It seems the anomaly in this sea area is caused by that energy crystal, Zhou thought to himself, placing his palm on the iceberg before him. The next second, a layer of ice, a mixture of extreme cold and scorching heat, solidified on his palm. Zhou struggled, but found he couldn't break the ice on his palm. He also felt the brilliant gold energy draining away at an accelerated rate. The intensity of these red and white energies has increased again? Zhou's face was filled with surprise, as the ice had clearly reached the abyss level. To free himself from the ice, Zhou activated his brilliant gold ability and channeled a stream of brilliant gold energy, creating a layer of destructive energy on his frozen palm. Bang! A flash of golden light flashed, and the ice on his palm shattered, allowing Zhou to successfully free his palm from the iceberg. To gain access to the irregular energy crystals within the iceberg and uncover their true nature, they needed to carve a path through it. Zhou first slashed at the iceberg with his Liang blade. Although he managed to carve a long scar, the scar quickly healed. The flame-splitting blade is the only option left. However, Zhou didn't rush to draw the flame-splitting blade, instead glancing around. This glance immediately attracted the attention of numerous ghostly energy creatures. Immediately afterwards, ghostly figures resembling Zhou began to approach him. Zhou quickly dodged the attacks of these ghostly energy creatures and swam to a massive ice sculpture. While he had just closed his eyes and reached the iceberg, he had used his mental power to discover numerous ice sculptures scattered throughout the sea. Inside these ice sculptures were various leviathan creatures. Zhou speculated that these leviathan creatures had inadvertently entered the sea affected by the red and white energies, and, due to insufficient surface energy, were frozen there. At this moment, the corpse of the leviathan creature inside the ice sculpture in front of Zhou was completely black, as if it had been scorched. Then, dodging the ghostly energy creatures chasing him from behind, Zhou swam quickly to the other ice sculptures. A quick inspection revealed that the corpses within them were all charred black. Crack! Just as Zhou was dodging the ghostly energy creatures and inspecting the ice sculptures, the ice sculpture in front of him suddenly shattered. The charred corpse within the ice sculpture also shattered into pieces along with the shattering ice. Then, a look of surprise crossed Zhou's face. For the moment, the ice sculpture shattered and disappeared. A ghostly energy creature swam out from it. As Zhou watched, it charged directly towards him. These ghostly energy creatures actually emerged from these ice sculptures? Zhou was amazed. Afterwards, while being pursued by a large number of ghostly energy creatures, Zhou circled the iceberg inspected the surroundings, and after confirming that there was nothing unusual, he suddenly turned and rushed back. Just as Zhou Wen was about to encounter a large number of ghostly energy creatures, he activated his 3 abilities. Then, the flame-splitting blade materialized, and his figure, accelerated 5-fold, instantly vanished into a blurry afterimage. Instantly, the swarm of ghostly energy creatures was enveloped by thousands of fiery red blade beams. In just a few seconds, hundreds of them were transformed into clumps of condensate. Ding! Condensate X127 obtained. After collecting the condensate, Zhou Wen rushed directly towards the iceberg. His blade flashed, and dense, fiery red blade beams sliced through the iceberg, carving a tunnel 2 meters in diameter and 10 meters long in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, streaks of fiery red energy clung to the surface of the passage, preventing the ice from refreezing. The iceberg shape was irregular, with a diameter of approximately 4 kilometers. To reach the location of the 2-colored energy crystal in the center, only a 2-kilometer-long passage would need to be carved. 3 characteristics time was limited. Zhou Wen continuously swung the flame-splitting blade to slice through the ice, advancing over 1,000 meters in a matter of seconds. Buzz! At that moment, a surge of mental power suddenly assaulted Zhou Wen. The next second, Zhou Wen inexplicably appeared in the pitch-black sea. Mental attack? Zhou Wen's face flashed with surprise. This mental power was strange. Logically, he possessed the unfalling effect of the King of Survival, so ordinary mental attacks should have no effect on him, unless it was from the Deathly Silence Emperor. But the strength of this mental power, in Zhou Wen's opinion, was not as terrifying as that unleashed by the Deathly Silence Emperor. Splash, splash. As Zhou Wen was puzzled, a sudden rush of water could be heard from the surrounding dark sea. Suddenly, a massive, ferocious-looking leviathan creature suddenly emerged from the pitch-black waters, its jaws wide open, and charged towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen looked at the leviathan calmly, neither dodging nor evading. The next second, it passed through him. This mental attack is a bit strange. It allows me to enter a fantasy world, yet it's not particularly aggressive. Zhou Wen felt somewhat baffled. However, he couldn't continue to linger in the fantasy world, as he still had his 3 characteristics activated. Chapter 829. Next, Zhou Wen tried several methods to break the illusion, such as releasing Wang Wei and using shock attribute and impact attribute, but none of them had any effect. What should I do? Zhou Wen looked at the massive leviathan creatures charging towards him, feeling that this mental attack would only serve to delay. Just when Zhou Wen thought that the illusion would consume his 3 attributes, suddenly, the surrounding illusions vanished, and he reappeared within the iceberg. But due to the excessive delay, the fiery red energy that had been hindering the ice from condensing within the passage dissipated completely, and the recently opened passage was once again covered by ice, encasing Zhou Wen's body in the ice. Zhou Wen immediately activated his brilliant gold attribute, using a stream of brilliant gold energy to unleash a destructive energy shock on his body, instantly shattering the ice around him. Then he swung his flame-splitting blade, clearing the surrounding ice to create a space for movement, and continued his charge towards the 2-colored energy crystal in the center. While clearing the passage, Zhou Wen kept his gaze fixed on the surroundings, searching for the creature that had used its mental power to attack him. At that moment, a massive, blurry black shadow suddenly swam past the ice below. It wasn't moving very fast, but Zhou Wen couldn't make out its precise form. It seemed to be another ghostly energy creature, albeit one of immense size. Zhou Wen ignored the enormous ghostly energy creature for the moment, as the 2-colored energy crystal at the center of the iceberg was already within reach. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of fiery red blades flashed, and the remaining ice, only about a meter thick, instantly shattered and dissipated under the blade's light. The red and white energy crystal appeared before Zhou Wen's eyes. But the moment the ice on the energy crystal's surface dissipated, a burst of red and white energy erupted from the crystal, washing directly over Zhou Wen's body. The next second, Zhou Wen's brilliant golden body was ravaged by this energy surge, and large wounds appeared on it. His skin, covered in brilliant golden patterns, was rapidly disappearing. This is king-level energy. Zhou Wen was somewhat shocked, but quickly dismissed it. If it were truly king-level energy, his brilliant golden body would not be able to withstand such a strong impact. I wonder if I can retract it by touch. Zhou Wen wondered, gazing at the irregular energy crystal before him. He was worried he would be frozen the moment he touched it. Let's give it a try. Zhou Wen decided to give it a try. If he hesitated any longer, the energy would wear away a layer of his flesh. Moreover, even if he was frozen and unable to move, he could still teleport away. Then, bracing himself against the energy surge, Zhou Wen reached out to the energy crystal, preparing to teleport away. However, the moment Zhou Wen's fingers touched the energy crystal, two mental energies suddenly unleashed from it. The next second, two massive, blurry shadows appeared in his mind. One red, one white. The red shadow raged with flames, the white shadow chilled the bones. The two shadows faced each other, and Zhou Wen struggled to hold on under these powerful mental forces. Ding! Obtained blazing cold crystal X1. Suddenly, the two terrifying mental energies vanished, and the energy corroding Zhou Wen's body ceased. The moment the system notification chimed in Zhou Wen's mind, a layer of blue energy emerged from the surface of the blazing cold crystal, enveloping the entire crystal. Ding! Blazing cold crystal, a condensed energy crystal formed by the collision of blazing flame energy and extreme cold energy. It's a material for transforming leviathans into food, and can also be used to craft energy cubes or equipment. Blazing flame energy. Extreme cold energy. Zhou Wen recalled the two massive shadows in his mind. Could those two shadows be two Emperor-level leviathans? Zhou Wen speculated. After all, ordinary mental power couldn't oppress him. Then wouldn't the blazing cold crystal condensed from their energy be Emperor-level food and food material? But Zhou Wen thought about it, and felt it was impossible. It should be just King-level energy. Because if it was really Emperor-level energy, he would have died long ago. However, King-level food and food material is not bad, and it has two attributes. It's just, I can't use it, Zhou Wen said helplessly. Zhou Wen then stored the approximately 3-meter-long blazing cold crystal into the system interface. The moment the blazing cold crystal vanished, the entire iceberg began to rapidly dissipate due to the loss of its energy supply, and even the ice sculpture surrounding the iceberg vanished with it. While the amplification effect of the three characteristics was still lingering, Zhou Wen was about to search for the giant ghost energy creature he had discovered earlier, but suddenly, the sea surged violently, and the giant ghost energy creature rushed directly towards him. The giant ghost energy creature, approximately 3,000 meters long, had no fixed form, resembling a mass of black mist. Just as Zhou Wen was about to attack, a surge of mental power overwhelmed him, sending him into the same illusion as before, but this time he felt his body being attacked. He knew it was the giant ghost energy creature that was attacking him. But the moment Zhou Wen was attacked, he emerged from the illusion. He then saw the giant ghost creature transform into a ferocious leviathan, tearing at his body with its fangs. Boom! A humming sound echoed, and Zhou Wen's entire body erupted in dazzling golden light. The destructive golden energy blasted a large hole through the giant ghost energy creature's transformed mouth. He quickly broke free, his figure flashing rapidly, as a fiery red blade slashed through its body. The giant ghost energy creature's body, shattered piece by Zhou Wen's slashing blows. By the time the amplification effect of the three characteristics expired, its massive body, approximately 3,000 meters in size, had solidified into chunks of ice crystals. Bang, bang, bang. All the ice crystals shattered one after another, and strands of translucent gray matter coalesced into a liquid sphere 1 meter in diameter. Is this all condensed liquid? The color seems off. Zhou Wen immediately stepped forward and touched the gray liquid sphere with his hand. Ding! Obtained regret polymer X1. This is actually one of the materials needed to break through the third stage intelligence limit, Zhou Wen said with a look of surprise. The moment Zhou Wen collected the regret polymer, a gray, translucent treasure chest peeled out from it. There's another treasure chest. Zhou Wen's smile widened, and he quickly opened the treasure chest. Ding! Obtained the remorse clone blueprint. Ding! Obtained the superpressure furnace blueprint. Chapter 830. Superpressure furnace? The device needed to craft Parker crystals, and I actually found the blueprint here, Zhou Wen said with some surprise. But after using the blueprint to check the required materials, he discovered that he barely recognized any. The only material he knew about was the extremely difficult to obtain collapse factor. TSK, how come there wasn't even a collapse factor when the meteoric Leviathan self-destructed this time? Zhou Wen sighed, deciding to search again in the area where he previously fought the king of Area 6. The meteoric Leviathans were becoming increasingly powerful. If the one that self-destructed previously produced a collapse factor, he had to search carefully for it, otherwise it might be difficult to obtain again. Next, Zhou Wen used the Regret Clone Blueprint to check the required materials. Regret Clone Blueprint requires Regret Polymer X1, Blazing Cold Crystal X1, Conscious Ghost X1. I don't know what this regrettable clone is exactly. Could it be a clone similar to a ghost energy creature? Zhou Wen pondered. Furthermore, the ingredients used included blazing cold crystal, which seemed quite advanced, but he definitely couldn't create it right now. He only had one copy of either regrettable polymer or blazing cold crystal, and both were extremely rare. Even if he later collected the final ingredient, consciousness ghost, he wouldn't use them to create the regrettable clone. This was because regrettable polymer was one of the ingredients needed to break through the third stage of intelligence, while blazing cold crystal was a king-level energy that allowed the transformed Leviathan to possess two attributes. He wouldn't use these two valuable items to craft the unknown regret clone unless he had other ways to obtain them. Besides the two blueprints, there was nothing else in the treasure chest. Having already obtained the most important blazing cold crystal in the current area, Zhou decided not to linger any longer. With a thought, his figure instantly appeared within the rainbow bubble space of the energy rainbow tree. Then, he teleported again, successfully returning to Wanling's stomach wall. Shortly after returning to the stomach wall, the amplification time for his three characteristics expired, and Zhou body entered a state of mild weakness. However, this weakened state had little impact on Zhou. After consuming some luminous fruit, his depleted energy began to slowly recover. Afterwards, Wanling, under Zhou's command, surfaced to the shallow sea and swam toward Shivam's location. Although Zhou had already taken the blazing cold crystal used to generate ghost energy creatures, a large number of ghost energy creatures remained in this sea area. Once his strength recovered, he planned to hunt more and obtain more condensate. If I place the blazing cold crystal on the black rock platform, I wonder if it can generate ghost energy creatures, Zhou suddenly thought. Based on previous observations, ghost energy creatures seem to be formed from Leviathan creatures frozen by the energy of the blazing cold crystal. The black rock platform is already teeming with energy-type Leviathan creatures, and thanks to the presence of the energy rainbow tree, Zhou can access the black rock platform at any time. If the blazing cold crystal can generate ghost energy creatures, then he'd never be short of condensation fluid. Sometime later, Zhou reunited with Shivam and returned to the Area 5 water sphere. Don't let the survivors explore for now. I have Garen notify you when it's safe. Zhou still needed to search the battlefield, which was relatively close to the Area 5 water sphere. To prevent the survivors from obtaining the possible collapse factor, they couldn't leave for the time being. Okay, got it. Shivam didn't ask why, simply nodding in agreement to avoid upsetting Zhou. Yeah. Zhou nodded casually and left. Afterwards, Wanling searched for the collapse factor in the battle zone, while Zhou consumed glowing fruits to restore his strength in his stomach wall while condensing brilliant gold energy and golden thunder energy. During this time, Zhou also checked on the Area 10 World Communication Channel to check on the survivors there, and discovered that a large number of dead blood energy Leviathan creatures had appeared in the waters near the Area 10 water sphere. Zhou checked the regional communication channel again, and discovered that a large number of dead blood energy Leviathans weren't just appearing in Area 10, other areas had also seen them. Every other area has seen dead blood energy Leviathans invade, so why aren't there in Area 5? Zhou asked, somewhat puzzled. He had previously followed Shivam to the sea area infested with ghost energy creatures, and only witnessed a few dead blood energy Leviathans, all relatively small, their numbers barely constituting a significant threat. Is it because of that deathly silence emperor? Zhou speculated, but he didn't delve into it further. The current dead blood energy Leviathan invasion wasn't a major concern for the survivors, as each area had the ability to clear them. The survivors in Area 10 were particularly affected. Upon discovering a new influx of dead blood energy Leviathans, many immediately formed teams in the Area 10 chat channel, intent on hunting down these creatures. During the fifth trial, the strength of the survivors in Area 10 had truly improved. Nearly 90% of them had reached their maximum strength, and half possessed the dead blood ability. Furthermore, participating in the fifth trial granted survivors a portion of water wave gel. Applying this gel to armor effectively protected them from low-level energy attacks. Therefore, ordinary survivors now had some protection against common dead blood energy creatures. What's this? At this moment, Wanling's questioning voice echoed in Zhou's mind. Hearing the voice, Zhou knew Wanling must have discovered something, so he immediately left the stomach wall and headed outside. However, upon exiting Wanling's mouth, he felt an intense pressure, clearly indicating he was in the deep sea, below 100,000 meters. Then, Zhou released his mental energy and quickly located what Wanling had discovered, a collapse factor. Ding! Collapse factor X1 obtained. Glad I came back to look for it, otherwise I would have missed it, Zhou said with a smile, then casually placed the collapse factor into the deep blue treasure chest. Later, Wanling continued searching the sea until nightfall, but found nothing. So Zhou had Wanling return to the area where the ghost energy creatures were. He then sent a message to Garen, informing Shivam that the survivors in Area 5 could go out and explore tomorrow. That evening, Zhou went out to build a resting platform for Huanlin, and then headed to the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree. Chapter 831. After absorbing the tricolor energy for a while, Zhou left the colorful bubble space and swam towards the black rock platform below. Energy concentration platform. Zhou muttered. He had already offended the deathly silence emperor, so he was determined to seize this energy concentration platform. Even the emperor-level Leviathan couldn't stop him. Because the energy released by the blazing cold crystal had a wide range, to avoid affecting the energy rainbow tree, Zhou swam farther away and placed the blazing cold crystal directly. Crack, crack. The second after the blazing cold crystal appeared, the surrounding seawater instantly froze into ice, rapidly spreading across thousands of meters. In just a few seconds, it formed a transparent, flaming iceberg. Large sections of the nearby Leviathan creatures were frozen, transformed into ice sculptures. These ice sculptures should be able to generate ghost energy creatures later. Zhou moved between several ice sculptures, confirming that the frozen Leviathan's body was gradually carbonizing. He felt the problem was not serious. Afterwards, Zhou returned to the location of the energy rainbow tree. The energy rainbow tree and the scorching cold crystal were approximately 100,000 meters apart, so they wouldn't affect each other. Zhou did not enter the rainbow bubble space. Instead, he directly took out the energy cube condenser, added a portion of condensation fluid, placed 12 rainbow bubbles inside, and began to compress the rainbow cube. Bang! Shortly after, an explosion sounded, and the 13 energy compression balls on the energy cube condenser exploded. Immediately afterwards, a rainbow-colored cube slowly flew into Zhou's hands. Ding! Obtained Rainbow Cube X1. Next, Zhou created 26 more energy compression balls, combined them into the energy cube condenser, added a portion of condensation fluid, and continued compressing the rainbow cube. Bang! Another explosion sounded, and a second rainbow cube appeared in Zhou's hand. 2 rainbow cubes are only enough for the mini-white Leviathan to use its static energy twice. I wonder what the conditions are for the energy rainbow tree to generate rainbow bubbles. Zhou thought to himself after storing the rainbow cube in the system interface. Could it be converted from attribute bubbles? Zhou thought of the attribute bubbles connected to the energy thread at the center of the colorful bubble space. That shouldn't be the case. Judging by the vibrant colors on the surface of the rainbow bubbles, it seems more like they separated from the colored bubbles. Zhou speculated, taking a look at the various colored energies flowing on the surface of the colored bubbles. Forget it, let's make the Nightfall Source Core cage first, Zhou said, opening the blueprint interface and flipping to the Nightfall Source Core cage blueprint. Nightfall Source Core cage blueprint requires 1 Nightfall Source Core, 1000 Nightfall Gel, 1 Nightfall Cube. Previously, due to insufficient condensation fluid, I couldn't make the Nightfall Cube. Now that condensation fluid is plentiful, it's natural to make all of these, and see what they can do. To make the Nightfall Cube, you first need to obtain Nightfall energy. Zhou simply took out a Nightfall Source Core, and used the energy extractor on it. Soon, a black, translucent ball of energy was extracted from the Nightfall Source Core. Zhou placed this ball of Nightfall energy into the energy cube condenser. As it approached the energy cube condenser, the Nightfall energy ball automatically split into 12 pieces, and entered into 12 energy compression spheres. The device then activated and began compressing the Nightfall energy. Bang! After a little over a minute, the energy cube condenser, which had shrunk to just 5 meters, suddenly returned to its original size. Then, a black, translucent cube flew out of the device and landed in Zhou's hands. Ding! Obtained Nightfall Cube X1. This time, the energy compression sphere didn't explode, but the condensation fluid inside was completely depleted. All materials are in place. Crafting. Zhou placed the remaining 2 materials and clicked Craft. He was curious about what this Nightfall Source Core cage was. Enveloped in blue light, the 3 materials began to rapidly fuse. Soon, a palm-sized black sphere appeared before Zhou's eyes. Ding! Obtained Nightfall Source Core Cage X1. Ding! Nightfall Core Cage. Activate by sending a stream of Nightfall energy into it. Upon activation, it will create a Nightfall space covering a radius of 10,000 meters. Zhou took the Nightfall Core cage in his hand and examined it. Its overall shape resembled a black crystal sphere dotted with tiny holes. It requires Nightfall energy to activate? But I don't have any Nightfall energy, Zhou frowned. After a moment's thought, he opened his character panel and quickly checked his various genes. How about removing the Overlord Coral Polyp gene? Zhou pondered. Zhou had previously kept the Overlord Coral Polyp gene because he needed Overlord energy for his daily energy needs. Otherwise, it would be all abyssal level energy. If he encountered an energy creature with the power of a medium-sized Leviathan, he would have to use abyssal level energy to deal with it, which would be a waste. But now that he possessed a brilliant golden body, he was constantly protected by brilliant golden patterns, and his abyssal-class Liang blade possessed constant attack power. Therefore, he no longer needed Overlord energy for his daily energy needs. Having made his decision, Zhou entered the colorful bubble space and used the gene stripping potion and character stripping stamp to remove the Overlord Coral gene, restoring the Overlord characteristic to the Overlord stamp. After a while, the gene and stamp were completely stripped away, and Zhou sent the Overlord stamp to Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao still had many Overlord Coral corpses, and he could use them to directly craft a bottle of Overlord Coral gene potion. Next, Zhou took out the Nightfall Leviathan gene potion and poured the black, translucent liquid into his mouth. He then used the character stamp to absorb the energy from the Nightfall core, imprinting the Nightfall stamp. Zhou could now fully endure the pain of the genetic drug transforming his body. While waiting for the genetic integration to complete, he continued to absorb the three-color energy. Ding! The Night Seal is engraved. Do you want to use it? Use it, Zhou thought, and his character panel, with a faint metallic sheen, automatically popped up. The Night Seal directly impacted the last part of the Constitution attribute, leaving a gray-black pattern. The evening passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the morning of the 189th day. Zhou glanced at his character panel, and saw that the Night Leviathan gene had been integrated. The Night Leviathan gene possessed the ability Super Speed Regeneration, but it required night energy to use it, so the effect could not be tested yet. Chapter 832. The tricolor energy had been fully replenished. Zhou teleported into Huanlin's stomach wall. After feeding Huanlin, he returned outside, activated his three abilities, and used the flame blade to kill the ghostly energy creatures. At the same time, Area 5 King Shabum announced on the Area 5 communication channel that the restrictions on survivors had been lifted, and that they could explore outside. The meteoric Leviathan outside had been dealt with. The survivors in Area 5 were shocked upon seeing this news. Yesterday, many survivors had seen the Area 5 King out, and now he was informing them that the meteoric Leviathan had been dealt with. What did this mean? It meant that their king now possessed the power to kill it. Area 5 survivor, ha ha ha. Did you know? Our king went out and killed a meteoric Leviathan yesterday. Area 5 survivor, the Starfall Leviathan is like the god of death. No one could escape its death sentence before, but now our great lord of Area 5 has defeated the god of death. Area 5 survivor, now I declare that our king of Area 5 is the strongest king. He is the only king who has killed the Starfall Leviathan. No one can match him. Area 1 survivor, why are the people in Area 5 going crazy again? Area 3 survivor, the king of Area 5 killed the Starfall Leviathan? Why don't I believe it? Area 8 survivor, why bother with them? Our king of Area 8 is already organizing people to go out and clean up the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures. What about you? Area 1 survivor, we too. This time, the number of giant Leviathan creatures with black and red energy on their bodies seems to have increased to hundreds. Our king of Area 1 and the Knight Commanders have already gone to clean them up. Area 5 survivor, another dead blood energy Leviathan invasion? Why aren't we here? Area 2 survivor, nonsense. You haven't left the water sphere yet. You know when the dead blood energy Leviathan impacts your Area 5 water sphere. 15 minutes later, Zhou's 3 characteristics amplification period expired. During this time, he killed tens of thousands of ghostly energy creatures, and collected over 10,000 condensate. With this much condensate, even if the scorching cold crystals on the Black Rock platform can't generate new ghost energy creatures, it'd be more than enough for me, Zhou said with a smile. After a while, Zhou returned to Huanlin, folded up the resting platform, and sent Huanlin to the Area 5 water sphere. Over 30 days had passed since Huanlin last exchanged the king-level pressure from the tidal Leviathan in Area 1's water sphere, and the king-level aura on Huanlin's body had dissipated. However, the accelerated water flow around Huanlin could block the dead bloodworms, so even if the king-level pressure dissipated, Huanlin wouldn't be invaded by the dead bloodworms. But to be on the safe side, Zhou decided to exchange the 30-day king-level pressure from the tidal Leviathan in Area 5, since it wouldn't require much creature flesh anyway. Not long after, Huanlin entered the Area 5 water sphere. At that moment, a large number of transformed Leviathans were swimming towards the water sphere. As Phantom Scale made its way to the tidal Leviathan, its length and the sea current scales on its surface attracted the attention of numerous survivors from Area 5. Had Zhou Wen not temporarily deactivated his sea current surge device, the pale blue energy surrounding Phantom Scale would have likely caused a stir. Just as Zhou Wen was trying to exchange his king-level pressure for the tidal Leviathan, one of the Leviathans that had emerged from the water sphere strayed from the exploration route previously planned by the king of Area 5. About an hour later, the Leviathan swam to an unexplored area of the sea and rested on the surface. Its mouth opened, and a stealthy survivor emerged, his face filled with panic and unease. Bang! Suddenly, beneath the surface, a 30-meter tall metal mecha surged out. The survivor was startled when the mecha suddenly emerged from the water. His eyes widened in shock, his face etched with horror. He hadn't even known mecha-like creatures existed in this world. Are you the item the alien brain sent me to deliver to Area 6? The survivor tried to ask, unsure whether the mecha-like creature before him had any intelligence. The mecha didn't speak, only nodded. Then it walked over to the survivor, opened the cockpit on its chest, and gestured for him to enter. This isn't a creature, it's a real mecha. The survivor's eyes were filled with astonishment. The strangest thing was that the mecha, unmanned, could still move on its own. The survivor hesitated for a moment, but ultimately entered the cockpit. He had been infected by the alien brain, and if he didn't deliver the item the alien brain had designated, the alien brain factor within him would erode his brain. As soon as the survivor entered the cockpit, blue and gold tentacles descended from above and latched onto his head. I think I can control this mech. The survivor was delighted. After connecting to the tentacles, the mech felt like his own body. I wish I could really own this mech. The survivor sighed, then opened the system interface and sent a private message. A few seconds later, he received an invitation to join him. The survivor clicked agree. The next second, his body transformed into blue light, and he and the mech disappeared into the sea. When he reappeared, he was already on an island, and a group of blue-eyed survivors stood around the mech. The survivor inside the mech's breath hitched. Surrounded by so many alien brains, he felt utterly terrified. He quickly controlled the mech to open the cockpit. He had already delivered the things the alien brain had mentioned, and now he was leaving immediately. Huh? What's going on? Why can't the cockpit be opened? Just as the survivor was wondering, the tentacle attached to his head suddenly exerted force, piercing directly into his brain, and a surge of mental energy quickly invaded. Click! The cockpit automatically opened, and the survivor, like a puppet, stepped out under the tentacle's control. Held up by the mech's palms, he gazed down at the alien brains below. Where's the Emperor gene you were talking about? The survivor, controlled by the tentacles, slowly asked. Inside the royal court. A leading alien brain pointed to the nearby palace and walked towards it. The island where these alien brains were located was the very island Qianlin Qianmu had built during his time in Area 6. Now, it was the site where the alien brains were fusing the Emperor gene. Bang, bang, bang. The mecha followed with heavy footsteps, entering the palace. Below the palace's podium, a black-armored alien brain held a bottle of pitch-black blood, awaiting the mecha's arrival. I didn't expect you to merge with the machine. It's incredible. The black-armored alien brain's eyes gleamed with madness upon seeing the mecha enter the palace. I hope you succeed. The black-armored alien brain handed over the pitch-black blood. Chapter 833. The mecha's intelligent brain, without hesitation, thrust its blue and gold tentacles into the glass bottle, then inhaled all the black blood within. Bang! The glass bottle shattered on the ground, and the mecha's intelligent brain's tentacles began to tremble. The original blue and gold color was now being eroded by a tinge of black. Bang, bang, bang. The Wavebreaker's limb suddenly moved erratically, and its metal body began to tremble violently, as if in immense pain. Soon after, the surface of the mecha's intelligent brain, located at the Wavebreaker's head, turned completely black, and the tentacles showed signs of annihilation. The surrounding alien brains waited in a tense silence. They had tried various methods to fuse the Emperor's genes, but to no avail. If their race wanted to rise, they must transcend the king level. Until now, while the alien brains could produce king-level Leviathan gene potions, they themselves were unable to utilize king-level energy. This was due to the inherent king-level pressure inherent in king-level energy, which severely suppressed the alien brains themselves. The alien brains were willing to produce king-level Leviathan gene potions for the survivor kings of each zone in the hope of cultivating alien brains capable of withstanding king-level pressure, but so far, they had not succeeded. This was primarily due to the strict restrictions placed on alien brains by the survivor kings of each zone, preventing them from cultivating them on a large scale. Even if they could, they lack sufficient king-level Leviathan flesh and blood. But the alien brain before them, fused with the mecha, gave them hope. They had previously encountered this unique alien brain in Zone 5 and learned of its past. This alien brain long ago entered the brain of the strongest being in this survival world, but due to its minimal remaining alien brain genes and the suppression of the strongest being's intelligence, it was unable to infect the being. Later, that being grew stronger, his intelligence attributes grew higher, and he even earned the title of King of Survival. Under the long-term influence of his kingly mental power, he gradually adapted and became the king-level alien brain that all alien brains have longed to cultivate. Now, if only the king-level alien brain could successfully fuse with the Emperor gene, their alien brain race would break free from the king-level suppression and become even more powerful. At this moment, the Waybreaker mecha, whose limbs had been moving erratically and its body was constantly shaking, had regained its composure. However, the mecha stood silently for a long time, without making a sound or movement, as if it had become a dead object again. The surrounding alien brains, seeing this scene, all showed a hint of disappointment in their eyes, but they did not show any significant emotional fluctuations. The failure of the fusion was part of their expectations. Fortunately, a king-level alien brain has emerged among them, giving them the power to challenge the kings of the survivors. As long as they can kill all the kings, they can slowly experiment on them, eventually cultivating alien brains capable of inheriting the king's genes. The black-armored alien brain looked at the Area 5 survivor, who had just been tossed aside by the mecha's intelligent brain. This Area 5 survivor's brain contained the genes of a king-level alien brain. Squeak, crack, bang. At this moment, a sharp sound of metal rubbing and tearing could be heard from within the Waybreaker mecha. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, pitch-black tentacles emerged from the head of the Waybreaker mech. These tentacles wriggled relentlessly, creating two holes in the metal head. Then, the pitch-black tentacles merged, rapidly transforming into two scarlet eyeballs within the holes. Below the two scarlet eyeballs, a multitude of black tentacles tore the metal head apart. These tentacles then attached themselves to the surface of the rift, like facial muscles. By contracting the tentacles, they could open and close the rift like a mouth. Suddenly, the two scarlet eyeballs moved, scanning the other alien brains as if to check their completeness, before slowly opening their newly torn mouth. Squeak! The next second, a harsh metallic grinding sound emanated from the ripped mouth, accompanied by the movement of numerous tentacles. As the tentacles wriggled, the harsh metallic grinding sound gradually transformed into a roar, and finally into a human voice. Success? The black-armored alien brain's eyes suddenly widened, and it shouted excitedly. The alien brains around them, witnessing this scene, also showed excitement on their faces. With the emergence of an Emperor-level alien brain among their race, the survivors would no longer be a concern, and they could even rule the planet. No, this isn't Emperor gene at all. Just as the alien brains were excited, the Waybreaker mech, which had successfully simulated a mouth and vocal cords with its tentacles, spoke up. Impossible. Not only can the king of Area 6 fight against the king-level Leviathan title Leviathan, but his blood is also so difficult to fuse with. How could it not be Emperor gene? The black crystal alien brain retorted. Nothing is impossible. I've seen emperors, and know how powerful they are. This level isn't even Emperor level, the Waybreaker mecha said. It had previously seen the deathly silence Emperor in Zhou Wen's mind, and knew the power of the Emperor-level weapon, the flame-splitting blade. Your knowledge is gained through assimilating survivors, but ordinary survivors don't have the luxury of encountering emperors. Your concept of Emperor-level power is entirely imaginary, and the true Emperor far exceeds your imagination. Alright, give me all the king-level genes you've collected over so long. As for ruling over the survivors, we have to wait. It's best for us alien brains to keep a low profile. The Waybreaker mecha said, extending its hand to the black-armored alien brain. Alright. The black-armored alien brain didn't argue any further. The black armor on its body slowly split open, and blue tentacles wrapped around bottles of king-level Leviathan gene potions appeared, placing them in the Waybreaker mecha's hand. There are 10 types of king-level Leviathan gene potions: Lightning Leviathan, Flame Leviathan, Frost Leviathan, Storm Leviathan, Gilded Leviathan, Sea-Swallowing Leviathan, Sea-Turning Leviathan, Daylight Leviathan, Tidal Leviathan, and Violent Leviathan. Where did you get the Tidal Leviathan genes? The Waybreaker mech asked curiously. Currently, acquiring Tidal Leviathan genes is still very difficult for the alien brain. We got them from Area 5. The king of Area 6 injured the tidal Leviathan in Area 5, and our fellows hiding in Area 5 took advantage of the chaos to obtain some, the black-armored alien brain said. Chapter 834. The Waybreaker mech nodded, then dropped all 10 bottles of king-level Leviathan gene potion into its mouth. Its metal jaws, like a hydraulic press, crushed the glass bottles along with them. For a moment, various liquids filled its mouth, but were quickly absorbed by the black tentacles within. Boom, boom, boom. After a while, streams of energy emanated from the Waybreaker mech's body, circling it with 10 different colors. Without a king-level core, relying solely on genes truly cannot yield true king-level energy. The Waybreaker mech sensed the 10 king-level energies it was releasing. None of them reached king-level strength, only abyssal level at best. Then, the Waybreaker mech stepped onto the throne, crushing the backrest of the golden throne with its butt, and gazed down at the alien brains below. Go ahead and collect as much high-level energy Leviathan flesh and blood as possible, preferably at or above the large Leviathan level. I gather this energy within my body. Also, call me Miles from now on. The Waybreaker mecha used Zhou Wen's recent pseudonym. This was its goal. Sooner or later, it would kill Zhou Wen and replace him, making the fake become real. Zhou Wen, on his part, had already exchanged 30 days of king-level pressure for Huan Lin from the Area 5 tidal Leviathan. During this time, he also hoped to exchange floating seawater for some tidal energy from the Area 5 tidal Leviathan. However, after the Area 5 tidal Leviathan discovered the mini white horse Leviathan within Zhou Wen's body, it refused to supply him with energy. The Area 5 tidal Leviathan was different from the Area 10 tidal Leviathan. The Area 10 tidal Leviathan had a constant supply of floating seawater. If Zhou Wen cut it off, the Area 10 tidal Leviathan would suffer a great loss, so it had no choice but to give in. However, the tidal Leviathan in Area 5 lacked a continuous supply of floating seawater, and naturally, was unwilling to transfer its energy to other king-level Leviathans. After exchanging the king-level pressure, Zhou Wen did not remain in Area 5's water sphere for long. Huan Lin then swam out of the water sphere and into the deep sea, swimming away at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Zhou Wen received a private message from Jiang Haitao containing a bottle of blood. The message revealed that it was tidal Leviathan blood, sent by Shivam to Galen, who then forwarded it to him. When the tidal Leviathan in Area 5 was injured by the king of Area 6, Shivam collected some of it, intending to secretly create a tidal Leviathan genetic potion for the alien brain. However, after learning of the terrifying power of the powerful individual behind Galen, he hesitated and finally handed it over. Send this bottle of tidal Leviathan blood to Galen, and have the alien brain create the genetic potion. Once it's finished, give Galen and Shivam 1 bottle each, and send the rest to me. Zhou Wen resent the tidal Leviathan blood to Jiang Haitao, along with a message. Got it, Brother Wen. Jiang Haitao replied, as he slew the giant black-red energy Leviathan creatures. In Area 10, thanks to the actions of Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Leng Liang, over 100 giant black-red energy Leviathan creatures had been nearly eliminated. The remaining dead blood Leviathan creatures were left to other guilds and survivors to deal with. By noon, Zhou Wen had already condensed 6 nightfall energies within his body by consuming the flesh and blood of the sea current Leviathan. Time to test the effects of super speed regeneration, Zhou Wen said, taking out his Liang blade and applying the Xianyang energy he had just compressed using energy compression to the blade. Then, he gently severed a section of his pinky finger. With Zhou Wen's current physique and strength, a mere scratch would heal quickly. Previously, his skin had been stripped by the energy of the scorching cold crystal. But after storing the scorching cold crystal, his skin regrew in no time. Thus, to test the effects of super speed regeneration, simply cutting flesh wouldn't work, bone must also be destroyed. Of course, Zhou Wen couldn't risk his own finger to test the effects of super speed regeneration. With his current recovery speed, as long as the severed pinky finger was still there, it could be reattached and restored to its original state. I wonder if I can grow a new pinky finger, Zhou Wen thought to himself, immediately activating his super speed regeneration ability. Then, the night energy within his body automatically consumed. At this moment, a wave of black energy surged from the broken finger bone on Zhou Wen's palm. The next second, a new finger bone grew from the broken bone at a speed visible to the naked eye, followed by meridians, flesh, and skin. This healing effect is incredibly powerful. Even severed limbs can be regrown in record time. Zhou Wen smiled as he gazed at his newly regrown pinky. Huh? Why isn't the regrown pinky golden? Zhou Wen used his mental power to examine the inside of his new pinky, discovering that the bones were white and the flesh red. Because of the effects of brilliant golden body, his bones and flesh were golden. It seemed that super speed regeneration couldn't replenish the gold element as well. Could it be that my newly regrown pinky will just be an ordinary finger from now on? If so, the abilities of super speed regeneration and brilliant golden body conflict somewhat. Joe frowned. He decided to amputate the new finger and reattach it to the old one. But just as Joe was about to strike, he discovered that the gold element in his body, flowing through the golden blood, was entering his newly formed pinky finger. Gradually, the new pinky finger began to turn golden, and eventually, its bones and flesh became golden. So it takes time to transform, Joe thought. After all, his previously unleveled golden body was formed by absorbing gold elements, not something inherent in his genes. I wonder if I can still regenerate my arm after it's been severed. Joe pondered. However, it would take a long time to heal after being severed and then reattached. Swish. To accurately assess the healing effect of super speed regeneration, Joe severed his left arm at the shoulder. A large amount of golden blood spurted out. Immediately afterwards, Joe used super speed regeneration, but this time, even after using all 5 remaining night energy within his body, he only managed to grow half an arm. It seems I need at least 10 night energy to fully restore my arm, Joe speculated, observing his half arm. Joe didn't cut off this arm and reattach it to his original one. After all, as long as there was enough nightfall energy, the remaining half would grow back, so there was no need for a replacement. He also wanted to see if the newly grown arm could also transform into gold. After a while, Joe condensed 5 more nightfall energies within his body. After using these, the remaining arm quickly grew. But this time, the arm's transformation into gold was slower. After some thought, Joe pulled a gold ingot from his locker, chewed it up like chocolate, and swallowed it, to see if adding some gold element could speed up the transformation. Chapter 835. As Joe had predicted, after consuming the gold ingot, the arm's golden transformation accelerated. Soon, the newly formed left arm was completely golden. However, he then discovered a serious problem. Although my newly formed left arm has turned golden, it doesn't seem to have turned into brilliant gold. Just as Joe realized this, the over 200 strands of brilliant gold energy within his body began to rapidly deplete. But even after these 200 strands of brilliant gold energy were exhausted, the newly formed left arm still hadn't fully transformed into brilliant gold. Seeing this, Joe immediately severed the newly formed left arm and replaced it with the previously transformed brilliant gold arm. He then condensed a stream of night energy to reattach the broken bones. I better try not to lose any limbs in the future. I can't afford to waste this brilliant gold energy, Joe said helplessly. It was a complete waste to consume all the brilliant gold energy he had worked so hard to condense in order to test the effects of super speed regeneration. That evening, Joe had a simple dinner, then went out to build a resting platform for Huanlin, then teleported to the colorful bubble space of the energy rainbow tree. While absorbing the 3-colored energy, he was also condensing the brilliant gold energy and golden thunder energy. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him. Can I absorb the brilliant gold energy from my newly born left arm? Joe felt it might be possible, so he took out his previously broken arm and placed his hand on it to absorb it. It really works. Joe's face lit up with joy as he felt the streams of brilliant gold energy entering his body. Around midnight, Joe successfully absorbed over 200 streams of brilliant gold energy. Then, he left the colorful bubble space and headed to the area where the scorching cold crystal was stored. After confirming that the scorching cold crystal area was clear, Joe moved to another area of the black rock platform and retrieved the Nightfall Core Cage. After channeling a stream of Nightfall energy into it, the Nightfall Core Cage suddenly flew out of Joe's hand, releasing a large amount of Nightfall energy, forming a circular energy film with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Following this, a gel-like substance was released from the holes in the Nightfall Core Cage, gradually covering the entire energy film. Observing this, Joe immediately swam in front of the energy film and punched it. The film vibrated violently, but did not dissipate. After the condensed substance completely covered the energy film, Joe punched it again, but this time the film remained stable. It seems this layer of condensed substance is intended to reinforce the energy film and reduce energy consumption, Joe speculated, observing the Nightfall energy clinging to the gel-like substance. But what's the use of this? Joe thought this space, composed of Nightfall gel and Nightfall energy, wasn't very useful. It didn't have the effect of sealing off the space, so it couldn't trap survivors. At most, it could trap some small Leviathan creatures. But on second thought, it could serve as a protective shield for Phantom Scale. Abyssal-level shields would still be very useful for phantom scale. Zhou then used the Nightfall ability. Activating it continuously released destructive energy shockwaves around him, but the coverage area was limited to 100 meters. I don't think this ability is very useful. Zhou current Abyssal-level abilities were generally stronger than the area of effect attacks of the Nightfall ability. While they might be effective against a large number of survivors, they were definitely useless in normal situations. Forget it, I save the Nightfall energy for healing from now on. The experiment was complete, and Zhou returned to the colorful bubble space to continue absorbing the three-color energy. On the morning of the 190th day, after absorbing the three-color energy, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space. After feeding Huanlin, he went out to fold up the resting platform, and Huanlin began exploring the deep sea. Back in Area 10's water ball, all the dead blood energy Leviathan creatures near the water ball had been cleared last night, and today the second Ordinary Survivor Arena competition continued. In Area 10's communication channel, Jiang Haitao once again sent out the task of smelting energized metal ingots. Survivors, who had smelted them once before, all came to the surface of the water ball with ease, set up the smelting platform, and waited for the members of the Brother Jiang Guild to release the smelting materials. Zhou had already crafted several components for the Wavebreaker mecha, and the mecha brain had begun cultivation in the algae bubble culture chamber. It wouldn't be long before the second Wavebreaker mecha was ready. Why did the first Wavebreaker mecha suddenly rebel? Could it be controlled by the Deathly Silence Emperor? Zhou still couldn't figure out the reason for the Wavebreaker mecha's rebellion. When the king-level alien brain was extracted from Zhou's mind, his mental power was nearly depleted, and he couldn't release any mental power at all, so he didn't detect any abnormalities with the mecha brain. Zhou wasn't particularly concerned about the loss of a Wavebreaker mecha. He was mainly concerned that the Deathly Silence claws attached to the mecha's palms were also taken away. He had worked so hard to obtain them, but they were completely lost before he even figured out how to use them. Alas! I shouldn't have equipped the Death Claw earlier, Zhou sighed. From now on, when my mental energy is over-depleted, it seems I won't be able to use the Wavebreaker mech. Lest something like this happen again, Zhou silently decided. For the rest of the time, Zhou continued to gather various energies, while checking the messages on the regional communication channel. Area 1 Survivor. Haha, we in Area 1 have already cleared all the dead blood energy creatures that invaded the water ball. Have you finished clearing all the other areas? Area 2 Survivor. TSK. Why are you pretending? We've cleared all the dead blood energy creatures in Area 2 as well. Area 8 Survivor. Oh, the kings of both your areas. Their transformed leviathans have entered the devouring phase. Their clearing speed must be fast. Area 5 Survivor. I don't know what you're competing for. We in Area 5 haven't even seen a single dead blood leviathan creature. If you were to compete, Area 5 would definitely be the fastest. Area 3 Survivor. What's going on? Are there really no dead blood energy leviathans in Area 5? Area 5 Survivor. Why would I lie to you? We've all been out searching for red lanterns these past 2 days, otherwise the transmogrified leviathans would have starved to death. Area 1 Survivor. What's the reason? Could it be that the meteoric leviathan scared away those dead blood energy leviathans? Area 9 Survivor. That must be the case, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. We've encountered a large number of dead blood energy leviathans in all areas, so why aren't there any in Area 5? Boom! Zhou had just begun checking the messages in the area communication channel when a loud noise suddenly erupted outside. What's going on? Zhou immediately went outside and saw a glowing sea line in the distance. The scene was incredibly familiar. He encountered it once before. Is this the sea-devouring Leviathan? Chapter 836. Confirming he was inside the sea-swallowing Leviathan's mouth, Zhou immediately sprang into action, retracting all of Huanlin's sea-swallowing armor plates. He then produced the Nightfall core cage and channeled a stream of Nightfall energy into the cage, forming a film of Nightfall energy around Huanlin. Next, Zhou entered Huanlin's stomach wall and brought Jiang Haitao with him. If the Nightfall core cage couldn't withstand the sea-swallowing Leviathan's energy, he would have Jiang Haitao feed Huanlin the transformed Leviathan instant growth energy crystal. After completing all this, Zhou returned to the outside and stood above Huanlin, gazing at the Nightfall energy film that had already formed above him. After a while, a gray energy, like mist, appeared on the surface of the Nightfall energy film, continuously consuming the Nightfall energy within. Zhou waited a moment, confirming that the sea-swallowing Leviathan's energy wouldn't be enough to quickly destroy the Nightfall energy film. He then used the Liang blade, imbued with Xianyang energy, to slash through the film and rushed out. Zhou Wen's clothing was quickly corroded by the gray energy immediately after being exposed to it. However, as the gray energy touched Zhou Wen's body, a layer of brilliant golden patterns appeared, resisting the gray energy's erosion. Last time I encountered you, I could only flee. This time, I'm going to try to kill you. Zhou Wen raised his head, his eyes gleaming with golden light. The next second, Zhou Wen's body radiated red, yellow, and blue light. He activated 3 abilities, increasing all 3 of his attributes 5-fold. Followed by this, another stream of white energy appeared on his body, floating energy. Then, with a flip of his hand, the flame-splitting blade appeared in his hand. Zhou Wen took one last look at the Nightfall energy film formed by the Nightfall core cage. The previously cut had healed, and the Nightfall energy on the surface continued to resist the gray energy. After confirming that the phantom scales within were temporarily safe, Zhou Wen flashed, transforming into a streak of 4-colored light and soaring directly upwards. Although the sea-swallowing Leviathan was a king-level Leviathan, its energy form was a wide-area destructive force, thus lacking in power. As long as he could resist the erosion of the energy, he would have a chance of piercing its brain and killing it. After flying approximately 30,000 meters upward, Zhou Wen's mental power detected a black dome. He knew this dome must be the sea-swallowing Leviathan's upper jaw. Swish, swish, swish. Zhou Wen swung the flame-splitting blade without hesitation, slashing directly at the sea-swallowing Leviathan's upper jaw. But the upper jaw of the sea-swallowing Leviathan was protected by a layer of solid gray energy, resembling a shell. It was hundreds of meters thick, and the flame-splitting blade, less than 3 meters long, could only drill holes in this energy layer, then advance bit by bit. But just as Zhou Wen was about to do so, he discovered that this solid gray energy was far more corrosive than the mist-like one. As soon as his body entered the hole created by the flame-splitting blade, his skin began to corrode at a visible rate, and the brilliant golden pattern was no longer able to withstand the impact. However, a 100-meter layer of solid gray energy wasn't too thick. Zhou Wen consumed the Nightfall energy within his body, continuously regenerating his corroded flesh, and forcibly passed through the 100-meter thick layer. She! The flame-splitting blade sliced through the upper jaw of the sea-swallowing Leviathan, like scissors cutting through cloth. There was some resistance, but it was still smooth. However, after Zhou Wen passed through the hundreds of meters thick layer of flesh and blood surrounding the sea-swallowing Leviathan, he unexpectedly arrived outside. Thick fog filled the surrounding area, and numerous fog lights darted around, attempting to absorb the gray energy. Where's the sea-swallowing Leviathan's head? Zhou Wen was stunned for a moment, but then quickly remembered the sea-swallowing Leviathan creature encyclopedia he had previously read, which contained a simple illustration of the sea-swallowing Leviathan. The sea-swallowing Leviathan's mouth could extend forward a distance equal to its body length, then extend its upper and lower jaws to form a massive spherical feeding area. Therefore, its head must be behind its mouth. Zhou Wen had no time to waste. His brilliant gold energy was constantly being depleted. Once he figured it out, he immediately flew towards the sea-swallowing Leviathan's body. Soon after, Zhou Wen spotted 2 massive spheres emitting a gray glow within the dense fog, each 10,000 meters in diameter. Between the 2 eyes, that must be the head, Zhou Wen thought to himself, dashing directly towards the center of the 2 giant spheres of light before landing on a pitch-black continent. Then, with a swift movement of the flame-splitting blade, Zhou Wen swiftly cut a hole through the surface and penetrated the sea-swallowing Leviathan's brain. The sea-swallowing Leviathan's body was still filled with gray energy, and Zhou Wen's brilliant gold energy was continuously depleted. However, due to the limited range of his mental power, he simply couldn't locate the sea-swallowing Leviathan's brain. What should I do? The sea-swallowing Leviathan was 100,000 meters long. With Zhou Wen's 600-meter diameter mental power range, locating its brain in such a short time was nearly impossible. However, if he continued to drag it out, his brilliant gold energy would be exhausted. Since we can't find it, let's destroy it all. Zhou Wen's expression darkened as he retrieved the last flame ion energy crystal from the system interface. While using a flame ion energy crystal imbued with imperial level energy to kill the sea-devouring Leviathan was a bit of a loss, Zhou Wen still had 2 rainbow cubes to back him up. Trading a single energy consumable for a king-level core wasn't a loss at all. Boom! The moment Zhou Wen used the flame ion energy crystal, a sphere of flame a kilometer in diameter suddenly appeared, burning a massive hole through the sea-devouring Leviathan's body. This energy. As the flame ion energy entered his body, Zhou Wen's body suddenly burst into flames. In a moment, his body was charred black. If the flame ion energy hadn't been destructive, and his golden body hadn't been able to withstand the terrifying heat, he would have been reduced to ash by now. So this is what it feels like to use flame ion energy outside of the White Horse Leviathan form. Zhou grimaced in pain, his face a burnt charcoal. Whoosh! Zhou charred hand grasped the flame-splitting blade, unleashing a blazing flame from the blade. Immediately, these flames spun rapidly, then continuously contracted, quickly forming a crimson blade 100 meters long. Swish! The 100-meter-long crimson blade swung, instantly carving a crimson scar through the flesh of the sea-swallowing Leviathan. Boom! Suddenly, scorching flames erupted from the crimson scar and began to spread through the flesh of the sea-swallowing Leviathan. Woo! A painful cry resounded through the heavens and earth, followed by a violent tremor in the surroundings. According to the message sent by Jiang Haitao, it seemed that the sea-swallowing Leviathan had closed its mouth, perhaps attempting to escape. Chapter 837. But having already used up his flame ion energy crystal, and even burned himself from receiving the energy, Zhou couldn't let the sea-swallowing Leviathan escape. Liyang ability, activate. Zhou immediately activated his Liyang ability, increasing his speed six-fold, his speed attribute instantly reaching a terrifying 7,261 points. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Zhou's high-speed figure darted through the sea-swallowing Leviathan's head, flame swirling wherever he passed, charring large swathes of the sea-swallowing Leviathan's flesh. After wrecking the brain for about a minute, Zhou finally located the sea-swallowing Leviathan's brain. The surroundings were now a sea of flames. He didn't need to rely on his mental power. He could see the massive brain, protected by a layer of solid gray energy, with his eyes. Swish! Zhou's figure transformed into a phantom, trailing a long, crimson blade as he plunged into the massive brain. The crimson blade slashed repeatedly, each strike sending blazing flames soaring into the sky. Before long, the sea-swallowing Leviathan's entire brain cavity was filled with blazing flames. Ding! You successfully killed a king-level Leviathan, increasing all 3 attributes by 3 points. Finally dead? Zhou exhaled a stream of scorching air. If the sea-swallowing Leviathan didn't die, he would be unable to withstand it. Now, Zhou not only had to face the scorching flames, but also the gray energy of the sea-swallowing Leviathan. To combat these two energies, he activated his tungsten gold ability, increasing his physical strength to 12,100 points, thereby accelerating his physical recovery. At the same time, he continuously consumed Nightfall's energy, using his super speed regeneration ability to continuously repair his constantly damaged body. Even so, Zhou's body was utterly ravaged by the two energies. He was practically nothing but a skeleton and internal organs, with almost no flesh or skin left. The right arm holding the flame-splitting knife had been scorched by the ionized energy of the flames, leaving the bones completely charred. His entire arm was completely crippled. Thankfully, the sea-swallowing Leviathan was dead, and the gray energy within it had dissipated. Once Zhou was away from the sea of fire, his flesh and blood began to rapidly recover. Then, Zhou sheathed the flame-splitting knife and began searching for the sea-swallowing Leviathan's core. About 3 minutes later, Zhou arrived before a massive heart, protected by a layer of gray crystals. Zhou used the flame-splitting knife to sever the crystals and flesh, entering the heart. A gray-black energy sphere, 10 meters in diameter, appeared before his eyes. He touched it with his left hand, and a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Obtain Necrotic Core X1. Ding! Necrotic Core, used to gain the necrotic attribute. When activated, a protective layer of necrotic energy forms on the body's surface. A necrotic field is also formed within a 10,000-meter radius, releasing a king-level pressure. The duration depends on the necrotic energy in the body. A somewhat defensive king-level core, not bad. I can use it in conjunction with the Thunder Core in the future, Zhou thought. After putting the necrotic core away, Zhou walked outside the heart and placed his hand on the gray crystals on the heart surface. A burst of blue light appeared, rapidly peeling away the gray crystals, then condensing them into a gray crystal sphere with a diameter of 100 meters. Ding! Obtain Necrotic Crystal X1. Ding! Necrotic Crystal, a material for the Transfiguration Leviathan, also crafted into an energy cube. King-level Leviathan's Transfiguration material. Zhou definitely wouldn't craft this level of Transfiguration material into an energy cube. Even if he did, the Wavebreaker mech wouldn't be able to handle it. Who should I give it to? Zhou pondered for a moment, then decided to put it away for now and discuss it later. After storing the necrotic crystal in the system interface, Zhou rushed towards the stomach wall of the sea-swallowing Leviathan. Soon after, he successfully found a gray-black treasure chest inside. Zhou had just stored the gray black treasure chest in the system interface, when his mental power suddenly discovered something in the sea-swallowing Leviathan's digestive tract. Is that a meteorite treasure chest? Zhou activated his floating ability and flew towards the center of the digestive tract, where he discovered 2 meteorite treasure chests floating above the liquid. The treasure chests left behind by the 2 meteorite Leviathans after their explosions have actually survived all this time. Ha ha ha. Zhou couldn't help but burst into laughter, and quickly fished out the 2 meteorite treasure chests. I didn't expect that after all this trouble, I'd finally be able to obtain these 2 meteorite treasure chests, Zhou said, his smile growing even brighter. After obtaining everything, Zhou used a companion voucher to bring Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Lang Liang with him, preparing to work together to dismantle the sea-swallowing Leviathan's corpse. The sea-swallowing Leviathan was a king-level Leviathan. The corpse couldn't just be thrown away. That would be a shameless waste. When Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Lang Liang first arrived, Jiang Haitao's expression was relatively normal. After all, he already knew about the sea-swallowing Leviathan. But Chen Xian and Lang Liang had never seen a sea-swallowing Leviathan before. After obtaining its illustrated guide, both of them were shocked. Boss Zhou, you've already started killing king-level Leviathans? Chen Xian asked in surprise, but after seeing Zhou's empty right arm, a look of worry crossed her face. Boss Zhou, your arm. After Chen Xian mentioned this, Jiang Haitao and Lang Liang noticed Zhou's missing arm. They hadn't noticed it at first, mainly because they considered him so powerful that they hadn't considered him missing an arm or limb. It's okay. I have a special ability that allows me to grow one back. It's not a big deal. Just disassemble the body, Zhou said casually. The four then began dissecting the body at top speed. To disassemble the sea-swallowing Leviathan as quickly as possible, Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Lang Liang all activated their speed abilities. Even so, it was difficult to completely disassemble the sea-swallowing Leviathan's corpse before it sank into the deep sea. Moreover, Zhou's ability expired midway through the disassembly process, forcing him to return to the stomach wall to rest. Originally, Zhou had intended for Chen Xian to bring the entire guild to disassemble the corpse, but after some thought, he realized that the guild members' weapons wouldn't be able to cut through the flesh of the sea-swallowing Leviathan. Even without the protection of necrotic energy, its hardness was still above the energy level of a medium-sized Leviathan. When Zhou left, the sea-swallowing Leviathan was only half disintegrated. As the corpse sank deeper and deeper, he had no choice but to abandon the remaining half. However, after a while, Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian, and Lang Liang were still dissecting the corpse, which surprised Zhou. Logically, the corpse should have sunk to a depth of 100,000 meters by now. Chapter 838. At such a depth, Jiang Haitao, relying on his brilliant golden patterns, could withstand the water pressure. Chen Xian and Lang Liang certainly couldn't. But after Zhou sent a message to inquire, his lips twitched. It turned out the three of them had been using tidal energy to resist the water pressure. When the tidal energy ran out, they end their group and return to replenish it, repeating this cycle. Well, I, who can't use tidal energy, really couldn't think of such a solution. This time, to kill the sea-swallowing Leviathan, Zhou used various powerful abilities, and his body once again weakened, forcing him to lie in bed to rest. By noon, the three had completely disintegrated the sea-swallowing Leviathan's corpse. Afterward, Chen Xian came over and built a resting platform for Huanlin and left. On the morning of day 191, Zhou was barely able to move. He ate some luminous fruit to speed up his recovery, then crushed seaweed for Huanlin. After feeding Huanlin, Zhou took out the sea-swallowing treasure chest he had obtained yesterday and opened it. Ding! Obtain Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding! Obtain Leviathan Sea Devouring Scale Armor Blueprint. Ding! Obtain Leviathan Sea Devouring Ram Blueprint. Ding! Obtain Leviathan Sea Devouring Energy Fluid X3. Ding! Obtain Character Attribute Panel Sea Devouring Pattern Plate X1. Ding! Obtained Emperor Positioning Card Fragment X1. Wow, all three are Leviathan items. Zhou first took out 2 Leviathan equipment blueprints and checked the crafting requirements after using them. Leviathan Sea Devouring Scale Armor Blueprint requires Leviathan Scale X1, Energized Metal Ingot X10. Leviathan Sea Devouring Ram Blueprint requires Leviathan Tooth X1, Leviathan Bone Fragment X10, 000, and Energized Metal Ingot X100, 000. Yes, both types of Leviathan transmogrified equipment can be crafted, but I'm not sure how strong they are. Zhou directly sent the 2 blueprints to Jiang Haitao, asking him to try crafting them. Ding! Swallowing Sea Leviathan Gene Potion. After use, you gain the Swallowing Sea Leviathan Gene. You can condense necrotic energy by consuming the flesh and blood of Leviathan creatures. This can only be used when your Constitution stats reach 1000 points, and your character's attribute panel reaches the medium Leviathan level. The Gene Potion isn't anything special. Zhou then took out the only new item from the Swallowing Sea treasure chest he hadn't seen before. Ding! Swallowing Sea Pattern Plate. After use, the Swallowing Sea Leviathan pattern will be drawn on the character's attribute panel. After drawing, you gain a 100% increase in digestion speed, and an additional 100 points in the 3 attribute caps. With a 100% increase in digestion speed, wouldn't that double the speed at which I can condense various energies by consuming Leviathan flesh and blood? And it also increased the 3 attribute caps by an additional 100 points. This is a great item, Zhou exclaimed in surprise. The description doesn't mention any restrictions, so I should be able to use it right away, Zhou said, looking at the golden metal plate in his hand, about the size of an A4 sheet of paper. It was made entirely of gold and had the gray-black pattern of the sea-swallowing Leviathan painted on its surface. Ding! Do you want to use the sea-swallowing pattern plate in the character attribute panel? Yes! Zhou words had barely escaped his lips when his character attribute panel automatically popped up. The sea-swallowing pattern plate in his hand transformed into a golden point of light and dissipated. A stream of gray-black energy flew into the panel and began drawing on it. Gradually, a pattern outlined entirely in gray-black lines appeared on Zhou character attribute panel. It was the image of the sea-swallowing Leviathan, its mouth wide open, perfectly positioned for the 3 attributes. Ding! The Swallowing Sea pattern has been successfully drawn on the character attribute panel. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, he immediately checked the character attribute panel in front of him. His Constitution, which had previously reached its upper limit, had now increased to 1143 points. There was no need to look at the Emperor positioning card fragment. After storing it in his locker, Zhou took out the 2 meteorite treasure chests he had found yesterday. Ding! Obtain Falling Star Meteorite Crystals X3. Ding! Obtain Falling Star Meteorite Leviathan Gravitational Factor X1. Ding! Obtain Falling Star Meteorite Hunting Ticket X1. Ding! Obtain Flame Ion Energy Crystals X3. Ding! Obtain Falling Star Meteorite Leviathan Gravitational Distortion Gloves X1. Zhou had seen the other items in the meteorite treasure chest before, so he directly took out the Falling Star Meteorite Leviathan Gravitational Distortion Gloves. There was only one glove, and it was for his right hand. It was extremely heavy, and Zhou had to lift it with all his strength. Judging from its appearance, it also seemed to be made of Falling Star Meteorite crystals. I don't know how to use it. Zhou right arm hadn't recovered yet, and couldn't be used for the time being, so he could only put it in his equipment slot. The items in the other meteorite treasure chests were similar to the previous one, except the last item was the Incineration Crystal Source. Ding! Incineration Crystal Source. Detonate by sending a stream of flame ion energy. Upon detonation, a flame ion energy ball with a diameter of 10,000 meters will be formed, incinerating everything within range. Isn't this the equivalent of the meteorite Leviathan self-destructing? Zhou was shocked after reading the introduction. This Incineration Crystal Source was definitely his most terrifying trump card. It's a shame there's only one. If there were more, I'd use the King-level Leviathan hunting ticket right now and blow up every summoned King-level Leviathan one by one, Zhou said arrogantly. This time, the harvest is truly huge. Zhou couldn't help but smile with joy. The 3 flame ion energy crystals he previously obtained had already been used up, and now 6 more had appeared. What he lacked most right now was King-level defensive energy. As long as he could defend against the King-level Leviathan's energy damage, he have a good chance of killing it with the flame-splitting blade's true form. My character's profile needs to reach the medium Leviathan level quickly, but I don't know when I find the breakthrough materials for all 4 attributes. Sigh. Zhou couldn't help but sigh at the thought of needing to collect materials for all 4 attributes. It was too difficult, truly too difficult. After reviewing all the gains, Zhou went out to collect the Nightfall Core Cage. After a quick mental scan of the interior, he discovered that most of its energy had been depleted. Since the Nightfall Cube was used in its construction, it should be possible to use it to replenish its energy. After experiencing the sea-swallowing Leviathan, Zhou felt that the Nightfall Core Cage was still very useful, and could be used to protect the Phantom Scales in future emergencies. At this time, Jiang Haitao sent Zhou a private message with the test results of 2 pieces of Leviathan equipment, the Leviathan Sea-Swallowing Scale Armor, and the Leviathan Sea-Swallowing Ram. The equipment strength was both at the medium Leviathan energy level. Chapter 839. Since the Metamorphosis Leviathan Devouring Sea Scale Armor is also at the level of a medium Leviathan, there's no need to replace the Sea Current Armor. The Sea Current Armor not only possesses the strength of a medium Leviathan, but also increases its speed in seawater. Combined with the current energy released by the Sea Current Surge device, it can even render 100,000 tons of Sea Current Armor weightless. Previously, in the floating sea, due to the lack of gravity, Phantom Scale couldn't feel the weight of the Sea Current Armor. However, upon returning to the deep sea, it did indeed feel weight. The reason Phantom Scale didn't feel it initially was because Zhou Wen had the Sea Current Surge device activated. After repeated verification, it was confirmed that the current energy released by the Sea Current Surge device not only accelerates the water flow, but also reduces the weight of the Sea Current Armor. A single piece of Metamorphosis Leviathan Devouring Sea Scale Armor weighs approximately 1 ton. Covering Phantom Scale's entire body would require 100,000 pieces. A weight of 100,000 tons would be a significant burden for Phantom Scale. Finally, Zhou Wen had Jiang Haitao deliver a Metamorphosis Leviathan Sea-Swallowing Horn, which he then fitted to Huanlin. He then reapplied the Sea Current Armor plates he had put away yesterday onto Huanlin's body. The Metamorphosis Leviathan Sea-Swallowing Horn was 100 meters long, shaped like a triangular pyramid with a pointy top and a wide bottom. Its widest point was 20 meters, and the triangular edges at the front were extremely sharp, like a blade. The entire Metamorphosis Leviathan Sea-Swallowing Horn was composed of 3 layers. The innermost layer consisted of the Sea-Swallowing Leviathan's fangs, which ran through the entire horn. The middle layer consisted of an energy-enhancing metal ingot. The outermost layer consisted of fragments of the Sea-Swallowing Leviathan's bones, acting as a protective shell. The tip of the Sea-Swallowing Ram is the fawn-like point of the Sea-Swallowing Leviathan. Its surface is bare, making it the hardest part of the ram, and weighing approximately 30,000 tons. Well, with this ram, you have a way to attack any dead blood energy Leviathan creatures you encounter in the future, Zhou Wen said to Huanlin with a smile. Next, Zhou Wen built a stone platform on the sea surface, took out his heat furnace, and began roasting some new creature meat. This meat primarily increased speed stats, which Jiang Haitao had traded from Survivor Kings and other zones. I feel like I haven't really enjoyed life since arriving on this planet, Zhou Wen lamented, sitting on a recliner, watching the rolling waves and the thick fog swirling overhead. This planet lacks sunlight. It's pitch black everywhere. There's really nothing to see, not even the sun. Zhou Wen lay on the recliner, gazing at the pitch black surroundings. A thought suddenly struck him. He returned to the stomach wall space and brought out the brilliant sea serpent. After so long, the brilliant sea snake had grown to 100 meters in length, with a diameter of approximately 5 meters. The white light radiating from its body grew increasingly luminous, giving it the appearance of a serpentine crystal sculpture. Because of its increasing size, the brilliant sea snake was practically unable to move within its stomach wall, requiring Zhou Wen to feed it daily. Zhou Wen had brought the brilliant sea snake out to illuminate it. After it coiled itself around the stone platform, the previously pitch-black surroundings suddenly became brighter, appearing exceptionally dazzling in this dark world. Zhou Wen was flipping the grilled meat on the hot stove with chopsticks, when his released spiritual energy suddenly detected something unusual. Why haven't the bloodworms in the seawater recovered yet? Zhou Wen asked, somewhat puzzled. Because yesterday, the sea-swallowing Leviathan swallowed this area of sea into its mouth, causing the bloodworms in this area to be corroded by necrotic energy, resulting in the rare return of clarity to the waters. But this clarity usually doesn't last long, as the bloodworms will repopulate the sea. However, after so long, this area of sea has remained completely clear of bloodworms. This is somewhat unusual. Is it because the survivors sealed half of the bloodworm nests during the 5th trial? Zhou Wen speculated. After all, the bloodworms in the seawater all emerged from the black rock platform. Sealing the bloodworm nests would undoubtedly reduce their numbers, but Zhou Wen hadn't expected such a significant effect. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't dwell on this issue too much. Once the creature meat was roasted, he devoured it with hearty mouthfuls. He also ate some glowing fruit to speed up his recovery. After consuming all 12 new creature fleshes, Zhou Wen's strength increased by 10 points, his constitution by 18 points, and his speed by 32 points. Zhou Wen carefully examined his current character attribute panel. Zhou Wen, Leviathan Hunter plus 100, Abyss Hunter plus 5, Survival King, Normal Human Attributes, 10, Sea Swallowing Leviathan Pattern Intelligence, 24 Maximum, Concussion Ability, Impact Ability Strength, 1077 Burning Ability, Explosive ability. Black flame ability. Golden thunder ability. Constitution 1161. Tungsten gold ability. Copper diamond ability. Brilliant gold ability. Luminous ability. Nightfall ability. Speed 978. Arc light ability. Shadow ability. 3 abilities. Floating ability. Liang ability. Genes. Pelvic tungsten snail gene. Brainwave leviathan gene. Brilliant gold sea dragon gene. Black flame dragonfish gene. Golden thunder leviathan gene. Floating leviathan gene. Nightfall leviathan gene. Liang leviathan gene. Evaluation. A humanoid leviathan that has reached the level of a small leviathan. Speed is still the lowest attribute, Zhou said with a helpless smile, then glanced at the phantom scales. Illustrated information. Transfiguration of leviathan. Age 191 days. Phase scale transformation. Length 515 meters. Weight 230,000 tons. Diet algae. Feeding method filter feeding. Comet a 230,000 ton baby about to enter the transformation stage. 515 meters, 230,000 tons, still a baby, but entering the transformation stage is a bit difficult. Zhou had only collected 2 king-level cores so far, the daytime core and the immortal core, and was still missing 8 king-level cores. Afterwards, Zhou put away the stone platform he had built and returned to the stomach wall with the radiant sea serpent. He then began to consume the flesh and blood of the sea flow leviathan, condensing Liang energy, floating energy, flesh energy, and night energy within his body. Due to the effects of the swallowing sea leviathan pattern, Zhou digested the flesh and blood of the sea flow leviathan quickly, accelerating the rate at which energy was condensed within his body. Also because of the fast digestion speed, Zhou could only eat 4 times a day in a full state, but now he can eat 8 times. Therefore, the speed of condensing energy has not only increased by 2 times, but by 4 times. Chapter 840. After a while, after condensing over a dozen rays of nightfall energy within his body, Zhou used his super speed regeneration ability to regrow his right arm, which had been burned by the flame ion energy. Although the arm had regrown, restoring it to its original form would take some time. Zhou estimated that it would require approximately 1,000 rays of brilliant gold energy to do so. Unfortunately, brilliant gold energy can't be condensed through food, Zhou sighed. Otherwise, at his current digestion rate, 1,000 rays of brilliant gold energy wouldn't take much time. But then, Zhou realized another problem. His gold cores were insufficient. 1 gold core could only condense about 100 rays of brilliant gold energy. Better gold cores could condense more, but only about 300 at most. However, in this deep sea, leviathan creatures without energy simply couldn't survive, and therefore, gold leviathan creatures were extremely rare. At Zhou's current rate of consumption, even if the survivors in other zones still had some supplies, they probably wouldn't last long. Is there no energy-generating golden leviathan creature in this deep sea? Zhou said this, and the image of the brilliant golden sea dragon leviathan immediately emerged in his mind. If he could obtain a few brilliant golden cores, perhaps he could directly absorb the brilliant golden energy from them, saving the time of refining it. The problem was, however, finding brilliant golden sea dragon leviathans was not easy. Even if there was 1 in each zone, there would only be 10 at most. And the Deathly Silence Emperor seemed to be sending twisted creatures to clear out these abyssal leviathans. After so long, they were likely already dead. Forget it, let Jiang Haitao buy some from the kings and other districts first. After sending Jiang Haitao a message, Zhou put on the meteoric leviathan gravitational distortion gloves on his right hand with a flick of his wrist, and immediately felt the weight of the gloves. Although the gravitational distortion gloves weren't as heavy as the flame-splitting blade, they still required the activation of the strength attribute to use them effectively. Zhou immediately activated the burning ability, doubling his strength attribute, bringing it to 2,369 points. Only with this level of strength could Zhou move his fingers and make grasping movements. What's the use of these gloves? Zhou flexed his fingers, but no matter what he did, the gloves showed no reaction. Could it be, like the flame-splitting blade, that it requires a supply of flame ion energy to manifest its true form? Zhou felt that this was likely the case. But he couldn't use a flame ion energy crystal just to test the gravitational distortion gloves, and he didn't want to burn another arm. Oh right, since it's called the gravitational distortion gloves, it must be related to gravity. Speaking of gravity-related items, Zhou said, taking out a meteoric leviathan gravitational factor. When Joe tried to bring the meteoric Leviathan gravitational factor close to the meteoric Leviathan gravitational distortion gloves, he suddenly felt a suction force, and the meteoric Leviathan gravitational factor entered the gravitational distortion gloves directly. The next second, an invisible energy appeared on the surface of the gravitational distortion gloves. The energy's range was not large, only 2 or 3 centimeters from the glove surface. But after clenching his fingers into a fist, this invisible energy formed a soccer-sized bubble-like sphere around his fist. Is this gravitational factor really the energy the glove needs? Joe asked somewhat surprisedly. He just tried it, but he hadn't expected it to actually activate the true form of the gravitational distortion glove. Next, Joe tried to use this invisible energy again, but it seemed to be fixed to the glove, and he couldn't mobilize it at all. Afterward, Joe tested this invisible energy with various weapons, trying to determine its strength. However, after the test, a look of shock crossed his face. This invisible energy was indestructible to any weapon, not even the flame-splitting blade. It was like a spatial barrier that blocked everything. As for whether the flame-splitting blade, when infused with flame-ion energy, could cut through this invisible energy, he had no idea. Are you using me as a shield? If this invisible energy could block Imperial energy, it would actually be useful as a shield, but its coverage area was too small. I have a feeling it might be more than that. Next time I use flame-ion energy, I send some energy into it and see. Joe thought to himself, and with a thought, the gravitational distortion gloves were stored in his equipment slot. For the rest of the day, Joe continued to concentrate various energies. When bored, he would check the regional communication channel. That evening, Jiang Haitao set over 100,000 energized metal ingots smelted by the survivors. However, the mecha-intelligent brain hadn't yet been cultivated, so Joe hadn't yet extracted the energized metal ingots. Survivors who helped smelt the energized metal ingots each received a small negative oxygen ion mushroom. Survivors could consume it directly to increase their constitution by 20 points, or they could purchase pure oxygen crystals from the Jianggu Guild and grow the negative oxygen ion mushroom, absorbing the negative oxygen ions to continuously improve their constitution. Such a generous reward made the survivors, who had previously given up on obtaining the blast furnace, regret it. Negative oxygen ion mushroom? King Jiang is so generous. He's truly the king of our District 10, much better than the other district's kings. Brothers, is anyone willing to sell their blast furnace? I'm willing to trade it for a strength crystal. Strength crystals increase the strength attribute to the second stage, so it's definitely worth the trade. What a joke. Do you think the others are stupid? Even if the strength crystal increases the strength attribute to the second stage, it's only a small increase. It's useless. That's right. And we don't even have the items to break the limit of the first stage strength attribute right now, let alone increase the strength attribute to the second stage. I shouldn't have listened to those bastards. I missed the chance to get the blast furnace. Ha ha ha, don't be so upset, everyone. It's missed, it's inevitable. Oh, by the way, I just got a negative oxygen ion mushroom. It smells so delicious. Ah. Ha ha, showing off here, huh? You're in luck. If it weren't for Lord Zhang's rule prohibiting duels between survivors in Area 10, you'd be dead by now. Everyone, you should all know that negative oxygen ion mushrooms can be cultivated. Once they reach a height of 2 meters, they release negative oxygen ions. When exposed to an environment rich in negative oxygen ions, your physical attributes will continue to improve. Chapter 841. But to cultivate the negative oxygen ion mushroom, you need a lot of pure oxygen crystals, which I can't afford alone. So, I have an idea. I want to cultivate this negative oxygen ion mushroom with you all. When it grows up, you can come to me to absorb the negative oxygen ions and improve your physical fitness. It's a good idea, but how can we trust you? What if you deny your responsibility after the negative oxygen ion mushroom is cultivated? That's not a big deal. We all live in the water ball. Can I still escape? And if I go against so many people, do I think I'm too proud of my life? That seems to be the truth. Count me in. Me too. Soon, those survivors who obtained the negative oxygen ion mushroom but didn't eat it immediately, through this financing model, initially obtained funds to cultivate the negative oxygen ion mushroom and establish small circles of people who were improving their physical fitness. Cultivating negative oxygen ion mushrooms is actually quite easy now. All you need is enough pure oxygen crystals and a bottle of high-grade gold fertilizer from the Survivor Guild. It's a good idea, but at first, the negative oxygen ion mushrooms only produce a small amount of negative oxygen ions each day, enough to boost your health. With so many people queuing up, I wonder how long it will take to recoup my investment, Zhou said calmly after reading the message. Then, Zhou teleported into the colorful bubble of the energy rainbow tree. He didn't rush to absorb the three-color energy, but instead went outside. When I planted the rainbow heart before, it absorbed the flesh and blood of a king-level Leviathan. The energy rainbow tree should be able to absorb it as well. Zhou pondered this as he opened the system interface and took out 1/10 of the previously decomposed sea-swallowing Leviathan flesh and blood, piling it onto the rainbow-colored energy tree roots. Hopefully, this king-level Leviathan flesh and blood will accelerate the generation of rainbow bubbles. If only he could create more rainbow cubes, he could use them to kill the king-level Leviathan. With only 2 currently available, he was reluctant to use them. After releasing the sea-swallowing Leviathan flesh and blood, Zhou went to the location of the scorching cold crystal to check. The corpses within the ice sculptures had already turned completely charred. Seeing this, Zhou deliberately waited a moment, wanting to confirm whether the scorching cold crystal could generate ghost energy creatures anywhere. Crack! About an hour later, one of the ice sculptures cracked. After the ice sculpture completely exploded and dissipated, Zhou's mental power captured a stream of fine bubbles. That's fine. This way, we have an endless supply of condensate. Zhou then returned to the colorful bubble space and began absorbing the three-color energy, simultaneously condensing the brilliant gold energy and golden thunder energy. At that moment, in the sea near the water ball in Area 10, a team of survivors was exploring the area. Suddenly, all 4 team members received a simultaneous call from their captain to assemble. Thinking their captain had discovered something, the 4 members immediately swam towards the captain's Leviathan. But when they arrived at their captain's location, they found nothing but the seawater filled with dead bloodworms. Their captain stood atop his Leviathan, seemingly waiting for them. "Captain, have you discovered an energy-type creature?" A team member approached the captain, bewildered. Could it be an energy-type Leviathan? Another team member speculated, seeing the captain didn't respond. However, the moment the 4 team members gathered around the captain, a surge of mental force overtook them, and all 4 team members collapsed to the ground. I've done as you said. Let me go! The captain, who had been silent until then, suddenly shouted. Don't worry, as long as you listen to me, I won't do anything to you. At this moment, a figure emerged from the water, leaped onto the captain's emanated Leviathan, and spoke. You? You're not keeping your word. You said you let me go if you gathered my team? The captain's face darkened, and he pointed at the figure before him and shouted angrily. Haha, I've implanted you with the alien brain factor. Even if I let you go, do you really dare to leave? The figure was none other than an alien brain, separated from Miles's body, possessing 10 pseudo-king level energies. Alright, I won't do anything to you. All you need to do is gather intelligence on Area 10 for me, the alien brain said, extending a tentacle from its chest and injecting alien brain factor into the brains of the 4 unconscious survivors one by one. Your Area 10 cleans out the alien brains periodically, transforming you into alien brains. That's no use to me, the alien brain said flatly. But we can't gather any intelligence at all? The captain asked. There's no need to deliberately gather intelligence. Simply send the messages from the 3 major guilds on Area 10's communication channel to the survivors I designate in Area 6, the alien brain said. Is that all? The captain asked, somewhat surprised. That's right, but come see me here every 5 days. If you don't, expect to be transformed into one of my kind. The alien brain said this before diving into the sea. By the way, don't even think about telling the king of Area 10 or else. Suddenly, 10 terrifying energies erupted from the alien brain. 10 phantoms of king-level Leviathan surrounded the team captain, pouring down with overwhelming king-level pressure, forcing him to his knees, unable to raise his head. This king-level pressure vanished just as quickly. When the team captain stood up, terrified and sweating, the alien brain was nowhere to be seen. On the morning of the 192nd day, Zhou finished absorbing the 3-color energy and, as usual, scanned the colored bubble space with his mental power to check the number of triangular fireflies. Then he prepared to teleport back to the stomach wall space. But suddenly, his expression paused, then a look of surprise appeared. A rainbow-colored bubble had appeared within the colored bubble space. Rainbow bubble! Zhou exclaimed excitedly. Although it was only one, it confirmed Zhou's suspicions. Using king-level Leviathan flesh and blood could indeed speed up the energy rainbow tree's generation of rainbow bubbles. But after his elation, Zhou felt a bit disappointed. He went outside to check and discovered that the 1/10 of the sea-swallowing Leviathan flesh and blood he had placed yesterday had been almost completely absorbed. In other words, the flesh and blood of a king-level Leviathan could only produce about 10 rainbow bubbles. And making a rainbow cube requires 12 rainbow bubbles. The flesh and blood of a king-level Leviathan wasn't enough to make one. Of course, the conversion wasn't so straightforward. After all, a king-level Leviathan contains a king-level core and treasure chest. These are the primary benefits, while the flesh and blood are incidental. It seems I need to feed the energy rainbow tree more high-level Leviathan flesh and blood in the future, Zhou Wen decided after collecting the rainbow bubble. Chapter 842. After leaving another tenth of the sea-swallowing Leviathan's flesh at the roots of the energy rainbow tree, Zhou Wen teleported back into Huanlin's stomach wall. After feeding Huanlin, Zhou Wen left to fold up the resting platform, while Huanlin continued exploring the abyssal sea. At noon, within the water sphere of Area 10, the second Ordinary Survivor Arena competition concluded, with Wu Bing taking first place. Wu Bing had obtained 2 pieces of energy equipment in the previous arena competition, the Golden Thunder Spear and the Thunder Pattern Armor. Even though the Death Blood trait was now commonplace, this set of energy equipment easily secured first place, and thus successfully claimed the first place prize, the Blood Power Fruit. Second place went to Lin Yuan, who received the second place prize of this arena competition, the Golden Thunder Spear and the Thunder Pattern Armor. Zhou Wen paid little attention to the others. After a quick glance, he opened the regional communication channel to check the messages. Area 4 Survivor. It turns out the ghosts the Area 5 survivors mentioned weren't just made up. Ghosts actually exist. Today, another survivor team from our area encountered one of those ghosts while exploring the newly opened sea area. Area 5 Survivor. We've been saying this for a long time, and we've been telling the truth. You guys from other areas just don't have enough experience. Area 1 Survivor. How could there be ghosts in this world? They must be some kind of creature. Killing them might give you something good. Area 5 Survivor. Haha, and you get something good? Those ghosts are simply impossible to kill. Our great king of Area 5 has already tried this before. Don't waste your energy. From now on, explore the ghost-infested sea areas. Don't try to get yourself killed. Area 2 Survivor. No, doesn't your king even kill the falling star Leviathan? How come he can't kill that ghost? Area 5 Survivor. Isn't it normal that ghosts can't be killed? Haven't you seen ghost movies? The ghosts in those movies don't have physical bodies, so how can they be killed? Area 7 Survivor. Has your Area 4 king checked? Is it really like what the Area 5 Survivor said, that they can't be killed? Area 4 Survivor. Not yet. We just informed our king. Area 1 Survivor. Wait until your Area 4 king checks and let us know. I really don't believe ghosts exist in this world. Area 4 Survivor. Yes, I post the results when I have them. Does Area 4 also have burning cold crystals? Zhou Wen's face showed a hint of surprise after reading the message in the regional communication channel. Does it have one in every area? When Zhou Wen first left Area 10, he also encountered a ghostly energy creature, indicating that there was also a blazing cold crystal in that sea area. Blazing cold crystal is a king-level food transformation material, and Zhou Wen also needs it to craft Regretful Clone. Now that he's found another one, he naturally can't miss it. Since I don't have any other targets right now, let's go straight to Area 4 and grab this blazing cold crystal first, Zhou Wen said, pulling out a region location card he had obtained during the 5th trial from his locker. Zhou Wen used the region location card and selected Area 4. Immediately, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The region location card was used successfully. The Area 4C area has been located. Based on the current Leviathan transformation speed, we will arrive at our destination in 2 days. It only takes 2 days. It seems Area 4 isn't that far from Area 5, Zhou Wen said with some surprise. As the afternoon wore on, Zhou Wen's mind rang with another system notification, announcing the completion of the Mecha Intelligent Brain in the Algae Bubble Culture Chamber. Just as before, Zhou Wen channeled his mental energy into the Mecha Intelligent Brain. Then, under his control, the Mecha Intelligent Brain sprang to life, extending its tentacles. All the necessary materials and parts for the Wavebreaker mech were already in place. Zhou Wen opened the Wavebreaker mech blueprints and began to build a new Wavebreaker mech. Just as Zhou Wen placed the Wavebreaker mech in his mecha storage, preparing to cultivate a second Mecha Intelligent Brain, he suddenly realized he was running low on one material. Crafting the Mecha Brain requires Brain Platinum crystals, and Zhou Wen only obtained 10 from the Yogwang Leviathan's pure gold treasure chest, leaving only 2 remaining. It seems we can't afford one each. Unless another Yogwang Leviathan can be found, and in the deep sea, a Leviathan creature without energy protection simply cannot survive. Hate you. I smash you to death. At this moment, Huanling's voice echoed in Zhou Wen's mind, and he felt Huanling increase its swimming speed. Zhou Wen immediately went outside, and found only a few dead blood energy Leviathan creatures. He didn't stop them, giving Huanling a chance to adjust to the impact. Puff! Huanling accelerated his swimming speed, slamming headfirst into a dead blood energy Leviathan, about 300 meters long at breakneck speed, piercing it through. Then, Huanling moved his body, and the edge of his sea-swallowing ram easily sliced through the flesh of the dead blood energy Leviathan. The dead blood energy Leviathan was nearly cut in half horizontally by Huanling's sea-swallowing ram. Although it didn't die immediately, it was severely injured and close to death. Afterwards, Huanling and his fish fought several dead blood energy Leviathan creatures of similar length, and they were not at a disadvantage at all. The dead blood energy Leviathan's attacks couldn't break Huanling's defenses, but those hit by Huanling's ramming horn were mostly seriously injured. There were 6 dead blood energy Leviathans in total, and Huanling quickly killed them all with his sea-swallowing ram. Zhou Wen only needed to collect the black supply box. Just as Zhou Wen was about to return to the stomach wall space and continue Huanling's journey to Area 4, he suddenly saw a white light appear in front of him. Zhou Wen frowned slightly. The appearance of such a bright white light in the pitch-black depths of the ocean meant it was most likely an energy-type Leviathan. And judging by the size of the light, it might even be an abyssal-class Leviathan. For Huanling's safety, Zhou Wen instructed Huanling to remain where she was while he piloted the wave-breaker mech, charging towards the white light. Soon, Zhou Wen arrived at the area emitting the bright light. However, this light wasn't emitted by an energy-type Leviathan, but rather streamed down from the sky above. Zhou Wen looked at the brightly lit area before him, a look of astonishment on his face. Illusion? Zhou Wen immediately suspected he had suffered some kind of mental attack, causing him to fall into an illusion. Because such a blue sky, white clouds, and emerald waters were impossible in the abyss of the ocean. Chapter 843. What puzzled Zhou Wen was that the deep sea remained pitch black behind him, and he could even exit this area directly, which seemed to indicate he wasn't under a mental attack. What the hell is going on? Is this another dimension? Zhou Wen speculated. If he hadn't entered an illusion, then this brightly lit area was incredibly strange. The deep sea was pitch black because the entire planet had flown out of its solar system. Without the sun's rays, there was naturally no sunlight. Regardless, Zhou Wen decided to explore the interior of this area first to see what this sea area held. So Zhou Wen put away his wave-breaker mech and stood on the azure sea, walking forward step by step. He basked in the warm sunshine and felt the cool sea breeze. Everything seemed so beautiful. Could this really be another dimension? Zhou Wen squatted down and scooped up some seawater. The water was crystal clear and felt incredibly real. Splash. Just as Zhou Wen was about to continue exploring deeper into this strange space, a surge of water suddenly surged from beneath the surface. Zhou Wen immediately became alert and released his mental power, covering a 300-meter radius. Soon, a strange expression crossed Zhou Wen's face as a Leviathan, beneath the surface, entered his mental detection range. This Leviathan emanated blue energy, seemingly entering its phagocytic phase. Bang! The sea surface suddenly exploded 200 meters away from Zhou Wen, and the Leviathan, emitting blue energy, emerged. After this blue energy Leviathan emerged from the sea, a dozen more followed, though these were no longer coated in blue energy. Then, the blue energy Leviathan opened its mouth, and a female survivor in crimson armor emerged. Zhou Wen then felt a surge of mental energy envelop him, but as soon as the other survivor's mental energy was released, it was suppressed by his own. The crimson-armored woman asked in confusion. She then immediately produced a crimson spear, its tip swirling with flames, and pointed it directly at Zhou Wen. Who are you? How did you end up in the waters of Area 10? Zhou Wen was stunned by the question, unsure how to respond. However, the woman's language suggested she was from Dragon Country. I'm from Area 10, too, Zhou Wen replied after a moment's pause. You're from District 10? Then do you know who I am? Send me a message using the system interface. The female survivor recognized Zhou Wen's Dragon Country language, but in this world, learning other languages is easy with a little intelligence. I don't know who you are, Zhou Wen said bluntly. You don't even know Shenhong, the leader of the District 10 Flame Legion? And you say you're a survivor from District 10? Tell me, are you a scout from that district? The female survivor snapped, a burst of searing flame energy erupting from her body. I am from District 10, but I'm a bit of a loner, and don't want others to know who I am, so I won't send you a message, Zhou Wen explained. Looking for death. Shen Hong could no longer contain herself. If she hadn't heard the other party speaking the Dragon Kingdom language and feared she might kill the wrong person, she would have attacked even before he replied. The next second, a fiery figure instantly crossed a distance of 200 meters and suddenly appeared before Zhou Wen. The tip of the spear, emitting flaming energy, flew at an incredible speed, aiming straight for Zhou Wen's head. Zhou Wen was startled by the other party's speed. His speed attribute should be around 800 points, a stat only achieved after entering the third stage. Just as the flaming spear tip was about to penetrate, Zhou Wen suddenly pulled back a distance, dodging the attack. With a flip of his palm, a dark golden broadsword appeared in his hand, and he immediately swung it out. Shen Hong's eyes flashed with surprise at the other party's evasion. Then, with both hands, she swept the spear across with a powerful force, colliding with the other party's massive blade. Bang! A metallic sound echoed, as the flaming spear was crushed into a C shape by the force of the dark golden broadsword. The surprise in Shen Hong's eyes turned to horror. Although she successfully blocked the opponent's attack, the force transmitted from the spear numbed her knuckles, and judging by the opponent's condition, it was clear that his special ability hadn't been activated. This flaming spear is actually a medium-sized Leviathan-level energy weapon. Zhou Wen thought to himself, with a hint of surprise, when he saw that Shen Hong's spear remained uncut by his dark gold broadsword. Currently, in the Abyss, the only medium-sized Leviathan-level energy weapons, besides the dark gold broadsword, were the Xianhuang Great Axe crafted by the King of Area 8. He had never even heard of this flaming spear. Have I really entered another dimension? Zhou Wen asked in disbelief. Swish! Suddenly, a piercing whistle echoed, and a cyan arrow darted into Zhou Wen's mental range at breakneck speed. A gust of wind enveloped the arrow as it hurtled towards him. Just as Zhou Wen was about to retreat, Shen Hong thrust out her flaming spear, blocking his escape route. With no other choice, he drew his other dark gold broadsword and struck the cyan arrow. Whoosh! But the moment the dark gold broadsword's blade struck the cyan arrow, it exploded, a sudden tornado emitting cyan energy that enveloped Zhou Wen. 1,000 meters away, a female survivor in blue armor wielded a cyan longbow, her entire being surging with cyan energy. Swish, swish, swish. The female survivor, seeing the opponent manage to deflect her storm arrows under Shen Hong's attack, immediately realized the opponent was no ordinary person. Before the cyan tornado even vanished, she launched a dozen arrows into it. These arrows actually contain the energy of a large Leviathan. The survivors in this dimension are truly extraordinary. Zhou Wen stood within the energy storm, allowing the blade-like cyan energy to slice through his body, but it could not inflict any damage on his golden form. Hong, this guy is a scout from that district. He seems to be quite powerful. The woman in blue armor sent a private message to Shen Hong asking. He said he's from District 10, but he didn't dare to message me. However, his intelligence seems to be very high, and he can easily suppress my mental power. Shen Hong replied, but her eyes remained fixed on the energy storm, as the opponent's mental power had not dissipated. Chapter 844. The opponent's mental power hasn't dissipated. He might possess defensive large Leviathan-level energy. Should we fight or retreat? Shen Hong frowned. That's strange. From what you said, this guy not only has high intelligence, but also possesses large Leviathan-level energy. Is he really a scout from another district? The woman in blue armor asked doubtfully. But he's definitely not a survivor from District 10. Shen Hong confirmed. Just as the two were hesitating whether to leave or stay, the energy tornado dissipated, and Zhou Wen appeared before everyone, unharmed, having only changed his clothes. His dark gold armor had been destroyed by the energy storm, and he was now dressed in ordinary clothes, a fishfin windbreaker, and a golden mask. Shen Hong's expression immediately grew serious when she saw that the opponent was completely unharmed and, for some unknown reason, had changed his clothes. She hadn't used her special ability because, if she weakened and survivors from other zones attacked, District 10 would be deprived of a crucial fighting force. But now, she had to show her true strength, otherwise she would be held back by the enemy, and reinforcements might arrive soon. Buzz! However, just as Shen Hong was about to activate her special ability, a pale blue energy beam with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly shot out from the distance. Shen Hong's expression changed drastically when she saw this pale blue energy beam. She immediately ordered her subordinates to disperse and activated a weaker speed special ability to avoid the pale blue energy beam. But then, she noticed that the pale blue energy beam was also directed at the person in front of her who claimed to be from District 10, but he seemed unaware of the blue energy beam and stood there blankly. Boom! In an instant, a ray of blue energy carved a trench thousands of meters across the sea surface. Then, the blue energy spiraled out of control, causing a violent explosion. Thousands of meters away, out of the blast's range, Shenhong released Zhou, a look of confusion in her eyes. Don't you know how to hide? That's an abyssal-class energy beam. Shenhong was now certain that the other party wasn't a scout from another zone. After all, the strength he had just displayed was definitely that of a Legion leader, and a survivor of that level couldn't be hit by an energy cannon from another zone. Is it an abyssal-class Leviathan? Zhou glanced back. A black dot appeared in the distance, seemingly a gigantic creature. Huh? Who are you? How come you don't even know about Zone 1 Sea-turning energy cannon? Shenhong suddenly realized that the person before her wasn't just a survivor from Zone 10, but wasn't even from this world. Sea-turning energy cannon? A weapon made from materials from the sea-turning Leviathan? Zhou knew some information about the sea-turning Leviathan from Lek. The sea-turning Leviathan is a king-level Leviathan, and our guardian Leviathan. How dare you use its materials to create a weapon? Shenhong noticed that this guy seemed to have some mental issues. Are you really from District 10? Shenhong asked again. Yes, I'm from District 10, Zhou replied. What's your name? Shenhong prepared to investigate the man's identity. She suspected he might have some mental issues, which was why he was acting so strangely. Perhaps he was really from District 10. My name is Wangwen, Zhou said. Wangwen. Shenhong muttered softly. She had never heard of this person, but the strength he displayed was not weak, so he couldn't be unknown. Forget it, let's go back first. The bastards from other districts are chasing us again. By the way, where's your Leviathan? Shenhong asked. It's lost, Zhou lied with his eyes open. But Shenhong's eyes showed a hint of pity. If even the Leviathan could be lost, it must be seriously ill. The two had been running and talking all the time. At that moment, a huge mouth appeared from beneath the sea and swallowed them both. It was Shenhong's Leviathan. Zhou followed Shenhong into the stomach wall space, and found a device similar to the ocean current surge device. After Shenhong placed a blue crystal into the device, a burst of energy suddenly released from it, spreading outwards from the Leviathan. Outside the Transfiguration Leviathan, a massive waterspout formed under this energy. Shenhong's Transfiguration Leviathan also entered the waterspout, and it immediately rushed forward through the sea at an extremely fast speed. Some time later, Zhou stepped onto the back of a giant creature, which carried a city. He used his hand to obtain some information. Wave-chasing Leviathan stage, adult. Length, 100,000 meters. Weight, 26 billion tons. Diet, meat. Description, a sea-level Leviathan that lives in the endless ocean. When it releases its wave-chasing energy, it forms an accelerated waterspout in the seawater, allowing it to travel rapidly through the water. Wave-chasing crystals condense within its body. Where is this place? Zhou suddenly realized something after reading the message. This is the last stronghold of our District 10, home to over 1 million survivors, Shenhong sighed. No, what's the name of this planet? Zhou corrected. The Endless Sea. Shenhong had become somewhat accustomed to Zhou's common-sense questions. The Endless Sea? Not the Deep Sea? Zhou was shocked, but didn't show it. He then asked about the Deep Sea, to see if they had also come to the Endless Sea through the Deep Sea. The Deep Sea? Was that 2 months ago? Shenhong was speechless. Not only was she mentally challenged, but her memory was also a bit flawed. Afterwards, Shenhong and the blue-armored woman, who had shot the arrows earlier, led Zhou to the city center. Along the way, they encountered many survivors, but their eyes were filled with fatigue and confusion. On the way to the city center, Zhou inquired about the situation in this world, and roughly understood what was going on. In Shenhong's world, they also initially survived on a survival planet. After 120 days, they entered the abyss. However, the king-level Leviathan that led them there was different from Zhou. It wasn't a tidal Leviathan, but a sea-turning Leviathan. While their abyss lacked any dead bloodworms, they could still exchange energy with the sea-turning Leviathan. However, instead of king-level pressure, they could exchange sea-turning energy, which increased the transformed Leviathan's swimming speed. Because of the low pressure of their living environment, the 10 survivor zones gathered in the abyss began to attack each other and plunder resources. Initially, Zone 10 was the strongest, but once the other 9 zones realized this, they united and began to suppress the survivors in Zone 10, a campaign that continued all the way to the Endless Sea. Chapter 845. At this moment, in a conference room in a magnificent building in the city center, 4 of District 10's top warriors sat around a round table approximately 3 meters in diameter. The one sitting at the head of the table was a female survivor named Chinku, clad in pale blue armor. She was the king of the survivors in District 10, possessing 2 abyssal-level traits, with all 3 attributes reaching 1,000 points, including 25 points in intelligence. Given the current situation, I think we should just surrender, a man in golden armor spoke up. His name was Zhang Hao, one of District 10's 5 Legion commanders. Zhang Hao, don't say that. The other 9 districts have united, clearly intent on completely eliminating District 10. Surrendering is pointless. It's just waiting to be slaughtered. Another man in silver armor, Chu Gu, also one of the 5 Legion commanders, advised at the round table. You're always surrendering. If you want to surrender, why not just go and become a slave in another district? Why bring us along? A woman in blue armor shouted in dissatisfaction. Her name was Wu Mujuan, also one of the 5 Legion commanders. What's wrong with surrendering? It's called retreating to advance. If you keep fighting like this, we in District 10 will be wiped out. From over 20 million people at the beginning to over 1 million now, how many more will have to die? Think about it. Zhang Hao glared at Wu Mujuan and said coldly. Chu Gu said it all, the other 9 districts will never accept our surrender. Are you dreaming? Wu Mujuan retorted, also glaring at Zhang Hao. Haha, am I living in a dream? I really don't believe that their loose alliance would actually kill top survivors like us. Don't forget, they initially united because we were too strong. Once District 10 is gone, they all be enemies. Would they really be willing to kill someone as powerful as us? Zhang Hao analyzed. Come on, when the 9 districts united, they stipulated that no district could accept survivors from District 10. Otherwise, they would become enemies of the other 8 districts. I don't think anyone would be stupid enough to do that, Wu Mujuan said. Really? Then why hasn't Boss Chen been apprehended yet? The kings of the 9 districts each possess abyssal-level energy. If they were truly willing to go all out, District 10 would have been wiped out long ago. Why would they wait until now? Zhang Hao demanded. You? Wu Mujuan was about to speak, but was interrupted by Chen Ke, the king of District 10, who was in the main seat. Okay, stop arguing. Surrendering is definitely not an option. We might survive, but what about the survivors in the other 10 districts? There are so many of them. None of the other 9 districts would dare to take them in, Chen Ke said calmly. Chu Gu, have you found any trace of the abyssal-class Leviathan we discovered earlier? Chen Ke quieted the arguing too, and turned to Chu Gu. My men have tracked it down. It shouldn't take long to pinpoint its location, Chu Gu replied. It would be great if we could encounter a few more abyssal-class Leviathans, Wu Mujuan sighed. Haha, even if you gain the abyssal-class trait, what good would it do? Without the title of King of Survival, you always be suppressed by the kings of the other districts. Zhang Hao's eyes were dull. In his opinion, there was no other way for anyone in District 10 to survive except surrender. At that moment, the conference room door opened, and Shen Hong walked in first, followed by a woman in blue armor named Wang Menghan. The last man, wearing a windbreaker with goldfish scales and a golden mask, was naturally Zhou Wen. As soon as Zhou Wen entered the conference room, the 4 people at the round table all turned their eyes on him. They had already learned a little about Zhou Wen from the message Shen Hong had sent them. Are you the idiot with some strength Shen Hong mentioned? Zhang Hao stood up from his seat, slowly walked over to Zhou Wen, and began to speak. When did I call him an idiot? I just said he might have a problem with his brain, Shen Hong said awkwardly. However, with the person in question right next to her, her explanation was worse than none. Isn't it all the same? Anyway, let me see if he's really as strong as you say, Zhang Hao said, his body suddenly sinking, his muscles tensing, and then, with his legs and waist exerting force, he delivered a vicious punch towards Zhou Wen. Zhang Hao. Just as Zhang Hao's fist was about to strike Zhou Wen, a voice tinged with authority echoed, followed by a powerful presence that made Zhang Hao freeze. Come back and sit down, Chen Ke commanded. Humph. You dare bring anyone back? You're such a fool. Zhang Hao snorted, muttering softly. Zhang Hao. Who are you scolding? Do you believe I beat you to a pulp? You dare call me stupid? Shen Hong immediately flew into a rage, grabbing Zhang Hao and preparing to give him a beating. Shen Hong, come sit down too, Chen Ke quickly stopped him. And Wang Menghan and Mr. Wang, come sit down too. Chen Ke glanced at Zhou Wen, then secretly used his mental power to probe, trying to see what Zhou Wen looked like, but Zhou Wen's mental power blocked his view. Mr. Wang's intelligence is indeed high. However, you claim to be a survivor from Area 10, but you can't prove it. We simply can't trust you. Could you take off your mask and let us see what you look like? Chen Ke asked. Zhang Hao's words were not without reason. Someone who couldn't prove their identity was indeed highly suspicious, and wearing a mask seemed to be deliberately concealing their appearance. But from the information Shen Hong had said back earlier, this man named Wang Wen certainly didn't seem like a survivor from another area. His questions and behavior along the way were strange, completely unlike a spy trying to infiltrate Area 10. No, Zhou Wen shook his head. He didn't want the survivors from other worlds to see his true appearance, because their world would undoubtedly enter the Endless Sea someday. If his appearance were exposed, what would be the point in hiding his strength? There's definitely something fishy about this guy. Boss Chun, let me deal with him, Zhang Hao said, glaring at Zhou Wen. Just by looking at my face, can you tell if I'm from Dragon Country? Sakura Country, Universe Country, You Country, aren't they all the same? What's the point? Zhou Wen said slowly, then sat down at the round table. What's your situation now? Shen Hong said, there are only a little over 1 million survivors left in your District 10. Are the survivor kings in the other 9 districts very powerful? Zhou Wen asked calmly, scanning the group. After Zhou Wen finished these 2 sentences, everyone looked at Shen Hong. This was the mental issue she mentioned in the news, but his calm demeanor didn't seem like it at all. Someone confused might have thought he was the king. Chapter 846. You're asking this question. How can the survivor king not be powerful? Shen Hong was somewhat speechless. What level are their traits? Are there any king level ones? Zhou Wen asked definitively. How could there be king level ones? If other districts had king level traits, our District 10 would have been wiped out long ago, Zhang Hao said. He noticed that Wang Wen seemed to have no idea what a king level Leviathan was. How could a survivor kill a Leviathan of that level? He was completely clueless. There definitely aren't any king level traits, but every survivor king possesses at least one abyssal level trait, and Wang Wei is the most troublesome. Shen Hong continued. 9 survivor kings, that's 9 survivor king titles. Each one adds 50 points to the upper limit of 3 attributes. 9 of them makes 450 points. Am I really not in a fantasy world? Zhou Wen calculated in his mind, suddenly feeling a little unreal. This survivor king title was too easy to obtain. What's wrong? Are you scared? You're such an idiot. You think just because you have a defensive Leviathan level trait, you can challenge the king of survivors? Look at everyone here. Who doesn't have a Leviathan level trait? Zhang Hao sarcastically retorted, noticing Zhou Wen's silence. I think it's better to just surrender. Zhang Hao continued to offer his own ideas. No need to surrender. Just find a way to gather the kings of survivors from the 9 districts, and I help you kill them, Zhou Wen said calmly. For a moment, the conference room fell into a dead silence. The 6 people in the room all turned their gazes on Zhou Wen, each with a different expression. They completely agreed with Shen Hong's earlier opinion of Wang Wen. There was something wrong with his brain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a foolish boast. He shouldn't be a spy from another district. Shen Hong, take him to rest first, Chinka said, reacting first, pretending not to hear Zhou Wen's words. Then, Zhou Wen followed Shen Hong out of the meeting room and into a room. Because resources are limited, the room is rather simple. You can stay here for now, Shen Hong said. It doesn't matter, a bed will do. Zhou Wen looked at the room, which contained only a bed and a table, and didn't mind it. He didn't care about such things anyway. By the way, you've been in the Endless Sea for so long. Do you know about the Eternal Daylight Sea? Zhou Wen asked. Eternal Daylight Sea? I haven't heard of it, Shen Hong shook her head. What about the Infinite Floating Sea? Zhou Wen continued. No, Shen Hong shook her head again. Then what sea have you heard of? Zhou Wen thought it was normal not to know about the Eternal Daylight Sea and the Infinite Floating Sea. After all, encountering such seas was entirely a matter of luck. If Shen Hong had said she had heard of them, he would have suspected it was an illusion. I've never heard of any seas. Are there many seas within the Endless Sea? I only know about the Endless Sea. Shen Hong shook her head. There should be a lot of creature meat that increases attributes. Can you give me a portion of each? Zhou Wen's 3 attributes weren't maxed out yet. Since he inexplicably ended up in the Endless Sea, he naturally wanted to max them all out. That? I need to ask Boss Chen. They do have many types of creature meat, but they can't just give it to an unidentified survivor. Boss Chen said he can give you some more common creature meat. Do you want it? Shen Hong said to Zhou Wen after receiving the reply. Yes, give me all the meat you can get, as many as you can. Zhou Wen had no idea what creatures in the Endless Sea were. Ordinary creature meat didn't matter, as long as it added stat points. Are you hungry? Shen Hong asked. At first, she thought Wang Wen was trying to increase his own stat points. Then Shen Hong walked over to the table, opened the system interface, and extracted a dozen common species of creature meat. Only a dozen common species? Zhou saw only a dozen species of creature meat, which definitely wouldn't be enough to max out his 3 stats. That's enough, isn't it? Shenhong asked, looking at the table overflowing with flesh. Not enough. Give me as many species as you can, Zhou said, tearing off the mask covering his mouth and beginning to devour. Then, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. It really can increase stats. It seems this is truly another world. Zhou face lit up with surprise. Some time later, under Shenhong's astonished gaze, Zhou devoured the flesh of over 100 creatures. His 3 attributes were completely maxed out, reaching 1,300 points for strength, 1,200 for constitution, and 1,100 for speed. Do you have any items that can break through the limits of the 3-stage attributes? Zhou asked again. Initially on the survival planet, Zhou needed to search for various materials to break through the limits of the 1st-stage attributes. However, after entering the deep sea, he discovered many items that could directly break through the 1st-stage limits. Therefore, he suspected that the endless sea might contain items that could directly break through the 3rd-stage limits. But as soon as Zhou asked, Shenhong's face flickered with alarm. While ordinary creature meat was fine for Zhou, the materials needed to break through to the 3rd stage were extremely rare, and wouldn't be given to someone of unknown origin. I'm not taking it for free. I'm offering something in exchange. Zhou saw Shenhong step back, sensing her intention, and spoke. Materials needed to break through to the 3rd stage are extremely rare. Do you really have something to exchange? Shenhong questioned, doubting her. Zhou wolfing down of his food made it clear he hadn't eaten in days. Send your boss, Chen, over. I talked to her directly. Zhou knew Shenhong couldn't make the decision, so he decided to ask her boss to come directly. In the conference room, several people were still awaiting news about the Abyssal Leviathan. Suddenly, Chuga moved, and everyone else's gaze turned to him. Found it. My men are activating the beacon. It won't be long before the transformed Leviathan senses it, Chuga said with a hint of excitement. But just as Chuga finished speaking, Wumujuan also received a message, and it was bad news. Survivors scouting outside have discovered the island crocodile Leviathan in Area 1, 10,000 kilometers away, Wumujuan said solemnly. Why does our location keep getting discovered by other areas? I think there's a traitor among us, Wumujuan said, his eyes fixed on Zhang Hao. What are you looking at me for? You don't think I'm a traitor, do you? Zhang Hao said angrily. You're the only one who keeps wanting to surrender. Who else could it be? Wumujuan said bluntly. Shenhong just brought back an unidentified individual. You don't suspect that idiot but me? Zhang Hao said, then stood up, ready to attack. Chapter 847. Alright, let's not suspect each other without evidence. The Transfiguration Leviathan should have sensed the beacon's location. Zhang Hao, let your Transfiguration Leviathan lead the way to the Zhulang Leviathan, Chenku said. Yes, alright, Zhang Hao agreed, glancing at Wumujuan before leaving the conference room to find his own Transfiguration Leviathan. At this moment, Chenku received a message from Shenhong. Upon learning that Zhou wanted to trade with her for materials needed for a 3rd stage breakthrough, a hint of curiosity crossed her face. After Chenku left the conference room, the remaining 3 also left, each going about their own business. After a while, Chenku arrived at Zhou's room and spoke bluntly. I don't have many materials needed for a 3rd stage breakthrough, so I only trade for materials of the same 3rd stage. I don't have any materials needed for a 3rd stage breakthrough, but I have something you absolutely can't refuse, Zhou said with a smile. What is it? Chenku frowned slightly, sensing that he was being pretentious. No rush. The thing is huge, and the room is too small. Let's go outside first, Zhou said, heading straight out. Soon, the 3 of them exited the magnificent building and arrived at an uninhabited area. Zhou directly extracted a Nightfall source core from the system interface. This is an ocean abyss-grade phagocytic material. After using it on the transformed Leviathan, you instantly have an additional ocean abyss-grade combatant among you, Zhou explained. Ocean abyss-grade phagocytic material? Chenku and Shenhong both looked surprised upon hearing Zhou's explanation, but quickly regained their composure. Can I touch it to get information? Chenku certainly couldn't believe Zhou's one-sided account. Furthermore, in their eyes, Zhou had some mental issues. The abyss-level transmutation stage material was most likely fabricated. Yes, but don't even think about saving it into the system interface or I kill you, Zhou warned. As soon as Zhou said this, Chenku's eyes suddenly froze. She had been king for so long, But this was the first time she had heard someone so casually threaten to kill her. For a moment, Chinke and Zhou Wen stared at each other, and silence fell. Shenhong, standing nearby, couldn't help but widen her eyes. After a long silence, Chinke nodded and placed her hand on the Nightfall source core. When the system prompt sounded in her mind, confirming that the black, 100-meter-long sphere was indeed abyss-level transmutation stage Leviathan material, Chinke's gaze shifted towards Zhou Wen. She realized that, besides his strange speech, this unidentified individual before her seemed more than a simple figure. "Is it valuable to you?" Zhou Wen asked. "Yes, but I only have one extra material for a Stage 3 breakthrough." Chinke nodded. "What material?" In Zhou Wen's eyes, the Nightfall source core wasn't very valuable, so exchanging it for another material for a Stage 3 breakthrough wasn't a bad deal. "A fantasy gem that breaks through the Stage 3 intelligence limit," Chinke said, as a blue light flashed in his hand. Then, a crystal appeared, resembling a dreamlike bubble. It was 1 meter in diameter and shaped like a teardrop, its surface shimmering with a faint, multicolored glow. Zhou Wen's heart sank when he heard the word fantasy gem. This was the only item he needed to complete the 3rd stage intelligence attribute breakthrough formula. "I need to check it out, too," Zhou Wen said, not letting his excitement show. He continued with the process. "Okay," Chinke nodded. After Zhou Wen touched it, he confirmed it was indeed the fantasy gem. The two exchanged items, each taking what they needed. "Shenhong, give this Nightfall core to your Transfiguration Leviathan." After handing the fantasy gem to Zhou Wen, Chinke said to Shenhong beside him. "Ah? Just give it to me," Shenhong exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, but don't tell anyone else for now," Chinke nodded, adding a warning. "Oh, I see." Shenhong excitedly stepped forward to take the Nightfall core, and then ran towards her Transfiguration Leviathan. Hasn't her Leviathan transformed into a food-eating phase? Zhou Wen noticed a blue energy emanating from her Leviathan surface when he first met Shenhong. That's the sea-turning Leviathan's accelerated energy, not the food-eating phase. Chinke explained, looking at Zhou Wen with some surprise. This was something every survivor in this world should know, yet this person didn't know it. Suddenly, Chinke's expression shifted. A possibility occurred to her, but just as she was about to ask, she received a private message from Wu Mujuan, stating that the island crocodile Leviathan in Area 1 was less than 5,000 kilometers away. Chinke's expression changed, and she immediately transformed into a shadow, charging towards the head of the wave-chasing Leviathan. Zhou Wen followed suit. Soon, Chinke reached the head of the wave-chasing Leviathan. Noticing Zhou Wen had followed, she didn't say anything but immediately released her spiritual energy. Then, under Zhou Wen's astonishment, Chinke condensed her spiritual power into an invisible thread and penetrated the wave-chasing Leviathan's brain. Then, a burst of blue energy erupted from the wave-chasing Leviathan's body. The water on either side of its body, manipulated by this blue energy, formed a massive waterspout around it. Zhou Wen looked at the water flowing in the sky like a curtain of water, a hint of envy in his eyes. He wished he could also obtain an abyssal-class Leviathan like the moving castle. The ethereal Leviathan swimming around the wave-chasing Leviathan gave up swimming after sensing the accelerating waterspout, as it would carry them along. Boom! Suddenly, a massive surge of water echoed, and the wave-chasing Leviathan dove into the water. Accelerated by the waterspout, its massive body darted through the water at a rapid speed, its swimming direction determined by Zhang Hao's emanating Leviathan, who was leading the way. "What were you doing just now?" Zhou Wen was curious about how the King of Area 10 had transformed his mental power into a thread. "I commanded the wave-chasing Leviathan to use its wave energy to accelerate its swimming," Chinke said. "Can you communicate with the wave-chasing Leviathan?" Zhou Wen's eyes flickered with uncontrollable shock. "Yes, you need to have an intelligence of 25 to do that," Chinke explained. "Can you talk to the emanating Leviathan?" Zhou Wen continued to inquire. "You can't talk, you can only give commands. Unless it's a Leviathan of extremely high intelligence, you can't talk to it at all," Chinke shook his head. Chapter 848. "I have other things to do. I just sent a message to Shenhong. I come find you after her Leviathan transformation enters the food transformation phase. You can wander around the city now," Chinke said, then vanished in a fleeting shadow. Seeing that the King of Area 10 didn't want to follow him, Zhou Wen didn't force him. After leaving the head of the Zhulang Leviathan, he headed straight into the city. The city was filled with various shops, selling snacks, weapons and equipment, furniture and decorations, and so on. Zhou Wen casually browsed through them before entering a shop selling breakthrough materials. Zhou Wen quickly examined the various items in the shop and then came to a counter labeled First Stage Breakthrough Materials. On the counter was a flower with 3 colored petals. The flower had 6 petals, each a blend of red, yellow, and blue, and was about 1 meter in size. Tricolor flower? Joe glanced at the information below the counter and learned that consuming this tricolor flower could instantly break through the 3 attribute limits of the first stage, and the price was 1,000 sea-turning stones. Sea-turning stone? What is that? Joe looked at the clerk with a puzzled look. This kind of shop naturally didn't have any so-called service. Buyers usually just selected the items and paid with the clerk. What is a sea-turning stone? Joe asked the clerk. The clerk was stunned by Joe's question, then looked him up and down with a scrutinizing gaze, his brows furrowing. You're dressed well, I see. Do you really not know what a sea-turning stone is? Or do you want to borrow some from me? The clerk asked unkindly. Everyone knew what currency was like, so the clerk saw Joe's question as a deliberate act of ignorance. Let me tell you, our boss is Zhang Hao, the commander of the Golden Legion. You better think it through before you act like a fool in front of me, the clerk warned. Joe opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but then he decided against it, believing the other party wouldn't believe him. So he simply stood outside the shop, waiting for Shenhong to come over. Some time later, Shenhong, clad in red armor, appeared on the street. Ordinary survivors approached to greet her, and Joe waved to her, drawing her attention. Why are you here selling breakthrough materials? They only sell stage 1 and 2 breakthrough materials, not the stage 3 materials you're looking for, Shenhong said to Joe, glancing at the shop. What are sea-turning stones? Joe asked. The sea-turning stone is the energy crystallization of the sea-turning Leviathan. Used, it provides acceleration energy to the transformed Leviathan. Shenhong, knowing Joe's lack of common sense, wasn't surprised and explained directly. How do you obtain the sea-turning stone? Joe nodded and continued. Exchange the flesh and blood of Leviathan creatures with the sea-turning Leviathan. About 10,000 tons of flesh and blood for 1 sea-turning stone, Shenhong replied. 10,000 tons of flesh and blood equal 1 sea-turning stone. 1 tricolor flower equals 10 million tons of flesh and blood. Pretty cheap, Joe thought. You're also the Legion commander. Do you have a shop selling materials like this? Joe asked. No, I run an equipment shop, Shenhong shook her head. You should have some tricolor flowers, right? Joe prepared to trade some back, and sell them to various medium-sized guilds to boost the overall strength of District 10. Over 100, right? But you've already reached the 3rd stage, so why do you need items for the 1st stage breakthrough? Shenhong asked, puzzled. When she and Wang Wen had previously battled, Wang Wen's power had clearly surpassed hers. A true miniature Leviathan-level powerhouse. Don't worry about it. Give me all the over 100, and I trade you something else, Joe demanded, spreading his hands. Okay, but what are you trading for? These over 100 tricolor flowers are equivalent to 10 sea-turning energy stones, and they're not cheap. Shenhong said, pulling out a supply box and handing it to Joe. Inside were over 100 tricolor flowers. What are sea-turning energy stones? Joe asked, opening the box and taking a look. After confirming the number, he realized that the survival model in this survival world was completely different from his own. The sea-turning energy stone is also exchanged for the sea-turning Leviathan. 1 stone is worth 100 million tons of Leviathan flesh and blood. Survivors can use it and gain a weakened sea-turning energy, equivalent to a large Leviathan. Beyond the sea-turning energy stone, there are sea-turning energy crystals and sea-turning energy cores. The former is as strong as an Abyssal-class Leviathan, while the latter is as strong as a King-class Leviathan, a 10,000-fold increase between the two. The Azure energy beam that shot at you earlier was released using 100 sea-turning energy crystals. Seeing that Joe had no idea what was going on, Shenhong simply explained the other 2 energy currencies. How did you exchange energy with the sea-falling Leviathan? You're being hunted by the other 9 districts now. Can you still exchange energy with the sea-falling Leviathan? Joe suddenly wondered. No, the sea area where the sea-falling Leviathan resides has been occupied by the other 9 districts. We can't exchange directly with the sea-falling Leviathan. We can only trade more Leviathan flesh and blood from survivors in other districts. Shenhong sighed. Okay, I've given you everything. Where's your trade? Shenhong couldn't help but ask, seeing that Wang Wen hadn't produced anything yet. Don't worry. My stuff is too valuable. These 100 or so tricolor flowers aren't enough. Do you have any materials to break through to the 2nd stage? Joe's system interface contained a lot of sea-falling Leviathan flesh and blood. If he could just take out 100 cubes, Shenhong would probably be broke. Do you have any abyssal-level food-eating materials? Shenhong perked up after hearing Zhou Wen's words. Afterward, Zhou Wen traded a large amount of Stage 2 breakthrough materials from Shenhong. In order to trade Zhou Wen for another batch of abyssal grain transformation stage materials, Shenhong even specifically requested some materials from Chen Ke. I've given you so many Stage 2 materials, which should be enough to exchange for abyssal grain transformation stage materials. Time to take them out now, Shenhong asked expectantly. When did I ever tell you I was trading abyssal grain transformation stage materials? Zhou Wen asked. Huh? What's that? You can't trade so many Stage 2 materials for ordinary things. If the value isn't enough, you have to return some of the materials. Shenhong suddenly felt cheated. Can the flesh and blood of a king-level Leviathan be exchanged for king-level energy from a sea-turning Leviathan? Zhou Wen asked. Chapter 849. I don't know. I've never heard of it. Wait, you're not going to say you're trading me king-level Leviathan flesh and blood, are you? Shenhong said with a sullen expression. If that were the case, she'd definitely been tricked. Yes, it's king-level Leviathan flesh and blood. How about 100 cubic meters? That's enough for all the materials you gave me. Zhou Wen nodded. Give me back those materials. Chen Xian's expression immediately changed, and he even took out his flaming spear from his equipment slot. Shenhong handed the materials directly to Zhou Wen because she believed he had no reason to refuse. Judging from how Zhou Wen had previously produced a Sea Abyss-level food transformation stage material, he possessed at least one Sea Abyss-level characteristic. What was the purpose of someone with such strength trying to steal these second-stage materials? Was it just for fun? To say the other party was a powerful individual from another zone deliberately defrauding them of their resources was even more ridiculous. Other districts simply wouldn't send this kind of abyssal-level combat power directly to such a low-return, high-risk mission. This is their District 10 headquarters. If discovered, they'd be crushed by the might of the District 10 King and certain death. Don't get so excited. There are too many people here. Find a less crowded place, and I hand you the king-level Leviathan flesh and blood. Zhou Wen said calmly, then walked out of the city. Do you really have king-level Leviathan flesh and blood? Shenhong's serious expression softened upon seeing Zhou Wen's composure. Afterwards, Zhou Wen led Shenhong to an uninhabited area outside the city. With a wave of his hand, a massive piece of flesh, 100 meters on each side, appeared before Shenhong's eyes. Shenhong stared at the massive hunk of flesh before her, feeling a mixture of emotions. She hoped Zhou Wen was telling the truth, that this piece of flesh was truly the flesh of a king-level Leviathan, but her mind told her it couldn't possibly be. Huh? Shenhong exhaled deeply, calming her excitement. She then stepped forward and placed her hand on the flesh to gather information. After reading the sea-swallowing Leviathan's encyclopedia, a look of horror crossed her face. Her eyes widened as she stared at Zhou Wen in disbelief. This is truly the flesh of a king-level Leviathan. Who are you? Shenhong's tone tinged with fear. She had only ever seen one king-level Leviathan, the sea-turning Leviathan, and she had witnessed its terror. When the survivors in Area 10 had first entered the Abyssal Sea and were exploring as a team, they had encountered an attack from an Abyssal-level Leviathan. That Abyssal-class Leviathan, called the Silver Leviathan, wasn't an adult, measuring only 10,000 meters in length, but it possessed a high level of intelligence. It remained stationed near the water puck where the survivors were, constantly attacking them. Finally, Boss Chen traded a large amount of Leviathan flesh and blood with the sea-turning Leviathan for a sea-turning energy crystal. After gaining a ray of Abyssal-class energy, he single-handedly lured the Silver Leviathan closer to the water puck. The dormant sea-turning Leviathan, sensing the Silver Leviathan's presence, immediately released a ray of azure energy. The Abyssal-class Silver Leviathan couldn't even resist, and was instantly slain. It was truly terrifying. And now, Wang Wen, claiming to be a survivor from Area 10, had actually produced the flesh and blood of a king-class Leviathan. Just how powerful was he? He said before that he helped us kill the kings of the 9 districts. Could it be true? Shenhong thought of this, a surge of ecstasy rising in her heart. You have a king-level trait? Shenhong asked excitedly. No. Zhou Wen shook his head, dampening Shenhong's excitement. Then, where did this king-level Leviathan flesh come from? Shenhong was confused. How could he kill a king-level Leviathan without a king-level trait? I found it. Zhou Wen slightly concealed his true strength. Picked it up? You can even find the flesh of a king-level Leviathan? Shenhong asked in disbelief. Yeah, haven't any of you found it? Zhou Wen asked, somewhat puzzled. Judging from Shenhong's tone, it seemed that no one in their survival world had ever found the body of a king-level Leviathan. No, not just in District 10, but there's no news of anyone finding a king-level Leviathan in other districts either. Shenhong shook her head. Their survival world landed in the Endless Sea 2 months ago. There are no dead bloodworms or alien brains in the deep sea. Is it because the difficulty is low, so there are no king-level Leviathan corpses? Zhou Wen speculated. Are you really giving us this king-level Leviathan flesh and blood? Shenhong asked uncertainly. The materials we had before couldn't compare to the king-level Leviathan flesh and blood. Yes, you can get some tricolor flowers and materials for the second stage breakthrough later. Zhou Wen nodded. He still had a large amount of sea-swallowing Leviathan flesh and blood, and this piece wouldn't even be a fraction of it. Okay, thank you. Shenhong nodded repeatedly, and immediately stored the sea-swallowing Leviathan flesh and blood into the system interface, fearing Zhou Wen would regret it. At the same time, within the kilometer-long transmogrified Leviathan leading the way ahead of the wave-chasing Leviathan, Qin could receive the flesh and blood of the sea-swallowing Leviathan sent by Shenhong, along with the contents of Shenhong's conversation with Zhou Wen. Is it really possible to even pick up the flesh and blood of a king-level Leviathan? Chen Ke scoffed inwardly. But if he didn't, then the other possibility was even more terrifying. Just as Chen Ke was about to send a message to Shenhong, asking her to inquire about Wang Wen's needs, her transmogrified Leviathan suddenly chirped. It looks like we're almost at the beacon. As Chen Ke replaced Zhang Hao, and had her transmogrified Leviathan lead the way, she had instructed the transmogrified Leviathan to chirp when nearing its destination. All survivors in Area 10, leave the wave-chasing Leviathan. Chen Ke sent a message in the Area 10 chat channel. Upon seeing this message, the survivors immediately rushed out of the city, and onto the backs of their own Leviathans. What's going on? Zhou Wen asked Shenhong, watching the survivors sprint to the edge of the wave-chasing Leviathan. Boss Chen is about to begin hunting the Abyssal-class Leviathan. The wave-chasing Leviathan is also the force that killed that Abyssal-class Leviathan, so he's asking all the survivors to leave. Let's go quickly too. Then, Shenhong led Zhou Wen to her own Leviathan. At this moment, Qin Ke arrived at the head of the wave-chasing Leviathan, and gave it the command to end its accelerated swimming state and resurface. After the wave-chasing Leviathan surfaced, all the survivors entered their own Leviathans, and remained there for the time being. Everyone wait here for a while. I'll let you know when this is over. After Qin Ke confirmed that all the survivors had left the wave-chasing Leviathan, he sent another message. Chapter 850. Immediately afterwards, Qin Ke, with his transmogrified Leviathan and the wave-chasing Leviathan, swam towards the location where the Abyss-class Leviathan had been discovered. Does it take such a big fuss to kill an Abyss-class Leviathan? Zhou Wen asked Shenhong, watching the wave-chasing Leviathan retreat into the distance. What else? That's an Abyss-class Leviathan. Even if a survivor possesses Abyss-class traits, it's still very difficult to kill one, Shenhong said speechlessly. Oh, that's true. Zhou Wen nodded, recalling his previous experience of killing an Abyss-class Leviathan. The brilliant gold energy consumption was significant, and that was with his flame-splitting blade. Otherwise, the energy consumption would be even greater. Soon after, Qin Ke arrived at the beacon location, and met with several of her men who were searching for the Abyss-class Leviathan. They then took her to the location of the Abyss-class Leviathan. Soon, Qin Ke spotted a massive creature, the size of a mountain, slowly moving forward. It resembled a starfish, covered in spines and emitting a crimson glow. You should leave first, Qin Ke told several of his men. The noise from the ensuing battle would be intense, and if they got too close, they'd be caught in the crossfire. After they left, Qin Ke arrived above the wave-chasing Leviathan, and sent a command with his mental power. The next second, the wave-chasing Leviathan radiated blue energy and charged directly towards the starfish-shaped Leviathan. Qin Ke returned to his own emanated Leviathan and, after a few hand gestures, a layer of iridescent silver energy suddenly appeared on the emanated Leviathan surface. Then, following behind the wave-chasing Leviathan, he also charged towards the starfish-shaped Leviathan. Swish, swish, swish. The wave-chasing Leviathan had barely swam forward 10,000 meters when it caught the attention of the starfish Leviathan. Energy surged throughout its body, and fine strands of energy shot out from its spines, striking the wave-chasing Leviathan. These rays were not very powerful. Upon impacting the wave-chasing Leviathan's surface, they were directly blocked by the blue wave-chasing energy. The wave-chasing Leviathan had already reached the starfish Leviathan. Bang! The wave-chasing Leviathan opened its fang-filled maw and bit into the starfish Leviathan's body. A resounding roar erupted, and the surrounding seawater suddenly surged violently. For a moment, The two behemoths engaged in a fierce battle, and Chinka's transformed Leviathan radiated an iridescent silver light. Then, these energies coalesced into a conical energy vortex in front of the Transfiguration Leviathan's head. The transformed Leviathan bypassed the starfish-shaped creature's front and charged toward its side, slamming headfirst into its torso. The conical energy drill, condensed from colored silver energy, easily pierced the starfish-shaped Leviathan's protective crimson layer and burrowed directly into its body. The moment it entered the starfish-shaped Leviathan's body, a layer of yellow protective energy emerged from Chinka's azure armor to protect him. He then released his mental power, covering a 500-meter radius, searching for its brain or heart. At this moment, outside the battlefield, several of his men who had previously left returned and began to circle the battlefield. Each time they swam a distance, they placed a transparent diamond-shaped crystal 100 meters long. A total of 100 crystals were placed, encircling the entire battlefield. After completing this, the group regrouped and exchanged glances. One of them produced a companion ticket and, upon using it, 8 blue lights illuminated his body. 8 figures emerged from the blue light, each clad in a suit of pale blue armor. Meanwhile, on Zhou Wen's side, over 1 million survivors gathered, awaiting news from Chinka. Suddenly, a transparent energy film appeared in the sky, instantly enveloping everyone present. Immediately, the survivors in Area 10 discovered that they could no longer send messages or perform group teleportation through the system interface. Someone's blocking the space. Get out! Zhang Hao reacted immediately and shouted. But just as the survivors were commanding their Leviathans to charge out, blue lights illuminated at the edge of the energy shield. Figures emerged from the blue light, surrounding all the survivors in Area 10. Bang! A massive bubble suddenly rose from the sea surface. After it burst, a 1,000-meter-long phantom Leviathan, radiating white energy, burst forth from it. Followed by, one after another, phantom Leviathans emerged, a vast sea of clouds. The 1,000-meter-long phantom Leviathan opened its mouth, and a man in pale blue armor emerged. A man also emerged from the nearby phantom Leviathan. It was Chu Gu, one of the 5 major legions of District 10. Well done. From now on, you be my dog of District 6, ha ha ha. The man in pale blue armor patted Chu Ji's shoulder and laughed. This man was none other than the king of District 6. You're the traitor to District 10. Chu Gu, you beast. Zhang Hao's face flushed crimson upon seeing Chu Gu, and he roared in anger. It's over. Boss Chen is hunting an abyssal-class Leviathan. That must be a trap set by Chu Gu. Wang Minghan said, his face pale. What should we do? Wu Mujun looked a little panicked. If Boss Chen lost, they would all be dead. Boss Chen should be fine for now. Those kings wouldn't dare to fight him seriously. If Boss Chen goes all out and chooses one unlucky soul to fight to the death, even if that chosen soul isn't killed by Boss Chen, they'd be killed by other kings later due to their weakness, Zhang Hao said. Now we should find a way to break out. Let's contact Boss Chen first. We can't deal with the king of Area 6. Zhang Hao said, glancing at the others, but found Shen Hong was gone. Where's Shen Hong? Zhang Hao asked. I saw Shen Hong sneakily take her transformed Leviathan away earlier. As for what she did, I don't know. Wu Mujun shook his head. At this moment, Shen Hong was on the other side of the crowd, her expression gravely gazing at the king of Area 6. Although she had just acquired abyssal-level nightfall energy, it was impossible for her to kill the king of survivors. Wan, I know you're very powerful. When the battle begins, can you help us kill some of the enemy's powerful warriors? Shen Hong pleaded. Who's that sitting on the golden throne? Zhou Wen pointed at the man in azure armor, towering over the head of a Leviathan 1,000 meters in the distance. That's the king of Area 6. Wan, remember, anyone wearing azure armor is a king of survivors. Their armor is made of the scales of the sea-turning Leviathan and possesses the strength of a large Leviathan, Shen Hong explained. This king of Area 6 is probably just here to support the battle, and may not participate in the battle for the time being. Don't provoke him, Shen Hong warned. Another king of Area 6, Zhou Wen muttered, a smile on his face. Chapter 851. The king of Area 6, perched high above his 1,000-meter-high Leviathan, was surveying the trembling survivors of Area 10, when he suddenly noticed someone pointing a finger at him. The king of Area 6's expression darkened, his gaze brimming with anger. He was a noble, godlike king, and a lowly ant, not only refused to kneel and kowtow, but dared to point a finger at him. This was blasphemy and contempt. You go and capture that man for me. The king of Area 6 commanded, not even glancing at Chu Gu. He simply pointed at the disrespectful survivor from Area 10 and commanded. Yes, my king. I will capture that disrespectful person for you. Chugu immediately knelt and kowtowed. But the king of District 6 ignored Chugu completely, as if he didn't exist. Despite being ignored, Chugu remained unmoved. Instead, he glared fiercely at the disrespectful individual and charged forward. Alright, begin the attack. Take care of these people. I need to rush to another battlefield, the king of District 6 commanded his men. Everyone listen. The king's men roared with all their might. Kill! As soon as the words uttered, all the survivors from District 6 participating in the encirclement and suppression charged towards the survivors from District 10. The number of survivors from District 6 tripled, and among them were 10 powerful Legion commanders. The king of District 6 and his 3 core subordinates provided support behind them. Observing the attacking survivors from District 6, the 3 Legion commanders, Zhang Hao, Wang Menghan, and Wu Mujuan, all wore grave expressions. The disparity in strength was too great. Unless Chenku could return in time, District 10 would be annihilated. What should I do? Wu Mujuan's mind was in a turmoil. What else can I do? Fight! Zhang Hao said, and he led his men towards the Area 6 survivors. After killing a dozen Area 6 survivors, he engaged a powerful Area 6 warrior in combat. Kill the enemies first. If there's a chance, find a way to break out. Wang Menghan spoke, a blue light flashing in his hand, and a cyan longbow appeared. After injecting energy, a cyan arrow condensed and flew out. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, more than a dozen arrows carrying hurricane energy blasted into the rushing Area 6 survivors. Boom, boom, boom. Huge energy tornadoes erupted among the Area 6 survivors, instantly shredding thousands of them into pieces. Wu Mujuan stood in front of Wang Menghan, his entire body shimmering with blue energy. Wang Menghan's large Leviathan-level ability was called Garrison Ability. It was an offensive ability. While destructive, it couldn't protect him, requiring protection. How can these ordinary Area 6 survivors even run on the sea? Meanwhile, Zhou, looking at the ordinary Area 6 survivors navigating the water like flat ground, asked Shen Hong in confusion. They couldn't all have a wave-walking suit, especially since the armor styles didn't look the same. Shen Hong, just about to charge in to kill the Area 6 survivors, paused at Zhou Wen's question. They're coated with water-repellent glue. For an hour, it repels seawater, allowing them to stand on water. As soon as Shen Hong finished her explanation, she burst out in a burst of flame. After painting their armor red to distinguish friend from foe, the ordinary survivors in Area 10 also drew their weapons and engaged the survivors from Area 6. The situation was now a life-or-death struggle. Surrender was impossible. The only option was a desperate fight. Just as Zhou Wen was about to join the fray, a silver figure emerged from the survivors of Area 6 and charged straight at him. The moment it reached Zhou Wen, 2 crescent-shaped scimitars gleaming with silver light appeared in its hands. With a swift swing, 2 chilling silver blades slashed towards Zhou Wen's arms, one on the left and one on the right. This silver figure was none other than Chu Gu, one of the 5 former Legion commanders of Area 10. He refrained from taking Zhou Wen's life outright, believing that the king of Area 6 must live, and as an obedient and loyal servant, he must do so. However, the moment Chu Ji's 2 weapons struck Zhou Wen's arm, a golden pattern illuminated, followed by a terrifying recoil. Bang! 2 crisp metallic cracks echoed, as Chu Ji's crescent-shaped scimitar instantly broke. How? Chu Ji's pupils constricted as he stared at the shattered weapon in disbelief. Although the weapon's strength was only at the level of a medium Leviathan, it was coated with a layer of large Leviathan-level silver energy. After his shock, Chuga quickly recovered and retreated without hesitation, attempting to create a safe distance between himself and the mysterious figure before him. He was even prepared to activate his speed ability and flee if he realized something was amiss. At that moment, the mysterious figure in his field of vision suddenly blurred, and the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. The mysterious figure in black had already appeared before him. Not good. Chu Ji's expression trembled with fear. He immediately activated his speed ability, tripling his speed, and then turned and ran. But Chu Gu was puzzled to find that his neck didn't turn backwards as he had intended, but remained facing the mysterious figure in black. Even more terrifying, he discovered that he couldn't feel his own body. I show you something interesting. Just as Chu Gu was harboring terrifying thoughts, the mysterious figure in black spoke, and he noticed his perspective shifting, gradually looking behind him. Then he saw a headless body, radiating silver light, sprinting madly, crushing every survivor from Area 6 it encountered. However, the headless body didn't get far before the silver light dimmed, and its limbs began to lose control, finally crashing heavily into the sea, sending up a large splash. Haha, even without a head, it's still trying to escape. Isn't that interesting? Zhou said, smiling at Chu Ji's head in his hands. But Chu Ji's expression was replaced by terror. His eyes stared intently, his mouth wide open, then froze. You don't find this interesting? Zhou expression turned cold. With a forceful palm, he crushed Chu Ji's head, then tossed it away casually. The people in District 10 are truly useless. The king of District 6 saw Chu Ji's instant death, his expression unchanged, as if it were just a dead dog. Yamato Kento, bring me the head of that disrespectful person. I want to mount his skull on the golden Jingguan outside my hall. The king of District 6 said to a key subordinate behind him. Yes. Yamato Kento nodded heavily, then leaped abruptly. While in the air, 3 bursts of light erupted in succession. He activated 3 of his powerful attributes, increasing his strength, stamina, and speed by 3, 5, and 3 times, respectively. Chapter 852. Boom! The moment Yamato Kento landed on the sea, a massive splash erupted. Then, a surge of energy dispersed the water, and a dark green energy erupted from his body once again. This energy was abyssal-level dark blue energy. Yamato Kento's figure flashed, transforming into a dark green light. He rushed towards Zhou when at an extremely fast speed. His dark green katana flashed with a cold light, instantly crushing all the survivors in his way, whether from Area 10 or Area 6. Dare to disrespect my king? Die! Yamato Kento suddenly roared, less than 100 meters away from Zhou. He then leaped up, holding the katana in both hands above his head. As he fell, he slashed down at Zhou fiercely. Impact feature, activate. Zhou muttered silently. The next second, his eyes flickered with a faint light, and then, an invisible mental force suddenly impacted Yamato Kento's head. Puff! Suddenly, a dull cracking sound echoed from within Yamato Kento's armor. His once imposing figure suddenly softened, all energy dissipating as he fell from the air like a dead dog, landing squarely in front of Zhou. Zhou didn't look down at the body slowly sinking into the water below him. Instead, he looked up at the almighty king of District 6 and gestured for him to come. How dare you! The king of District 6 erupted in fury, squeezing the armrests of his golden throne until they were deformed. Whoosh! Suddenly, the king of District 6's 1,000-meter-long Leviathan swam swiftly across the sea, carrying the king of District 6 with him, charging straight towards Zhou's position. When the 1,000-meter Leviathan was within 300 meters of Zhou, it gradually stopped. The king of Area 6, standing above, gazed down at Zhou, not far below, his eyes filled with anger. The commotion immediately caught the attention of everyone present. The king of Area 6's action sent the survivors of Area 10 into despair, while the survivors of Area 6 cheered loudly. Zhang Hao, Wang Minghan, and Wu Mujuan had been struggling to hold out under the siege of several powerful Area 6 warriors, but when they noticed that the king of Area 6 seemed distracted, they realized this was their chance to break through the siege and escape the blockade. The 3 of them simultaneously activated their 3 powerful attributes, leading their Leviathans in 3 different directions. If any one of them could successfully escape the blockade, they could send a message to Boss Chen, or even bring him along. Not far from Zhou, Shenhong was battling 2 District 6 warriors. Throughout the fight, she kept an eye on Zhou. She was stunned when he instantly dispatched a District 6 Abyss-level warrior. But after Zhou caught the attention of the District 6 king, she couldn't help but worry for him. There was no way around it. The gap between the king of survivors and the survivors was simply too vast. They were practically 2 different species. At that moment, the 2 District 6 warriors fighting Shenhong, upon seeing the District 6 king appear near them, immediately broke away from the battle and knelt beneath a 1,000-meter-high Leviathan. Seeing this, Shenhong also rushed towards Zhou's position. At that moment, the ordinary District 10 and District 6 survivors fighting each other around them separated and returned to their respective camps. For a moment, all the survivors from Area 10 near Zhou stood behind him, the 2 sides facing each other in a clear-cut standoff. Kneel! The king of Area 6 looked at Zhou coldly, then spoke in a deep voice. Immediately, a powerful mental force descended, enveloping Zhou. Plop, plop. All the survivors from Area 10, enveloped by this mental force, fell to their knees. Even Shenhong, who had just returned to Zhou's side, knelt. But Zhou alone stood upright, unaffected. You're unaffected by my majesty? The king of Area 6 was slightly surprised, but quickly understood. Haha, no wonder you dare disrespect me. It's because your intelligence attribute has reached 25 points. The king of Area 6 smiled faintly, But then his expression hardened. 25 points, so what? Today, I show you what it means to be a king. The king of Area 6 spoke, releasing 2 streams of energy, both of abyssal-level energy. My king, please calm down. He's just a survivor with a high intelligence attribute. It's not worth your personal effort. Besides, you have to be careful of the kings of other districts. You can't waste your energy here. Leave this guy to us. At this time, a core subordinate behind the king of District 6 knelt and spoke to dissuade him. Yes, my king, this guy only relied on some intelligence trait to kill Shanghai Jianren. Now that you have your royal power, his intelligence trait is useless. The 2 of us can easily kill him, another core subordinate said. The king of District 6 hesitated for a moment, finally nodded, and then looked at Zhou Wen. Even if you're the backup plan trained by the king of District 10, it's useless. District 10 will be annihilated today. As soon as the king of District 6 finished speaking, his 2 core subordinates vanished into shadows. They reappeared above the sea, and the survivors from District 6, watching the battle, cheered. District 6 will win. District 6 will win. The survivors from District 10, on the other hand, looked utterly dejected. With the king of District 6 intervening, they had no chance of winning. Wang Wen. Since you can stand up to Wang Wei, then run and find Boss Chen. Shen Hong, paralyzed by the king of District 6's might, spoke with difficulty. Ha ha, you want to run? You can't. You all die. The king of District 6's core subordinates advanced towards Zhou Wen, releasing waves of energy from their bodies, their momentum steadily rising. Your intelligence trait seems quite special. After I kill you, I present it to my king. Another core subordinate also continuously activated his trait, greatly improving various attributes. Area 10 will be wiped out today? Haha, what a joke. Zhou Wen scoffed and walked towards the 2, gradually separating himself from the survivors from Area 10 behind him. Swish. In an instant, the figures of the 2 core subordinates turned into afterimages, like 2 streams of light. In an instant, they appeared in front of Zhou Wen, one on the left and one on the right. Abyssal energy erupted from their bodies, and their weapons slashed down immediately. Golden Thunder trait activate. Zhou Wen's eyes flashed blue, and the 2 men's rapid movement slowed before his eyes. The moment he activated the Golden Thunder trait, he mobilized the red gold lightning energy within his body. Boom! Boom! In an instant, countless thin red gold electric currents unleashed from Zhou Wen's body, accompanied by deafening thunderous roars. When the 2 core subordinates of the king of Area 6 saw the terrifying energy suddenly emitted by Zhou Wen, the disdain on their faces was immediately replaced by fear. Chapter 853. But it was too late for them to dodge. The thin, crimson gold currents devoured them, rendering the defensive abyssal energy on their bodies useless as they were pierced by the currents. Zzzz. The next second, 2 surging currents echoed, and the 2 core subordinates were penetrated by the intense crimson gold currents, turning them into charred remains in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Zhou Wen's crimson gold currents began to contract within him, rapidly converging on his palms. The moment they were complete, he raised his hand and struck the almighty king of District 6. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The crimson gold lightning, like a dragon, carried a terrifying aura that seemed to destroy everything as it instantly rushed towards the king of District 6. At this moment, the king of District 6 was still in shock at the instant death of his 2 core subordinates. Upon seeing the crimson gold lightning, his expression suddenly changed. The king of Area 6 was only 200 meters away from Zhou Wen. The crimson gold lightning had barely escaped him when it was unleashed. It was too late to activate his speed-based abilities to evade. Because the space was blocked, the king of Area 6 couldn't teleport away. With no other options, he could only use his own abyssal energy for defense. Zzzz. The moment the king of Area 6 formed protective energy on his body, the crimson gold lightning struck him. Lightning flashed, and the electricity exploded. The king of Area 6's kilometer-long Leviathan was also affected by the scattered crimson gold current, turning it to charcoal. The surrounding powerful individuals from Area 6, upon being touched by the current, instantly vaporized and vanished. The crimson gold lightning exploded like a burst of crimson gold fireworks, engulfing the entire area within a kilometer. In less than a second, tens of thousands of District 6 survivors were reduced to ash. At this moment, Wang Wei, who had suppressed Shen Hong, had vanished. She stared at the horrific scene before her, a scene resembling a divine punishment, and stood speechless for a long time. Suddenly, Zhou Wen's figure vanished, reappearing above the charred, kilometer-long Leviathan. He reached out and lifted up the charred, dying king of District 6. Want to destroy District 10? You're not worthy, Zhou Wen said, gently throwing the remaining remains of the king of District 6 into the air. As the king stared in horror, the Liang blade materialized and swung forth. Swish! The black blade flashed through the charred body of the king of District 6, slicing it in half and utterly killing it. Ding! The holder of the Survival King title has been killed, earning the title of Survival King. A kill notification rang in his mind, and a smile broke out on Zhou Wen's face. Then, standing atop the carbonized, 1,000-meter-long Leviathan, Zhou Wen turned his gaze to the survivors in Area 10 present, and shouted, "The king of Area 6 is dead. All survivors in Area 10, listen up. Kill!" Instantly, the survivors in Area 10, who had been in shock, all reacted. Looking at Zhou Wen's figure, their faces lit up with uncontrollable excitement. Kill! Kill all the survivors in Area 6. The king of Area 6 is dead. The king of Area 6 is dead. Spread the news of the king of Area 6's death to the rest of our comrades. Quickly! The survivors in Area 10, who had witnessed the king's death on Zhou Wen's side, shouted loudly, wanting to spread this heartening news to their comrades in more distant areas. At this moment, Zhang Hao, Wang Menghan, and Wu Mujuan were battling several Area 6 warriors. They had just seized an opportunity to activate their special abilities and attempt a breakout, but were stopped by several Area 6 warriors, who had also activated their special abilities. The three of them had to gather together again to fight. Just then, someone shouted, "The king of Area 6 is dead." Zhang Hao couldn't help but curse. Damn it! Who deliberately spread this fake news? They couldn't even find a more reliable one. This is so fake. Who would believe it? No, it seems there's a real problem in Area 6. Wang Menghan looked out from above his Leviathan and noticed that the survivors in Area 6 had begun fleeing for unknown reasons. Huh? Could it be that the survivors in Area 6 actually believed this fake news? Wu Mujuan asked in surprise. They actually believed it. Are the people in Area 6 idiots? Zhang Hao asked, gazing at the Area 6 warriors he was battling. Hey! Still fighting? Your District 6 king has been killed by our District 10 king. Are you waiting to die if you don't run? Zhang Hao added a touch of authenticity to the fake news. Humph. Stop your desperate struggle. This lie is deceptive. The District 6 expert said, glancing casually at the private message list on his system interface and noticing that the District 6 king's avatar had indeed disappeared. The District 6 expert was startled and immediately disengaged from the battle, sprinting towards the perimeter of the blockade. Holy crap! It actually worked. This District 6 survivor is truly an idiot. Zhang Hao exclaimed in shock. I think you're the idiot. Is there a chance the District 6 king is truly dead? Wu Mujuan asked suspiciously. Are you dreaming? Zhang Hao thought Wu Mujuan's idea was absurd. Stop arguing. The special time is almost up. No matter what, let's get out of the blockade first. Wang Menghan put an end to the two arguing and immediately directed his Leviathan to charge toward the edge of the blockade. Zhang Hao and Wu Mujuan also summoned their own underwater Leviathans and followed Wang Menghan's Leviathan. Soon after, the three successfully broke out of the blockade, and communication on the system interface returned to normal. They immediately sent a message to Boss Chen, but Boss Chen didn't respond. Then, the three tried to follow Boss Chen, but still no response. It seems Boss Chen's side is also blocked, Zhang Hao said solemnly. What should we do now? Go find Boss Chen? Wu Mujuan asked. Wait a minute. I just contacted Shenhong. Let's reunite first, Wang Menghan said. Afterwards, the three successfully located Shenhong's Leviathan, though its appearance had changed slightly. Shenhong herself stood behind the unidentified black-clad man they had met before, appearing quite reserved. Shenhong, where were you just now? Zhang Hao asked, jumping onto Shenhong's Leviathan. Wang Menghan and Wu Mujuan also jumped over. Their special time had already ended, but they had consumed a fruit that restored their physical strength, so their movements were not affected. I was just following Boss Wang, Shenhong replied. The Boss Wang she was referring to was naturally Zhou Wen. Recalling the scene of Zhou Wen's devastating blow to the king of District 6, she found it unbelievable, like a dream. Boss Wang. Zhang Hao looked at Zhou Wen, and when he thought of the news that the king of District 6 was dead, his eyes widened.